revenue tripled year over year. They guided even more ridiculous numbers, quite frankly, $33.5 billion for the next quarter. The street was looking for 24 and a third. With their EPS guide, of course, $19.15. The street was looking for $12.05. It really is reinforcing the strength into the future quarters. This is one hell of a report. If you're wondering why such blowout numbers, well, we know the industry is facing very tight DRAM and NAND supply, and there's a shift now towards that high bandwidth memory products that quite frankly have higher margins and that they're sold out of. Memory companies are moving into long-term contracts to try to lock some of these prices in because the volatility in the prices is so high. Apple, one of those, they use something called LTAs, long-term agreements, so we shouldn't really see too much in the way of price hikes from Apple in the coming months and year or so, Brendo. Gross margins, this is also another ridiculous number. They were grossing about 36.8%. On a physical product, which is not bad. Now they've got NVIDIA numbers. We're talking 74.5% gross margins with net income jumping lightly, Brendo. They brought in $1.5 billion last year. They're bringing in $13.5 billion in this year. So very, very strong numbers.
Not so much this morning, though. We're starting to roll back over here a little bit for MU, guys. Thoughts?
Yeah, well, when you had that, the margin numbers are nuts. All the way like doubling over last year, from over the quarter, 58 to the mid 70s. Like it's at that point where you could make the argument that the market's going to see that as like, yeah, their margins are topping out there. Like where do you even go from that kind of a number? So incredibly impressive, but didn't matter. Sentiment's going to be the name of the game here, and this has been an earnings season where it's just like I don't care how much you're beating. We don't care how great the numbers are. It's more along the lines of let's take the profit off of the table. Some of it's going to be market sentiment. Some of it's going to be the old price to perfection. You just made another fresh all-time high. That's going to be a part of it. You know, all of that said, like this is the only of all the biggest tech companies. If you look at like the top 10 tech companies in the U.S., this is the only one that's actually up on the year, Micron. So I feel like it'll probably get defended maybe a little bit sooner than others. So you give it the old 3-day rule, see if it can bounce that 50-period SMA. As far as the chips today, I mean, I'll go back to the well that worked in the afternoon yesterday, because I think on Fed days you get some levels that get put in, and then you can sort of see where the resistance was on like a relatively strong stock. And if it can't hold on, if it holds underneath that, I know where its relative strength would be a breakout. That would be like Intel 45.5. And unfortunately, like you're now down like $1.50 from there because the market stunk today, so far today. But to pull back into prior close would be a bit of a trade. I think this is whenever we see down like 1% in the morning, where we've been trending down a lot. I think you want to be a little bit patient because we can often get these early bounces, and if you're immediately in off of the lows, that could be too soon. And then you look back at like 11 o'clock or 1 o'clock or some point later in the day, and you're like, oh, the short was good in the morning. You just had to be a little bit patient with it. It feels like one of those mornings.
Yeah, I just want to update again right here. 60 cents, we just took it right there as Rivian falls down right there. So nice little take there for Rivian as we continue to get a little lower right there right now. This could be the best trade of the day. We'll see. Hopefully you can put on other ones, but there's Rivian. Play the bump up, play the move down. We won't talk about it, but they did get a deal there with Uber, and I just felt like it was a nice story, but nothing big enough for a 10% move as they committed 50,000 R2s apparently by 2030. So I would have thought they would have maybe committed more. Okay, so Micron right there. Anyways, there's the trade. It is what it is. Yeah, look, I think if you're going to go long anything, you're probably going to look at Micron. We've seen this name dip down before, so this is not a surprise. You know, you've come back in, and maybe we get into the $400 mark. I don't think we'll do that right away. We'd have to get down another 8% to get there. And I don't think the number was bad enough, that's for sure, to be down 6.6% and lower. We've seen all these names get hit right off of their earnings calls. So, yeah, no surprise here that that's happening for Micron. This little level looks to hold, I would think, 430. That bottom is 428 right there. So the market's going to open up. We want to wait to see where those imbalances are. I think if the imbalances are going to be sell side, then I would just let it settle down, and then maybe at 931 even hop in there and buy it. Right now you don't have any NASDAQ names on here. Those come at 925. So we're going to have to wait to see what happens here with Micron, but I think it's a long. It's just better quarter, good expectation, good forward guide in the right space. And if people are looking to put money to work, which I am not today, I've already said risk off. We're already short Rivian, I'm already short this game. So, and I want to be shorter, right? We looked at silver. We're going to talk about, well, silver. Maybe silver and gold should be on there. Palantir mortgages. Hold on a second. All right, where's Palantir? I got to short Palantir now, boy. All right, so 430 coming into play there for Micron. But anyways, I'm not a long look today, but if I was, Micron would be a good spot for me. And I think you just want to wait to see if you do test somewhere around those lows again that we made at 730, this 428. So that's something that I would look at. There would be Micron, but yeah, for a long. It's just I'm not thinking long today, but yeah, we're gonna let just for those of you asking, I'm gonna try to let Rivian make a little lower move, but I don't mind getting some more out here at 60. We still have 45% of this trade on board, which we tweeted out as soon as we took it. So I hope some of you guys were able to take that high take right there at 1720 on Rivian. And just a quick check on Uber, because they kind of go together here, just as we thought. Yeah, nothing burger there for Uber, and should be a nothing for Rivian, but we'll see how low this name can go. We're still stopping out at 1740.
Before we move off from Rivian, I don't know if we got, or not Rivian, from Micron, I don't know if we got this from David. Positivity to everyone. Dave,
we did not.
Dumb trade of the day. Green surprise, Micron turns around and plays magic flute to 480 for the whole market. That would be quite the reversal. That's the level it couldn't break in the aftermarket last night, I believe. It just slightly underneath that. But yeah, there's like an AI mortgage story for Palantir. It's not the biggest headline in the world, but
I don't even know it. So.
It is there. But no, the metals are a pretty big story. Alibaba is another negative story, unfortunately. So let's talk about their earnings. Yuck.
By the moment here, we just broke $125 downside for Baba. You got to go back a couple of weeks now to get into some support areas. Maybe not a good report here at all.
No, and it's not bad. It was a lot of investment in AI, which hurt margins.
Yeah.
So let's talk a little bit about that. Their earnings declined significantly. Net income fell 67% year over year. Revenue came in at about 285, a little bit less than 285 billion yuan. That missed, though, the 290.7 expected, but net income, as I mentioned, fell 66% down to 15.6 billion yuan. That's down from 46.6 billion, a significant profitability pressure here. The profit drop was driven by 74% decline in operating income. That is tied, though, to one thing and one thing only: aggressive reinvestment, spending focused on commerce expansion, user experience upgrades, but the bulwark of the money went to technology and AI infrastructure as they shift to a growth-first strategy at the expense of near-term profitability. Let's talk about their different divisions, because cloud was one of their best ones. Cloud intelligence revenue grew 36% year over year, and they saw triple digits in the AI-related products that they offer you within their cloud. So really looking to monetize like some of their American counterparts, Brendo, but the cloud continues to be their best division.
Yeah, not any sign. I mean, we tried to bounce around 128. That was short-lived here. New leg down already, guys, here this morning for Baba.
It's funny you mentioned they tried to bounce around 128, because I think that's where like the fade zone is, because that was support on the daily chart. It's hard, like if we're gonna say everything we just did about Micron and it was all good and they're to the downside, well, in this particular case, you actually miss on, like you have some misses in here, which is a bit of a different story. And then you also have a chart which is breaking down and trending down, at least from the highs. So with all of that said, 128 was prior support, and it tried to bounce off of that early. I think if you come back into that level, Baba looks like a fade to me. And I say this, look, man, I still have some Alibaba in my long-term account. Thankfully, sold 2/3 of it, but I don't see, and we've talked about this before, like when something's in a bit of a downward trend, I haven't seen the reason yet for it to bounce. It's tried to show you signs, but the 50 period didn't really hold all too well. The 200 period didn't even attempt to hold. So this is one of those where you're zooming out the longer term charts. So that's probably what I'll be looking at. Like at some point, it's like, is there anything on like a weekly or monthly chart in the next couple of days that looks good? And Baba for today, 128. If we get back there, it also happens to be VWAP, so you can throw that in there as well if you get a bounce.
Yeah, I was just gonna say here on the sticky note here today. Yeah, we had Baba 130 short. I mean, we write this at you know, 7:45, you know, 8 o'clock as we get ready to go on air. So the Baba short is decent, I think, off a terrible quarter. So you just got to wait to see where that one winds up going. Right now is Alibaba. We're trying to get Rivian down here at 50s right now. Wow. Good one so far. 3-to-1 risk on this. But yeah, and you guys were right here when I made my Alibaba trade, and it was going long at 160 and then out at 160. So I just paid fees right there. We got long when it came back in because I was like, you know what? I really liked the PE. I liked all the valuation, everything right there. So we did get long on one of the first moves in. I don't think it was this one because we had missed the first time, but it must have been the second time because I don't remember it ever going too much in the money there. And then when it went down into the 145, 150 area again, I was like, oh God, this does not look good. And then when it broke right back up through 160, we sold that position and so got in and out of it. We probably still have maybe a quarter of it or something. And then it pulled all the way back in right here, right now. I'm not a buyer of Alibaba anytime soon, I don't think. Not a great quarter there, not in the right country. And we'll continue to watch out for Alibaba. And I'm going to try to go short on BABA. It's too bad that like all the levels, and you guys have often said this to me, like write the sticky note now, but then it doesn't get out in time. And I got to host some sort of a program here. But there goes Alibaba to the downside. So I think if we're going to short 130, that was sort of where this 200 period was, and was just thinking like, hey, when it's at 128 and we're writing this note, 130 is only $1 away. So right now, I'm thinking even this 50 period is 126. VWAP up at 128 could be something as well. So we're definitely looking short on Alibaba, and we only have right now 40% left of this Rivian trade. So 15 minutes to go. Tesla, Palantir, and Apple on deck.
More details into this investigation into FSD for Tesla today. A couple angles here. The other one, this chip story, which might be a little bit more exciting long term or down the road as we build out to some sort of autonomous type of operation on a daily basis for Tesla. But it's going to take some time here.
Robotaxis are starting to come off production lines, so sooner rather than later, one would hope. Let's cover the investigation into FSD first. Specifically, the NHTSA is looking at low visibility conditions. They're saying, you know, fog, rain, sun glare. They're basically failing to inform the driver of certain roadway conditions when there are those low visibility conditions. So that's what that's focused on. With respect to the A16 angle here, Elon Musk taking to X basically saying the company could tap out its next-gen AI 16 chip by December. Tap out here is a technical term. It marks the final stage before manufacturing. He cited AI-driven design efficiencies as a result of the acceleration of the timeline, something we've been talking about, AI helping designs, whether it's for drugs or in this case, AI chips. It's expected to power the A16 chip, that is, Tesla's FSD systems and humanoid robots. It reinforces their vertical integration. They like do everything from the ground up. Yeah. This is no different.
And just going back to that investor day they had at the end of last year, this was also something that Elon pointed to in that they'll buy as much capacity as they can get from anyone else. And then he said, and we'll build our own and probably still not have enough, you know, to meet the actual demand.
To build on your point, Samsung's making this A16, but they definitely want to build their own fab, as you were saying.
Yeah, so let's see. Not happy, though, today, guys, for Tesla.
Well, what is it? It's not a lot that's going to be happy today. Like, you can't, you know, this is today where I just saw in the chat there's a lot of conversation about this is a buy and this has been dripping and is Microsoft, it's only a 20p. There are a lot of things that are dropping right now, and you have to sort of, you know, sometimes separate like the wheat from the chaff. But when it comes to Tesla, I get it. We're losing that 200 period moving average. That would be a spot. I mean, you're pretty far away from the whole support turning into resistance. Now, I mean, it was a little bit better earlier on in the morning when you would have looked at that 390 as support the resistance. It's also going to be that 200 period moving average support or resistance level that was prior support. I think if we don't close back under that, we're in some trouble, and we're in the early innings here for Tesla. On the weekly, you haven't broken the 50 period to the downside, but it's actually the monthly chart that I want to look at for Tesla, because when I look at the monthly chart, it's a little bit more ominous. Like it would not surprise me if there's a bigger turnaround and we wait for, like, I feel the way about 280 to 300, like I felt about 220 most recently. You know, like that level was, it was kind of like I don't want to call it an obvious spot, but when we pull back from 500 before, and that was late in 2024, I call it early last year, like that 220 was kind of calling for you as a bit of a level on the long term. And that's what I'm feeling about that 280, 300 on the monthly chart for Tesla, that could be that's like the pull the trigger spot for me if we're not holding at these levels here, which we're starting to break. So yeah, that 390, it's about 390-ish area, that prior support looks like resistance today. But on that longer term look, Tesla's a stock that I could see it falling. It always seems to fall more than some people would anticipate from those highs. So, I do think it puts in a higher low from this last potential fail at 500, but I'd be looking somewhere closer to that 300, 280, where it's like a automatic buy.
Yeah, for sure. If Tesla goes down 25%, I am buying that as well, which is very possible.
Well, that's what people said about 222, and then we were there.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. I think it's possible. I mean, you're already down from 500. You're already down that 30% also. So, I mean, there is a good chance there. $500, knock off 115 on that. So you're already down 20+%. Thank you, Randy, right there. That was quick, man. I just asked for it, and Randy immediately delivers. Randy's always on point right now. And Randy, I can't thank you enough for getting the electricity downstairs, man, for the charger, especially these days. But look at Tesla's stock, man. I'm glad I bought the car and not the stock. This is going straight to the downside right there right now. 385 and getting a little lower right now as well. But still actually doing better than a lot of these Mag 7s as we try to hold on to the 200 period moving average. I like the long here at 380. It's just right now the environment is not right for anything long. And I still think the robo-taxis are going to be a thing. I'm not sure what this new NVIDIA talk here about how they can sort of make any car autonomous at some point, I feel like, gives Tesla a little bit of a disadvantage there about all the money they're spending. But these robo-taxis are going to hit the road soon, I guess, right, Randy? I mean, when are they going to start mass producing? Yeah, here you don't know. I don't know when these are actually going to start to be a thing, but not here in Toronto, says Randy. But there we go, man. Tesla. I have it written down as the #1 trade idea. We traded this all yesterday, until we got stopped out just as that number came out. And we didn't hold that many shares, but we were thinking short all day yesterday on Tesla once it broke through this level. We got stopped out once this level broke, is what we were talking about, 398 or so yesterday. You saw me holding that and stopped out there. And then just the bleed was real on Tesla, which was too bad because we were short heading into that, and then that happened, and we shorted the market. So it's all good. Waiting for a VWAP trade. I'm just waiting for a bump. I think in the first, all my losing trades are in the first couple minutes, and all the huge winners are in the next couple after that. So let's give Tesla a little bit of room to breathe. We tried to do that yesterday, and it was somewhat successful down here. Got a couple bumps up. We did get stopped. We did get some outs up near $400 yesterday, but VWAP was key all day, and maybe it is again here today. That's at about 388. 389. So we'll see if that hits right now with only 10 minutes to go. Let me go see if I can short some Palantir. These guys are in mortgages. I want to go short. Let me hear that story over there on the desk, guys.
Yeah, teaming up with a company called Moder, M-O-D-E-R. They're going to co-build, quote-unquote, AI mortgage operations platform, which will be aimed at automating and optimizing back-office loan processing specifically. So if it's on a banking system type of thing, not necessarily a product basis, might be a little bit better off. But I mean, right now, this thing's holding up a little bit better than most.
And it probably really does refine and improve the underwriting with respect to risk and risk assessment for applicants. And apparently, it's already in early deployments with the first pilot customer here called Freedom Mortgages. And they've reported that, it's shown meaningful value through improved speed, accuracy, and it's also benefiting the agents and the homeowners. Not an area that I expected Palantir to throw their hat into, Brendo, but hey, it is what it is.
Yeah. 152.5, I guess, was that after the close level or consolidation, guys. This thing's been stuck in a range, though, basically the past couple of days.
I would suspect it probably doesn't cost them that much to apply technology to other industries. So I don't think this is a huge story for them. On the plus side here is for as ugly as a lot of things look today, the NASDAQ, actually with a little bit of a bounce, not only down 0.7%, Palantir is basically flat, a quarter point down, and is very much still in this consolidative range from the 50 period. So this is a stock, I was looking at Apple holding some lows as well, but Palantir is also a stock that would fall into the category of it has its support intact from the last couple of weeks. And that was, it's not exactly 150. This little wick down here is like 149, but it's that 149, 150 area. Just look at the consolidation here. As far as I would look, until it breaks that, you would look for a bounce play on Palantir, and the short levels are a ways away up here, like 56 or so. So, yeah, this actually stands out as one which actually has some support on it if we're going to look for some kind of a bounce play. But it's more like the 49 to 50 range on PLTR. You lose that, and there would be some concern of a gap down further. But it just doesn't. It's not a huge catalyst on it to be on the top of the list.
Yeah, I'm actually looking. I mean, Palantir is still like a big, like I still hold a bunch of shares in Palantir. It is probably, I still think Google and Meta might be higher and NVIDIA is higher. So maybe it's a third or fourth position in the portfolio, but we've taken off so much of Palantir. I mean, we were in on this thing at $11. So this has been a good stock for sure. It's just right now, you know, I think it's actually technically pretty good. I mean, you know, you get that beat down into 130. We know Michael Burry, and there was a couple shorts there into their earnings report. And, you know, very much like NVIDIA, you know, we popped on earnings both times there, right? And so back and forth there in January. We just got a little pop rate here as well on earnings, and then rate to the downside there. So a couple good pops and then drops. So I'm just hoping that this last recent move up isn't indicative of what's been happening in the past, where we've popped up and then came right back in. So there's the pop up. Now we just kind of got to hold this area of 149. I mean, obviously, if we do that, then I do think the next level is up into here into 170. And then we can resume regularly scheduled programming back up into 190. But I'm not looking long today. So if my opinion does change, Palantir, at least the fact that it's somewhat up here is okay. But, you know, it's giving it back right now. It was just at 152.60. Now it's down to 151.80. So, like, that was just a big 60-cent drop right there. So that's making it look a little bit, you know, less enticing. So I'm not really looking long today, man, on anything. So we'll just play this by ear. If what happens yesterday to Palantir, you know, there's the move down into the pre-market lows, hold, and then bump up. Well, right now, those pre-market lows are looking like 150, 150. To me, that's just a little too shallow. It's not deep enough for me to be like, wow, let's wait to see if this holds. So I'm going to be patient with Palantir. We've already got a good one on with Rivian here on the short. If the market falls, we'll have that. But I am going to be looking at Palantir, but I'd rather look at it around a key level of 150 and then maybe use that 148.50 as the ultimate bottom. So Palantir not on the radar today. Feels like a good story there. So I'm only looking for negative.
Apple under 250 right now, trying to hold on to it desperately from underneath currently, but could be a little bit of support. Positive numbers coming out of China on the iPhone sales side.
They're really bucking the trend in China, Brendo. I mean, we're down 4% year over year in the broader smartphone market. That's in China. That is unless you're Apple, because you're up 23%. In that country. Apple benefiting from some discounts as well as government subsidies. We know that the iPhone 17, the base model, still qualifies for some of the government subsidies there being offered by the central government. But unlike their competitors, Apple is not aggressively raising prices even as costs rise. We know RAM prices are going through the roof. The strategy here is to absorb the margin pressure, defend, and expand the market share in one of the most important markets in the world. Apple's tight supply chain control allows a better cost management. I was talking to you guys about this earlier. They have these LTAs, long-term agreements with their suppliers that lock in prices. For RAM, specifically for Apple, those LTAs end at the end of this summer. So we probably will see price increases for the 18 and the Fold and whatever the hell else they're going to bring out. Huawei and Apple expected to benefit the most in China from rising prices.
Yeah, Samsung already way too expensive here and there. I was reading this morning as well. 245 is that support level, guys. If we get down to that point, looks like 250 might be a problem right now.
That's the 200 period. I think you buy Apple the 200 period moving average. I think a lot of the, if you go AI bubble concerns, I think you get the positive check mark for that one. If you go relative to their competitors with rising memory costs, you get the check mark for that one. And I know we're not really expecting that the Siri update. That's probably going to be one of the presentations in the summer. But I feel like if you wait for that, then you're probably in a little bit of trouble here. And we're just sort of talking like, it's like, oh, someone was saying, oh, Microsoft, is that going to be a buy? Like, is this going to be a buy? Is that going to be a buy? Like Alibaba, these things that have all fallen down. I think Apple's a much safer one here than any of those names that I just mentioned off the top there. But for today, it did lose. Unfortunately, it did lose that 250 just now.
Yeah.
So yeah, the 250 level, which to me was where I was looking for support to come in. We need to regain the 250. If I can see it hold the 250 off the open, just be patient with it. It was one of the few stocks that held that low. I know Palantir is kind of well above it, but this one, it did creep underneath going into this open. It would have to regain this 250 on the 15-minute chart to catch that support. But the daily chart's a different story. You buy that one, the 200-period moving average. I like them better than most.
There's really not much going on here with finally a Circle sell I just saw right there. So maybe it's Circle's day to get a little lower as Bitcoin and crypto starting to crack lower as well. I thought buying at 66 was pretty good when it went to 74. Now we're back to 69 right there. Circle down 5+% right now and going lower. That's a name that a lot of you love on the long side. I don't know. We did have, I mean, I didn't see Rivian on here, but it did just bump up a little bit there into 17 almost again. And so I took a bid at 80s. Now we get a little lower there for Rivian. So only a third left of this position right now. But Circle just not really seeing. There's SMR at $11. I mean, you want to talk about here. I'm going to take advantage again as we just went to the downside more in Rivian. So I'm going to try to bid. I'm bidding 70s right here on Rivian. Oh, we just got filled on Rivian. So we just got a 70 fill there, I believe, on RIVN as well. Yep, there it goes. Oh, no, I didn't. Get it, or did I don't know. All right, but anyways, there goes Rivian to the downside. Yeah, not much else on here right now that we're really too interested in. Let me see what Nvidia is doing as the market begins to sell off again right now as we open up in 1 minute. Rivian, or sorry, I'm in Rivian. Nvidia at the lows and breaking lower right now. So watch out now. There goes Nvidia to the downside. Here comes Tesla to the downside. I mean, to me, well, and actually Tesla's okay. Powell sounded so very hawkish yesterday that I don't really know what to think about this market. I do know that I want to go short the NASDAQ again. The big trade yesterday for me was short this TQQ, basically at the top, let it bleed downward. Looks like we're trying to break lower right now. Wondering if that's just an instant trade right off the open, that day low break of 44.75 or so on the TQs. We'll see if we do that, but I don't want to get in right away. We've so many times seen the markets bump higher and then fade. So we'll be very, very patient with it. Looks like we're going to get that 51 fill on Rivian. And here we go, man. Bring the pain on RIVN. This is why, man, you want to be with us at 8 a.m. We're live every single day at 8 a.m. where we put this trade on, and there it goes to the downside, Rivian. See if we get that 1650 with only 5 seconds left. You say thank you for coming in one more time. Watch us on many of your favorite streaming services, including YouTube, which you're watching us on right now. And we do get that 51s right there on open. So Siren's up, man. Already might be the trade of the day. We got to bring that segment back. Okay, here we go, man. I'm not in anything. We'll just wait to see what winds up happening. We're still short Rivian. I'm bidding 41s.
Oh, the market went right to the downside. Apple 247 as it just flushes.
Shit, man. Talked about that.
Let's forget about SoFi. It's
oh, boy.
That's now down at 16.6. Micron is almost at 420 to start the day. I mean, Bitcoin, which we're also looking for. Yeah, there was no pop and fade. At least, I shouldn't say there was no pop and fade. We're like 30 seconds into the open. Not much has happened yet, so I don't want to overreact and start chasing. But the first thing I saw was Apple distinctly not hold or regain that 250 level as we just dropped another full percentage. That was one of the only things that was going to be green and now heading into the red. Micron's trying to bounce off 420. That's a pretty decent level. Maybe that Palantir is going to end up holding support. Palantir was actually up at 153 a second ago and then dropped into 151 and heading distinctly lower. So yeah, nothing's really coming in for any pop and fades. Want to be a little bit patient with it. I know silver had bounced, or SLV had bounced. I know we're trying to say SLV instead of silver for all of you guys out there, but it is trending off of those lows. So there is at least a little bit of a bounce there. And one more that we didn't talk about, nat gas. Boyle jumps off the 19 and already trending, blasting through 20. This one's leveraged, so it's going to move a little bit more than nat gas. We like the long off of that prior support level, so I have to look for dips into VWAP. It did this yesterday, consolidated and ran, then dipped into VWAP and ran. So looking for the consolidation or the dip into VWAP here in Boyle.
Remember when we said taking the TQQ short at that break right off the open probably was a trade? Was a trade, didn't take it, fine. Now we just wait for it to bump up. I mean, this was part of the plan. I mean, you know, you gotta participate in your plan, and we just had that right there to the downside again. So we missed that trade. We'll see if we can get it back one more time here. Alibaba is just getting absolutely crushed. I mean, again, like, I'm glad that we were able to get in and out of Alibaba up there at 160, but definitely not glad where this stock is moving right now. Alibaba getting crushed. So far on my watch, we had the TQ short. That's already happened. Alibaba short, see you later. SLV maybe is the next look for me right now, and that was down 12%, and that's actually starting to bump up again right now. So we'll have to see if there is going to be a trade. I'm just chilling out right now and just waiting to see if there is a little bit of a move higher, and then if not, then we might have to get pretty aggressive here on some of these shorts. So I'm just sort of watching out for silver, watching out. There goes Alibaba. I mean, breaking lower, not a good quarter at all for them. And then Tesla, maybe that 380 might be something pretty key. Letting it develop. Maybe we find a bottom. It doesn't really feel like today is a good bottom chasing day, but we'll hold on and maybe we get a story that we like and we can go forward with that. CLK, we'll go to the K unit right now. So this is what oil's looking at right here, $97. This is WTI, so we'll have to wait to see. I know Brent is above right now. So yeah, so far so good here this morning. Just watching this market melt. We'll wait to see if we get a bump up and be able to short something.
Yeah, and those defense stocks are going down as well. AMD's down 3%, Nvidia down 2% as they continue to flush. At least Apple's trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. At least that's trying to do something. Boyle, as mentioned before, still continuing its spike, but looking for that first available pullback over in Boyle. Looks like that could be an opportunity. If it does pull back, it's about 19.5 where VWAP sits and the prior day high. So that would be the first target entry for sure. Micron is trying. It is still trying to bounce, but it's kind of struggling at VWAP. This could be the litmus test for the market, right? If this can get going, then you would see enough of a bounce to drag a lot of things up with it. If it's not going to be NVIDIA, at least these guys had a good report that you can at least sink your teeth into. Bitcoin is still under 70,000. That's not really popping enough to get an entry, in my opinion. If it does, if we hold the first couple of candles under VWAP, I might take that quick little scalp trade under VWAP and see if it continues like yesterday. Like it did this in yesterday's trade, but it was down so much. I don't want to be too early when we're gapping down here. But that VWAP trade is setting up, so I got to be into it.
Yeah, no, 100%. There seems to be some trades setting up here for sure, and it looks like we're going lower as we just wait for opportunities, man. I mean, I take a fill at 70 there on Rivian. It does start to rip up just a little bit there, so we'll have to watch out for RIVN right now. You're going to get a treat in just a couple minutes. We do not have Adara here with us today. We have Sia here today. So she will be bringing some of the breaking news to you guys and covering up some of those that are asking about Adara. She is off today, and Sia will be filling in and just taking over in just a couple seconds here with some news. Okay, you might see her in the background. Hi, Sia. There she is. All right, what's going on, girl? All right, so here we go, man. Nice downside play for silver. Let's see if that continues. That's making a move back to VWAP. Maybe there's a short there at VWAP for silver. 62.30s. I could get involved in that if that's where we come up to. So 62.30 for SLV, just a play that I'm looking at over here on this side and waiting to see if things are bottoming. I mean, it looks like the TQs might be thinking about making a slight reversal there, 44 and change for the TQQs, or are we just setting up for another day off break lower there on the NASDAQ? So yeah, still a little early though. It's 9:36. Normally I do have a position on right now, but on today I do have a great one on. It's Rivian, but we were just waiting for something to develop. Niels and IBIT, I guess that's our first position of the day.
Yeah, so I see in the chat people are mentioning Snowflake is the upside. Don't know why. We'll check to see. I saw a bit of a bump in here at like $3, and it did hit one of my watch lists. Or not, it's not a watch list. It's not on a watch list. It's just like the trade rate thing. It popped up a little bit. But that's only because it was doing no pre-market volume before, so any spike is going to make it look like it's doing a heck of a lot. But so far, it's just VWAP and IBIT, which will be about, it's 39.42. Hey, that's the meaning of life. So if we break that, that's a pre-market support level, and it's also the volume-weighted average price I'd be jumping out. But I think it's going to be the scalp trade here, and then see if it matriculates into anything more. I wish I could tell you that NVIDIA was bouncing. No, 176. Remember, NVIDIA has lost the 200-period moving average on the daily. That's not nothing. So has Tesla. as well. That continues to go lower. It's already at 380. Yeah, there's not going to be a pop and fade in Tesla. Even if it bounced here, like that's not a pop and fade. That'd be like a retracement into VWAP or something like that as its trend down. Not looking very good, unfortunately, for Tesla. But yeah, just for me, it's just but it just kind of retested that volume weighted average price again. So we'll scalp inside the first 10 cents at 1-to-1 and then see if it flushes down into the lows. But nothing else is really setting up. If you were looking to fade pops today, there haven't been any.
No, there hasn't been anything. I mean, that's why I'm sitting here, hands on my knees, hands on your knees. Okay. So we do get a little bit of a bounce back in the TQs. I mean, my eyes are going everywhere trying to find out where there's the next opportunity because I'm waiting for a little bit of a bump. Maybe Circle. I mean, Circle was getting hit earlier today, so that could be a good call there as well. Yeah, Circle back to 90 area. Yes, very, very possible right now for Circle. I mean, here's SoFi, CRCL. I'm still looking for a trade, so I'm going to be a little busy here right now. But yeah, you actually are basing out right now on Circle. This could be a good long from here. What 90? I don't know. But 100 would be a good look, and right there, 113, a decent look. But I'm not even sure. Crypto's downside right now. I actually like crypto for the long, so it's not completely out of the pocket. Man, we called that little look there on the TQs for a potential bottom pick. But again, we are trying to look short, so we're not going to, cheer the long that we don't have right now. But the NASDAQ is trying to bump up. I mean, maybe if we got back to some of these levels, I would think about the short 44.80 up to 45 or so as an area. So let's put an offer at 44.80 and see if we're able to grab some shares there. I think that's worth a little bit of a shot. Upside near 44.80. Short it right into there on the 25 period moving average. Then we have the 50 period. And then if we take VWAP, we'll punch out. I think it's well worth the shot right now. Let's start the trade here on a little bit of a move higher. We're shorted at 60. I'm still waiting for 80s. That'll be the bigger trade. Then we'll wait for 45 flat, and then we'll deal with it then. Hopefully we don't get to there if we're going to start it at 80. But little early take here on the Qs just to see what winds up happening. We're long the NASDAQ right now on a triple levered ETF.
Just want to quickly show there's someone half a mil bid here on IBIT. That's held the bottom end of this range. There it is. And then someone flashing 1 million shares underneath it a couple of times. So there's a couple of, I don't want to say super large bids because relative to volume, it's not that big of a deal, but they are huge relative to the normal liquidity, and they're just sitting there holding up this range. So until they burst through, you're not going to get that low of the day, but I'm going to continue with the whole, just reload it in front of that resistance. But there is that big seller there. And I'm not sure there's spoofs. The first order was getting filled, that 500,000. The 1 million share order didn't get tagged because it's underneath. Sometimes you see that. They'll put the smaller order up front that they'll actually take the fill, but the one underneath is the fake one. I don't know whether that's going to be true. SoFi, by the way, this actually looks like a bottoming tail candle and potential breakout. So if it does get to my level of 17.25, and again, in the pre-market, that kind of looked like it would be easy resistance, that will be
which one?
A bottoming tail breakout trade.
Global X?
Which I'm not a huge fan of shorting into without a lot of patience required. So I might not be in SoFi. Very early. This is just IBIT for me. Still having a quick look over there at Boyle to see what we're doing here. It's almost at VWAP, but not yet. So I feel like that trade hasn't really come in to fruition yet. It's just IBIT right now.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way right now, just sitting on these TQ trades, waiting to see if something's going to come of it right now. I did trade a little bit of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac just real quick right there. It is on a straight move higher. We were short early. We got out, and then there goes the bump right there on FNMA, upside on Fannie and Freddie, I'm assuming. There. We looked at this yesterday, same kind of a thing where you just moving up and down on this name. You see the chart here for FMCC and FMNA, lots of downside trading happening in the space right now. That is for sure. Okay, we are now reloaded right there. So now we've got on here. It's more like we've just got on a trade right now. So we are into the TQQs. Looks like it wants to go higher right now as we just really rally up right now into some of those prints. And fine by me, man. I mean, we want to try to get a little bit of VWAP action happening right now. So if we do come up over, I was actually waiting over 45. We can wait for 45.05 just to see if we do wind up taking it. We should be short in and around around VWAP. I did take it there, some of it anyways. We shouldn't have probably taken that, but that's okay. That was light. You can see my average price right now. We just got 77, so my average price 74. So we're at VWAP here. I'll just take a little bit more at, wow, we might have just missed VWAP exactly. That's too bad. We should have been sitting right there. But there it is. We'll take a little bit of shares on this bump up, and then we'll wait for that 45.05. And then honestly, man, I was thinking about just stopping out if we break like 45.20s or something like that to the upside. So let's be careful with this trade on the TQs, but that's what I'm looking at right now, 45.20. Is that exactly? I don't want to take that wick. 45.22s or so. If we break that, then we can get out. But I'm comfortable being in this short. Right now, I think we got a decent price, and at least if we wind up losing at this price, we know we're at VWAP, and we didn't start the trade too early. So there we go, short at 77s. Good enough for me. Let's just see where it goes.
Yeah, I just kept it thankfully tight. That buyer was real. It tagged them again, and they left all those orders in there in IBIT. So they were really trying to get that 1.5 million. It seems like, but it busted through VWAP, so we got out. It'll end up being a flat trade, but I'm not going to get in until I see some kind of a trend break or re-enter the trade. I still believe we're well underneath our levels for a short, which would be the prior lows, but it has broken VWAP, so I have to wait for it to get a little bit higher. I'm just looking up. SoFi still continuing to gravitate to the upside. But remember, it was 17.5 where the short was in the afternoon, and that was that level that it retraced to after the Muddy Waters report. So any move into that, I'm looking for a trend reversal on Boyle. Again, looking at natural gas, that's still trying to get into VWAP for an entry into long. I won't keep wanting to say reload, but not really a reload because I haven't been into it. And I just see in the chat the Marines and a lot of people saying Microsoft this and IGV that. Microsoft is green.
Yeah, man, people are liking the IGV now.
Oh, IGV is this? Oh yeah, that's even better. Forget about green. IGV's up 1% and really churning. So the software names staging a comeback here today. That would be a great sign.
Here, I mean, this is, I was just about to talk about this, and then you went to the IGV. Yeah, Salesforce up huge. Yeah, no, that's good. I'm saying the Salesforce up huge right now. Good little level there for anybody watching out for some CRM. And obviously, if the IGV is up, we could probably expect Adobe to be up as well there today, as some of these fears getting quelled just a little bit about some of the dangers with that Citrini report, obviously going back up to the upside. Let's check out on the big data center play here with Oracle, 154 and change. Adair, if you're watching, I hope you're doing well. 149 up to 154. Every time I think about Oracle, I just think about the thousands and thousands of dollars that Adair saved me. Up here at 317 is where I was able to get out right here. Because she was talking crap on it after its earnings report right here, fell down, and on that bump up, I was like, I'm just going to get out. So want to thank Adara for that one. But there's Oracle right now, nice move lower on that. Nice move higher, sorry, on Oracle right now. Alibaba, always a play. Especially on earnings, and you can see there on this big Chinese conglomerate, Alibaba downside, not a great report. So, missing on everything, and not a great guide either, as we have some worries about China poking its head back into today's market again. So FXI, China talking about Straits of Hormuz and everything like that, waiting to see what is going to open up there. China and Russia don't seem to be playing that well right now in that space. Oil, though, right here saying hold my beer for a minute, not doing anything right now is crude as we just hang. All right, so that's that. And then the one more play I want to look at was silver. So if we go to SLV here, we could check out the ETF. Still, I mean, it looks like the market wants to figure itself out. We're right back into flat now on, well, it just went into the money a little bit. I'm not going to take this. I'm waiting for 44.50s. So if we can get that on the TQs, then fine. But we just came back into the 25 period and held it. So I don't like that right now. I don't like the look of what I'm seeing right here. I thought the market would have been a lot lower here today, not bouncing. But we're still fine. We're still kind of in the pocket on this trade. So let's be patient and wait. I think that's the best thing for me now, is wait to see what winds up happening. Tesla, huge bounce, man, off 480. You talk about, psychological levels. Well, psychological it was there. Huge bounce at 480. You don't get like a huge candle there at 480, but a huge volume bar. But the wick was real, down to 380 and right back up in the same minute. And now you take off underneath VWAP here as well. This looks like a decent trade. We're already short the market, but anything that battles back to VWAP, I would think is a little bit of a short if you were thinking short to begin with, right? Like Apple is strong.
Well, that's sort of the thing. Like if you're thinking short to begin with, Apple is strong, and I'm going to kick myself over that one because, well, first things first, Intel came to the next resistance level. Sorry, I have Intel on the brain because I was just looking at that chart. I'll get there in a second. Did put a topping tail candle in this resistance, so jumped in on the other side. If it respects VWAP, fine. If that 1.5 million buy is still there, then you take shares out in front of it. That was at 26, so it would have to go a quarter down first before it gets there. But if it's still there, I would respect it. Someone did want to legitimately buy. Apple's back above 250, so like it ends up holding. Look, obviously it ends up holding 247. That's kind of random, but it's going to close above that 250 on the 15-minute. Well, it already has closed above that in the 15-minute. So I think if VWAP can catch up, I'd look at VWAP, at least for now. Right now, it's $1.50 from the volume-weighted average price. But I will look for a buy the dip. It's the only stock I was thinking long. It was like kind of on Palantir, but this was on the list before we started talking about Palantir as well. And then just to mention Intel, the chips are not really doing as much of a bounce, and this has gone through the pre-market highs and is getting very close to that close price, that 45 from yesterday. So I'm being pretty patient with it. A lot of times when I think Intel the short is doing this, I'd already be into it, but this time I'm actually waiting for it to get to the 45 level here. But it is on the rally. Super strong names out here, especially led by Microsoft and some of those software names. Let's go to Thea for the first time.
Yeah, I have multiple sources reporting here. Qatar Energy CEO Saad Al-Kaabi has told Reuters that the Iran attack has knocked out 17% of Qatar's LNG capacity for the next 3 to 5 years. And he also said that the 3 damaged facilities represent about 20 billion in lost annual revenue. And the stock is right up on my screen.
Yeah,
all right, thank you.
They're 20%. Thank you, Sia. They're 20% of the global market.
I have a new trade over here right now with Intel. I don't know, man. I mean, a huge move higher for INTC, kind of like right into yesterday's kind of closing prices right into here. So if we break above 80, we're going to get out of Intel. But we put on another trade right there, INTC, giving it a go. Going to wait to see if we get 40, basically right into here. Like, I just put my bid at 45. So we'll see if we can get something around where this wick comes into play if we do retrace right back into the 200 period moving average. So let's just play a little bump and then grind back down, and we'll see if that one wants to wind up holding. I mean, the shorts right now aren't really printing, so a little bit of nervous hands right here as we hold out for a move lower. It doesn't look like we're getting that right now on the futures, so we are a little nervous about this break here now. Here it goes, of VWAP. So as we just mentioned, man, be very, very weary of this. The market is not going lower, which is great for the long term. And it was looking really scary real early there, but it looks like we're okay right now. And I just kind of chuckle because I have no idea where this market's going. There it is, quickly in and out of Intel as it breaks higher. That was a quick one, man. That was a quick little 10-cent hit. We talked about 44.80s as being our stop into yesterday's levels. So as this market continues to go higher, looks like we waited. We got levels that we liked, but just right now breaking through. We do get our last fill up here. If we take out what we said, 20s or 22s, then we'll punch ourselves out of this TQQ trade, but it looks like it's ripping right now. So bye-bye goes the NASDAQ, and we'll have to regroup on this trade a little bit higher if we wind up getting stopped out, which it looks like is going to happen here. Market going higher. Was not expecting that one. I felt like the Fed was pretty hawkish yesterday, and doesn't look like that matters much today as the market got hit down pretty good early and then bought right back up. I mean, I don't know if this is an oil story. Like, is oil actually going down now?
Headlines from
Yeah, oil going down a little bit there, but I don't think that that's really the reason. I mean, the market's taking off here. Good vibes today in the NASDAQ, that's for sure. As here we go, man. Almost ran my level right there. NASDAQ on a run right here.
Well, it did run on IBIT. I want to try to keep things in perspective, which is like, okay, we might be trending up. I don't want to get too stubborn about it. We're not even anywhere close to where we were yesterday on IBIT. That's like 40 to 40.25. So there's a lot that this can push up where I'd have to be patient for the back end of it. I'll keep waiting for like that topping tail, trend reversal, that kind of a thing for a pullback. Intel did get to that 45, that's the level I was sort of waiting for here, but it's not. no topping tail candle, no consolidation. It's too steep and too early for any kind of a trend break because it's only 950. So it'll have to be like a topping tail, obvious lower high entry if I can find one. This is where it just went green.
Yeah, the Qs just ran the top.
So the only other thing to watch is, for myself anyways, Boyle got to VWAP. So there's prior day high, and it's trying to bounce off this volume weighted average price. With this market strength, you do wonder, if the NASDAQ got green today, I'd be incredibly surprised after the tone that was set. And I feel like that would be an interesting line in the sand if the NASDAQ tries to go green. But that could be the next spot. If you're waiting for levels to matriculate, like Intel 45 and this VWAP here on Boyle, the ones that I haven't watched. Keep throwing those symbols in there, and appreciate everyone with the dollar signs. NBIS, NVIDIA, lots that we haven't even gotten to. Micron, let's see if that one can actually rebound. That'll be a biggie. But I'm in a Boyle. It did bounce out to volume weighted average price here. Just wait till it got to this consolidation level. If we get a secondary close, I'd probably add to it at the 60s because that's a better entry. I do want to price mid 60s. That way I'd be risking about 15 pennies into that prior bar low. So this and Intel are going to be on watch. And I guess we're just going to keep doing this fire testing forever.
Yeah, it's forever and ever.
Well, it's such an important thing, safety, that I think we should do the fire alarm test every single day.
What am I keep pushing the wrong prices?
Sure.
Man.
You guys probably, I don't know, you guys probably can't hear it, but.
Yeah, no, I don't think
you guys can't hear it. They're testing the
I
fire
don't think
alarm
for them it's a thing right
now.
45, okay, I keep putting the wrong price. 45.36 right there on the high of the day for the NASDAQ. Okay, all right, so, just realizing there that the 200 period is at 30s, so I'm going to still stay in this short. We are underneath right now, VWAP right there. We did just run it on, it was different. The VWAP's different on the TQs there for me than it is actually on the NASDAQ itself. So understanding and realizing that right now, we'd want to try to go short again right now into that play. So we'll see if there is a continuation right now from the short off of what looks like legit VWAP now. So my bad on that one. It looks like we misplaced our stop. So we'll go back into the short. And if it runs 45.30s or so, then we'll get out that 200 period moving average. Okay by me if that winds up happening. But we are still looking for a retracement, right? I'm still looking for this right back into here where we held last. So up to the 200 period and back down. Rivian, we don't have very many shares left. Less than 20% left on Rivian. Our best out, we got one right there at 63. We got another decent fill at 70s on VWAP. Obviously, with this market going higher, and there goes the break right now, it looks like, on the Qs. So, yeah, the short today going to get waxed a little bit here to the upside. So the short not working out. Rivian going back higher. I don't know what to think. Let's just get out of Rivian if it breaks 20s, 5s right now. I'm not going to hold this all the way back up to the upside. Even though it's only 20%, you hold it too far, a winner becomes a loser real quick. So we got to watch out for that. 17.26 or so as my out there on Rivian, and we'll see what's going on. But yeah, market on the way up right now. It looks like that was a good dip buy in Tesla.
NVIDIA took VWAP here.
NVIDIA took VWAP.
AMD, sorry, just a frog in the throat. AMD took VWAP. Apple got the high of the day. So you're getting a lot that's really starting to break out. IBIT, thankfully, we didn't take another shot at that. That's continuing to trend higher. Said this morning that this could be one of those where you trend down all morning long, and that if you're thinking short when you sat down, that you might have to wait a while before it actually comes into the levels that you would have marked down. So that it could be after 10 o'clock. It's easily possible here. I'm getting that feeling with regard to Intel. And if you look at what's happening with the metals, there's silver. Look, SLV, I know it's down 9%, but that just broke VWAP. That is all uptrend. It's very clear, higher low, higher highs, all that kind of stuff. You guys know what I'm getting at. But you're not even where we were at 8 o'clock. So there's a lot for this to be able to go into. And I know we always want to see the markets go up. That's a nice thing in a general sense. But if you were thinking some of these levels were resistance based on sentiment yesterday, not a heck of a lot has changed yet. So the only thing I'm still in is I look for a sign that Intel could even slow down. Boyle, we're trying to add to that VWAP.
Oh yeah, Boyle.
We'll look for that 20 to come in. But the thing about this was it was bigger after, it's like it does a consolidation, then push, does VWAP, then push. But the afternoon was all the biggest moves here. Let's go to SIA and get another update.
So, U.S. Senate panel has voted to advance Trump, a Homeland Security nominee, Markwayne Mullin. And now let's just look at who exactly is Markwayne Mullin here. He's been the U.S. Senator for Oklahoma since the year 2023. And before that, he was in the U.S. House of Representatives for almost 10 years. He has also been a strong supporter of President Donald Trump and his policies during the Trump's mass deportation agenda. And he's also told reporters that my focus is to keep the homeland secure.
Thank you there, Sia. Okay, this could be
Maybe the
topping
market's
tail.
yeah, maybe the market's coming back in right now. So far, so good. Oh, Marissa just sent me Toronto Comic Con. What? That's right now, March 20 to the 22nd. Oh God, my kid probably wants to go to that. That's exciting. Okay, so nice downside push here happening. We still are short.
1 years ago.
The market.
More fun than you think.
Yeah, no, I think it's really fun. I just think it's more money for me. All right, so there's a downside push there for the markets a little bit.
Open that wall.
We're still. Oh yeah, the wallet is open 24/7. You should have seen dinner last night. That was a very expensive operation. Of course, you know my 11-year-old gets the Barada upgrade. Like this girl is too much, man. All right, 44. Wouldn't trade it for anything, of course. 45 and change. Good little level there. We take out something there at 45.10s right now, or sorry, 45, yeah, 10s. As we get a little bit lower here on the TQQs, we did keep stopping. We really only take this trade 3 times, still too many times, but I kept putting in 44s. Stopping out. So it kept on punching me out when I didn't mean to do it. So we kept on, it's the same price. I mean, we're right here short. We did get stopped out. So one of our only stop outs was when we broke 20s. So that was like a legit stop out there. And then we ran into it and I realized that the TQ's VWAP is a little different here than the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ is, of course, new contract today. So be careful with that. Yeah, you probably didn't even switch over. I was just looking at it and I realized it once VWAP was off. So yeah, instant. Yeah, there you go, Ryan. You are 100%. Barada is an instant order on any menu. So yeah, man, she, you know, we give her the goods and then now we pay for it. Just like I said the other day, what do you want for dinner? Steak and lobster, the first thing out of their mouths. And instead it's ramen noodles and chicken. But no, nice downside play there right now. The wife actually sent me a air fryer she's looking to pick up right now. Air fryers, we had one and used it too much and it broke down. So the Ninja air fryer right now being talked about in my family. All right, I'm gonna take a little bit of a move down here on Rivian. Not that it's actually moving down, but we do get that pull back into 17 bucks again. So we're short. We'll take 20 cents on it. We've already done really well. We only have 20% left on Rivian. This was that early take there on the Uber talk. Yeah, the Rivian drop was great, but it got bought up kind of early here in the market. So we've got to be careful with that play. There it is. We get that fill right there, right now. Too early, obviously, on the Intel offer, but I was pretty happy with it. You know, I'm just a trader of setups. So, you know, to me, it came right back there into 44.80. The market was bleeding early. So I thought that, you know, a little bit of a bump we've seen many times. But I thought like now it's 10 o'clock, right? It's like, so it's making me a little nervous that the futures really aren't coming back in at all. So that's not a play that I'm super excited about right now this short. We got to give it a second. It feels like there's more news underneath. Even silver right here at the 200 period moving average. They're all looking like setups to me short.
And we just had home sales.
Yeah, we just had wholesale numbers. Okay, did we want to go to Sia there? Or I don't know if she was ready for that or not, but there are numbers that just came out there, so we can always check that out. New home sales, 587 versus 722. So new home sales lower right there. Wholesale inventories lower as well. So everything lower, and of course that just means the market goes higher. So remember, bad numbers might be good numbers now because the Fed ain't cutting, and they're going to need some data to do that. So watch out now for a cut.
That's exactly what happened on that number. Like you were, the only red candle on Intel was the entry just now. Got the topping tails looking for, got the entry that I wanted. But realistically, like the second that number dropped, it went from getting the first bid at the 1-to-1 to potentially breaking back out. So I'm going to stay with it. Like it's still the same setup, topping tail candle, all that good stuff. But overall, there was a little bit of a spike on that wholesale number there. I know we got a couple of super chats, but I wanted to bring you just quickly, if I could, back over to a name of strength. That's going to be Apple. It's coming back in. It's not at the 250 yet, but it is starting to come back in here. Apple was one of the strongest names out there. If that can give me VWAP, That's where I'm looking initially, and it's getting closer to that 250 level, so finally pulling back. Boyle, I'm just looking HOD at that 20 level. It already tapped 20 once, and I think yesterday, like early on, it had a hard top on the morning, so I'm looking for just a similar pattern there, like VWAP to the hard top, and then look for a secondary breakout a bit later.
Okay. Yeah, we got more short up there, and we'll just have to wait to see what winds up happening here with that play, and then we'll take some more out as our average price is right here, right now at 32. So, okay, you know, it's not going to be a big hit, obviously, if we take a big hit now. We were just back into the teens on the NASDAQ, and then we got those numbers, and we bumped up a little bit there. So hopefully we can get a retracement back down into that area. I do have a bid 30s and then mid-20s. Here comes 30, hopefully, and here comes mid-20s, hopefully. And then we'll be able to get, we just missed it. We'll try to get a bid down there and see if we can run this short to the downside a little bit. But definitely resilient market early, man. I mean, it's only bumping up. This does not look like an interesting level for me now. We need to get a lot lower. We need to break through VWAP if anything's going to happen. The market definitely jittery up here. How choppy is this, man? I mean, the market just opens up and we get pretty good chop right now, like all the way to the downside, chopped up in here, and then we just keep on legging higher right now. So yeah, not a great experience for the short so far. I still want to be in it, but obviously understanding that the market, you know, is a living, breathing, crazy animal sometimes and just wants to go up to the upside right now today. I didn't see anything in yesterday's report that was exciting for me to go long. So that's why I'm a little bit playing the short side of the trade here today. Rivian down into the 80s, so I think this is worth it. I'll put a bid there. We punch out some 87s right there. Take advantage of at least this name going down. Looks like we'll be wrong on the NASDAQ here today. Still early, don't want to hang it up yet, but doesn't look very promising, especially with this hold. And we were just bidding 27s. We got to 28 and didn't get filled. So hopefully we can get that fill as we get back from Sia. Let's throw to her now and see what she's up to.
Yeah, just taking a look at numbers here. The new home sales number came at 10 a.m. this morning, standing at negative 17.6 from its previous one at negative 6.8%. And new home sales also came in at 0.587 million, with the previous number at 0.712 million, with a 0.125 million difference.
And then whatever it is, it's taken the market high, but it is led by. I think we can look at Micron as a leader of this ship to a certain extent. It's now only down 4%. It's broken the pre-market highs. It's getting into those lows from the aftermarket yesterday. So big time recovery and reversal over there in MU. Oh no! You see, this is the thing. I'm looking in three places, and I might have missed that curl here in IBIT. So I'm gonna say I have. Like, there was your fail break of the high and a bit of a trend break, so I'll see if I can get picked up in here. Was trying to patiently wait for it to fill in more of this gap. I guess that did happen, and I was looking at Intel in the moment. Oops, that's the wrong price. I wanted 67, so we'll go to 67 instead of 77. But Intel continues to go higher because that's where the eyeballs were, as that one seems to want to break it out. We got our topping tail candle on it. Here we go, hit enter a second time. But it's gonna break that prior bar high. And once it does, that's where the stop is and we'll be out. So hands are off the keyboard. I don't know, Jesus at the wheels, people like to say. If we break that prior bar, then we're gonna be jumping out of it. But did miss that shot in Intel. And then one more for you. SoFi was the other name on my list. I'll get to that in a second. We're going back over to Sia at the desk with an update.
So OpenAI has reportedly plans to acquire Astral, which is a startup that makes Python tools for developers. This is from a report according to Bloomberg, and I have on my screen here details. Astral has built some of the most widely used open source Python tools, helping developers move faster with modern tooling like UV, Rough, and Tide. This is coming directly from OpenAI's news source.
Okay, thanks, Sia, for that one, as we watch out for some OpenAI news. And just continue to be the same sort of methods here short. All right, nice little drop down. I'm going to take advantage of this move. Again, we'll bid, okay, well, we'll bid some 20s now. We got to take advantage of that. So we get filled there. I think 22s there on the move down on the futures. So good little levels there. We'll see if we can keep going and make lows now. I mean, lows. I would be sick if we got back into the low. I don't know if that's going to necessarily be the case. case. But here we go. A little fill there. We're still bidding mid-teens to see if we can get something. That's where the 25 period moving average is. So we've been bouncing off there. Every kind of a swipe down gets met by buyers. But you can see right here, the volume on the NASDAQ very, very low right now. So not much going on there. Let's talk about the broader market right here. First of all, the dollar right now getting lower. So that's, that's generally can be a good sign, again, for multinationals, which is not great for me being short, obviously, the NASDAQ right now. But there's the dollar getting weaker into today. So 99.60s as we see gold weaker, silver weaker, US dollar weaker, oil kind of just jamming around. So we'll have to look back at oil in a second. But here's the broader picture right now as we look. So it's pretty red across the board. I mean, it was a lot redder right there on open, if that's even a word. But here goes the caterpillars of the world. We talked about this with our good friend today, the industrial sector with Mitch. Talking about XLI is now at 2-month lows on the XLI. This is producer manufacturing is the category here, but Caterpillar down, GE Vernova, like a lot of these names, Deere not having a great day either today, down a couple points there. NVIDIA, like I said, I really do like NVIDIA moving forward, so it's almost time. I did not buy anything yesterday. I want to look to see about that 170 area. We're getting close to that. We'll see if we can dip by some NVIDIA. Nothing wrong with maybe even doing that now. Look at Micron, man. Again, we said the long to look for would be Micron, and right there today, MU is making that battle back. I mean, a good company with a great report, and there it goes, man. It does take out the lows of the pre-market. Actually, that was basically not really. The pre-market lows were already taken out. This is that development right at the beginning of the day. And then we based out and then we ripped. So if I had been on this stock and noticed this, similarly to Tesla or something like that, then oh boy, that would have been the trade. But we've already got a trade on right now. That's a diamond hand one right here with Rivian. As we said, we would try to hold on to a little bit. So we do that and Rivian comes right back in again. So we'll get knocked a little bit on the Qs. Hopefully position pending, that one works out for us. But Rivian definitely right here is your chicken dinner winner of the day for me. Rivian continues to go a little lower there. So had that one early, man. And glad we did because working out for us. At least one trade here on this side is working.
And of course, on that Uber headline, it got that early spike that's been faded with the market. But what's been going usually counter to the market has been nat gas. So it's a weird one in that you're bouncing at the same time. But that is what's happening, at least for now. We are getting into that top and starting to get to that point where it can't really press any further. It just, every time it gets above 20, someone just keeps slamming it back down to 99, 97. So if that pattern doesn't change, it'll be, I was looking for the top, just like yesterday. So here's your all morning long, the same high, and then back into VWAP. So that's kind of where my head is at. Yeah, I just saw them do it again. So we're going to jump out. I'm already on the bid in front of VWAP to try to get back in at that volume weighted average price. And then IBIT did come in. There was that topping tail that we missed before. I'm still sitting there trying to get that. I wanted that mid-60s as a price. I wasn't able to get it. I only got filled at 60. Still sitting there. If we get another bounce off VWAP, I'll short that same level. But we're now back at the volume-weighted average price as IBIT or Bitcoin starts to come back down. Bitcoin's still under 70,000. Like, for all that bounce, like, IBIT went from the lows of 39.1 to 39.75. We're at 69.6. So, as long as we're resisting 70,000 on actual Bitcoin, and to me, the short's in play. If it's not breaking out above 70,000, then that's where I'd probably consider going long. With that not happening, we're just going to only look for short entries in Bitcoin, looking for the low of the day now here on IBIT if we're able to get it. It looks like really starting to come back in. Oh, that's right, SoFi. Sucks SoFi. It's still looking pretty weak. It looks. Any kind of bounce that it had, we're under VWAP. So if you're looking for it to hold that low from the Muddy Waters report, that looks like it's going to get tested today. So I think we're not getting $17.50. That was the key price from before. VWAP's the only other place to go for me on SoFi.
All right, man, there it is. I told you about this earlier. This was most likely going to be my trade of the day, and we go all the way down into the 200 period moving average. We got overfilled and punched out right away. So that's the end of the Rivian trade, man. I mean, you get the top of the day into the bottom of the day. You got to be happy with that as Rivian fades completely off. I mean, looking at, we could have, I guess, like if I wasn't just so focused here on the NASDAQ, I guess we could have took some more, but I don't know. Like, I don't think I would have taken some more at 17, and just an odd level there for me anyways on Rivian, 17.10. So didn't really see any reasons to reload it, but there it goes, man. It's your sirens up trade of the day for me there on Rivian. It doesn't look like we're getting a trade of the day on the Qs, but we did do good there. We did average out. Oh, we got some more shares there. We did get good out there at 11s. I mean, we got that fill. We got the 25 period, but it looks like it wants to run the top right now again here on the TQs. Pretty aggressive move all the way back to the upside. I'm going to change my stop to 45.56s. It was just a breakthrough 50, but it's a pretty aggressive move right now to the high side. We do average it in. So average price now 37s. It looks like we will. Here it goes, man. Wow, this market is a lot excited about it right now. But let's go over to Neil. We'll get the ad read, and then we'll come back and see what's going on with the TQs here.
Yeah, speaking of this market moving, they've been really active lately, and for traders, this environment creates opportunity. Big moves mean there are more setups and there's more momentum. So to take advantage of these conditions, you need two things: discipline and access to capital. That's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your account, traders can access firm capital and focus on executing their strategy and managing risk. No more fear of blowing up your personal account. No more moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your own savings. This is limited risk trading. So if you want to take advantage of the volatility in these markets without risking your own capital, visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off. Shout out to them, and thank them for sponsoring this next hour of the show. And also shout out to Mitch for coming on in the morning. You know what? In honor of Mitch, what is CF Industries doing? I guess the market's weak, so I guess some of those like food names that have been beaten up might not be catching the bid. That was more maybe of a counter trade. But I did like that call out because they were active last week when I was gone. That was one of the things I noticed when I was in Florida. I was like, oh yeah, look at some of these like wheat plays are interesting, fertilizer plays are interesting in this environment. But also we're potentially bouncing off of the volume weighted average price here on IBIT. It's at least downward trending for now, but I'll have to wait for it to get to that top. The only other thing on watch for me right now is SoFi. Like the market seems to want to go higher, this wants to go lower, so that makes it pretty valid to short pops in, I think. Like most things right now are looking a little bit strong. So next available pop into VWAP, and I want to fade SoFi. Remember Muddy Water support. Oh, we just got a super chat. I haven't looked at this one today, and I don't know if you can throw it up there, Andre. I'm a little bit slower. Oh, we got a bunch. I'll do the last one I see, and we'll try to get to as many as we can. Shane B. Smokin'. Hopefully, SWMR going for 70, long at 30. Well, that IPO was in the right space, right? What can you say about that stock? It's been absolutely insane. It's not, is it? SWMR.
Yeah.
There we go. He just typed it incorrectly in the NASDAQ. It hit 64, so maybe you get your 70. I don't know if this is in the aftermarket. It probably was up at 63. That's why you have dark pools there. But yesterday's highs are a little bit of resistance for now. But what an unreal IPO this has been. Super small is the story. It's the smallest IPO of the year, I think, by notional value. So it gives it an opportunity to squeeze, right? Like, just lower the float, less liquidity there is. These kind of things can happen. It's just unusual to see this. So yeah, good look there. Make sure you always take your profits, though. I feel as if when that one unwinds, it could be pretty nasty. They priced the IPO at $5.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, now it's up to $60. Crazy times right there for Kyle Schwarber and company. All right, I'm going to bid. I just bid some 23s there. We just got out immediately on that move down. We've bid it a couple times, so saved by some movements to the downside. Not saved, but the market almost ran us there to the upside as we sort of changed our stop a little bit, as we got a pretty aggressive move there. And I don't ever want to stop out on those kind of aggressive moves. If we're going to, sort of edge up, that's fine. But like one little shot like that, somebody just hitting the buy key, I don't want to stop out on that. So we'll change our offer. And, you risk losing more when you do something like that. So glad it's working out now as we have. Give me that. Yes, sir. Come on, man. We're doing it again over here. What's up, Hamster, and everybody in the chat, man? I hope you guys are all doing real well. All right, so Palantir here. Wow, get down, man. Yes, sir. Man, we're doing that again on the NASDAQ. Let's go. This time, keep going, man. Don't keep holding those bids, NASDAQ. All right, Palantir, a good high side again. I mean, we talked about any dip buy opportunities. We mentioned 150, But again, like I said to you at the beginning of the day, man, I'm not going to sit there. Yeah, NASDAQ just bounced again. Come on, man. We'll bid some more 24s. You know, we're not going to sit there at the very first moment of the day because, you know, this NASDAQ was looking pretty sick all morning. And then all of a sudden, right off the open, we were like, oh, man, we missed that short right there, that break. And it's kind of like, I tried to get the short into here again, right? And we got stopped out, had that move happen, and now we're short again up here near, it's not even like a key level or anything, just ran that top and looking to see if we, you know, can make a move lower right now. But NASDAQ, a little bit in trouble there. We talked about the XLI earlier with Mitch. That's, again, 2-month lows right now for the XLI. It's been a couple bad weeks, I guess, in a row for many of these ETFs as we see some downside push now for the NASDAQ. And the strong stock of the day was Apple, so that could be one to look at, bouncing off of 250. I'm not sure what sort of else you guys want to look at. BATL there. We can go over to our stock visualizer and have a quick little jaunt at that and give it a little look here. I mean, we can look at Micron as well. Micron, obviously, on the way up. This is what you guys wanted us to do. Micron's on the NASDAQ, though, Sean. Wow, 447. Oh, man, we wanted to look at that long, and we didn't have the guts to pull the trigger there in the first 5 minutes. All right, so there's Micron. You guys are right. That's 447. What a great report yesterday. What a great action trade today. Up 4% off of its lows, right? We started the show down 4%. Tesla got a nice little bump off 380 there, so we can have a quick little look. Data Vault breaks through their dollar marker, now goes sub-dollar, down 18% to 76 cents. That stock is cooked. HIMS, always a good trade, definitely when Obi was here. The good thing about Obi coming here is he trades different names, that's for sure. He was on HIMS there. He got hit yesterday, but it was on his stock trade desk, I think it was yesterday. So always looking for different opportunities. So shout out to Obi. He'll be in for me tomorrow afternoon as we've got hockey. Alibaba 125.50 there today, downside on earnings. That might be a good little level to think about shorting over there for Alibaba. They did not have a good report at all, and looking potentially to go short here. Whoa. That's okay. I was gonna say that's not Alibaba because they didn't bump up like that, but they did. They did bump to 127, 128. I wrote down 130 as a short, but wow, 121 low there. And again, like right off the open, be patient. Try to get that level. We did write down. Thanks, Andre, for putting that sticky note thing up. We did write that up right now at those levels, 127. Possibly coming in right there. So we'll have to wait to see Wagwan that. There goes the TQs near the lows. We're happy about that one as well.
Yeah, for sure. And I know that Data Vault DVLT, remember, they reported earnings, but they also made an acquisition. So there was an acquisition and they reported earnings this morning, and they were up like 30-40% going into it. So you got to be careful with those small cappers when they've already done such a ridiculous move. Sometimes they sell the news. Venus, I see you talking about Oxy in the chat. Thank you for putting the dollar signs in. The only other new thing was waiting for the next available level, right? Like the first level I wanted was where 45. On Intel, so we tried it at 45. It came into the prior high. It's a 45 and a half zone, which is also yesterday's high where the short worked into VWAP. So I'm back into it. Same story. It'll be about, if it takes that top wick out, then I'm jumping out of the trade and waiting for a trend break. But those energy names, a bit of a difference here. Like you look at Oxy, now Oxy goes 3% to the upside, breaking through 60. And then you look over here, look to the left, it's CVX trying to break some highs. So there's some good strength that you're seeing in some of these names. Boyle, by the way, Nat Gas is making its secondary bounce off of the volume weighted average price. So I've been waiting, like the last time I waited for it to actually bounce off VWAP, so just doing the same thing again here. So you're seeing energy strength once again, which I think leads to the market heading, well, whatever, short. So like it's led to things usually heading back.
Oh my God, look at Rivian.
For the most part. But yeah, Boyle bouncing, oil names bouncing as well, looking pretty strong. Love that Chevron, super strong stock.
Oh boy, yeah, we check out Rivian right here. Again, like I had said, man, I thought this was going to be a good trade, and we had a bid that we left here at the 200 period moving average, which is why it looks like we got long and sold there. But there goes Rivian right there into the downside. So that was a good short right off the open, and that's why you want to join us here live every single day at 8 a.m. I mean, this trade comes in at 8 a.m. So good levels there for sure, kicking out on Rivian. So, good trade. We'll see if it can get a little lower for us there. I mean, I'm still not in. I don't know where we're going to buy it. That's what I mean. How low can we go now on RIVN? Looks like lower. Knew that story was a little fugazi, man. So I'm glad that we took it and believe in ourselves to do that. So that was a good one there. Always nervous hands in the pre-market for sure. But I think it was well worth the risk. Okay, so that's that little talk there on Rivian. Here comes the Qs. Give me that 07, man. We're bidding 07s. We didn't get it the last time. Will we get it now? Yes, we will. And there it goes, man. The diamond hand trade again. Hey, man, I said the Rivian trade might be the trade of the day. Maybe it's IBIT. I don't know what it's going to be. But here goes the TQs, man. Finally making that move lower. We just waited for this the whole time. We still have half on. So hopefully we can come back in and start to fill out now. We're going to bid. We just got O's, I believe, as well. So we got 03s there. So now we'll wait. We'll see if we can get some of these lows now. 44.70 maybe incoming here for the T triple Qs. But there it goes, man. 45 cents now in the money over there. And just wish we didn't get stopped out on Rivian, but nice downside play here for the market. See you later. It's a nice move here to get in on the T triple Qs. So boom goes the dynamite on that one. 40 cents now on the NASDAQ. Let's see if we get a little bit lower. I think the correction could happen now. I mean, we just had a nice move higher. Let's see if we correct back into 24,400.
Before we get to the super chat, you're going to see me pop out of IBIT again. That buyer was still on the bid at the exact same level. It was 5 million shares, or 500,000 shares there, and there was 1 million shares a couple of levels underneath it. I saw it bounce once, and the buyer left the order, and I said that's where I'd get out if I saw them again, so I ended up taking it out altogether. So maybe I'll shorten the VWAP, but until that order on IBIT goes, I feel like that's a termination point. Nick W., mind giving your look on STX? Yeah, sure, why not? I just jumped out of both my positions, so we can look at Seagate. You bought a call at 388. You're looking for all-time high next month or two. Hey, at least you got some relative strength in here today. Ooh, that's pretty good. I love when you eyeball this kind of a thing. Well, I love this kind of a setup because oftentimes you'll get this like pullback where like something that's very, very strong and in a long-term upward trend does this pattern where you don't have to take an all-time high break. Instead, you get this bottom channel. It holds like the 50 period, breaks the top of the channel, consolidates above, and then you can be long in here looking for the high. I mean, the other way to play that is to, I guess, you buy the support line. But either way, no, it does look like a good setup. It's broken. You get a consolidation hold today that kind of confirms that low, and then you would work back into the high. So it's not, I don't know, is it still called a bull flag? I never really know. I'm not a chartered market technician, but the premise is still the same. Like you're getting an upward trend consolidation. Only here you can play it into the high of the day without actually having to take said high of the day break. I did not get that Boyle long. So I didn't want to chase it too far. I'll usually give it to like the top end of that prior bar, like this kind of consolidation, but I didn't want to chase it all the way up here. Was trying to get this back into the 70s where we did last time. So I can wait for some kind of a pullback. It's still a bit range bound. Bowl's the only thing that's been clean. Like IBIT worked out like early and then late, right? So I've traded it 4 times. It'll be up because 2 of them ended up working out. But then Intel, that's the one that it just keeps on breaking that high. I might have got topping tail wicked out. But once that happens, like I can't jump back in until it sets up again, right? Like it broke that high. Now we get another topping tail. So I have to wait for this candle to give me an entry here at about that 45.5 zone for sure. Adam James Abroad just sent us a super chat. Throw it up there. Best day in weeks. Opening pop. See you all tomorrow. That's what you got to do. You know what? Actually, I put a note in our academy and actually was talking about a trader with this, about this. It's like you've got to hit while the iron is hot. And you've got to be able to manage your risk and know when. It's like take that profit, also know when to quit. And this was a trader that I was talking to this morning, going back and forth about. He said he was not stopping, but slowing down his trading and some of the North American stuff, and because he hit like a daily month loss limit. I'm like, oh, you've been doing well the last year. He's like, yeah, but if I get to a certain point in the month, I just like slow it down or shut it down. I mean, it's self-imposed. He's like, if I ever see myself that much, I'm like, you know what? What's good about that is a lot of traders won't acknowledge when they're having a bad time or a good time. And so if you do that, it forces you to confront it. I'm like, that level of discipline from somebody who's been up for like I feel like I talked to him, he was up almost like every single month this last year. But to do that was fantastic. So, good look and congratulations on you. Bart says Intel short going to be nice on the next close 5 minute. We'll see. Like the other thing that's going on is it doesn't have like a clean trend line that I can look off of, which I usually like. So not from that little VWAP. If I slap one from the entirety of the day, I think it's a little too steep early. But it hasn't given me that secondary entry. Like I don't mind these like quick, there's my red bar, take it when it's at a resistance level. But when it's past that resistance point, it's got to break trend or show me that obvious head and shoulders look, which it's trying to do now. So it definitely could come into play. So this, I'm looking at the same names, like IBIT, Boyle, and Intel is all it's been for me. And I still haven't gotten into SoFi. SoFi is not really popping in these market moves. I might need to just draw down a little bit here. This is trending. So like this one, I absolutely can say, there it is on a trend line. It breaks the trend line up. I wait for VWAP. But if it holds, this candle closes holding, I should be shorting this bottom.
All right. About the short. Here we go. Trying to get low. Right now, we'll see how low we can go. I just saw lunches here today already.
10:30?
So, earlier than 10:30, man. So, it's very early today. I just saw the guy right now. So, I'm interested to see what's for lunch. You got to stay tuned for that famed segment. All right, so here we go, man. 44.90s coming into play now. We've sort of based out a little bit. I was hoping for it to go a little lower than where we are right now, but it is trying to hold this bid at 44 and change. Whether or not you're drinking water or coffee, please stay hydrated. I have my water right beside me. Right here, right now. Okay, let's go looking for something else right now, because there goes it. Oh, yeah, there goes the TQ. Let's put a little bit of a bid out right there. Come on, baby. We talked about 44.60. Do we just want to put it there? Let's put it at 44.70. See if we can get out of a little bit more down there. We're just going to get out of 10% each. We only have 40% left now of this trade, but it's a big one, man. Now 60 cents in the money. If we could stop out short and win big, that's the recipe for success for this style of trading. ARM to the downside right now, just hit on my scanner, so we can have a quick look. I guess it's just coming back. It's into VWAP a little bit right here, is coming into ARM. So I don't know, gap fills here on ARM. I don't know what's up with that, but maybe the liquidity is just not the greatest here on ARM. Down only 0.5%. Again, I like it. I like their deals with NVIDIA and how they're sort of intertwined so much over there. So there could be some plays there coming through on ARM. The trade of the day, I think, obviously, the trade of the day here, I think, on the show would be that Rivian trade. But as far as Micron, I think this might have been the idea of the day right there on the downside. Like, picking a strong stock on what was a great earnings report and weakness in the market, took advantage of that as we shoot up right there into 450 right now for Micron. So, a good opportunity there for someone to have, captured that low. And then I also think that Tesla, potentially, another great opportunity. And it's happening right now, which is why I don't love it as much. Micron not coming back in. This one is now testing for the second straight time this 380 marker. So I'm already short the market and would like this thing to just continue its downside push. So I'm not going to go long Tesla, but this is not a bad look. If you are in Tesla looking for a decent opportunity here, TSLA right now on the long through and above 480. We'll see if it can hold. Looks like the futures are holding just a little bit right here. Silver was the short. Let me see, because it did rip up into the 200 period right there. We didn't do anything about it. It's still down 9%. Maybe good enough. I was, a longer time frame here, just 5 minutes. It's not like it's a huge difference. That 64 is the 50 period moving average. We probably have enough 50 periods worth of data right here anyways. So we'll see if that hits $64. Doesn't look like that's coming into play off of the 200. It might even look strong potentially here. Holding VWAP is silver. Gold, probably very similar. Big moves down. We were chilling out last week with a few individuals that really thought silver did have a good opportunity to get back to the high side. They're going to be wrong temporarily because that was last week. Gold also to the downside, another 5% here today, so that's not doing well. And then checking in on crude, as we'll check out
Breaking
light
highs.
sweet crude right now. Yeah, breaking highs right now of the open market, or of 930. So right there, 927 high there. We're going to see if we break 97.75 or so. We'll see if we can get some love back in there on the upside for oil. So hopefully oil goes up, and that would make sense of why we're ringing it off right now on the TQs. We'll take another bid here at 91s as we just hold on to the short right now. We do have Sia. She is ready. Let's go find out what she's all about.
Nothing, Sean, just taking a look at the number coming in at 10:30 here. EIA natural gas stocks change coming in at 35 BCF from the previous number at negative 38 BCF and up from the consensus of 31.
Yeah, oil hasn't really changed what it was doing on that number, but it is worth monitoring here. It did dip that second time in a bit of a miss. It dipped into VWAP a second time. I wouldn't think any structural change based on that. It's not reacting. No volume spike or anything too crazy. So we did finally get into SoFi. It held that. Got to redraw that and then save it. So it did hold on to this trend line, made a fresh low, and we're back in filled again. So if it breaks out of the trend, I can jump out and wait for the volume weighted average price there. And then same thing with Intel. It's going to keep waiting for it to get to the next level. It reclaimed underneath that prior low. So this is a level that I'm taking the short. And if it breaks this, then I wait for it to get to the 46.5 zone on that bad boy. The only thing that, Apple, there we go. Okay, Apple is finally, it took a long time, but Apple just pulled into VWAP and then held the 250 level. So it actually took all morning for that to happen. So this was the only stock I actually had on the list as a long. So I'm going to jump into this one. It'll be the first, well, I guess technically Boyle is a long, but that's kind of opposite of the market kind of deal. But it'll be the first actual long tech stock we'll be looking for here today is Apple. Good hold.
Yeah, a couple of rough trades, obviously, on Intel today. I mean, I started off with the short as well there, and not a great look there for Intel off that early short for sure. And there it goes, running the highs again there. I'm only looking at it because the NASDAQ just went higher as well, and I was like, what stocks was I short in the first place? And that was one of them, so tough day there. And here comes the Qs. We did reload it, so I don't know, we'll hit this. I'm nervous because I didn't think the market would, make these kind of comebacks. We do take a 16 there. We did just reload it a little bit at, okay, there we go, take a 17 again. We did reload the short a little bit there at 25s, so gave us basically a little bit of a lower price, average price. So if you do see me ticking around there, that's why my price just changed lower. Some of you guys always ask, like, oh, why did your prices change? We talked about that situation a couple times there. So it's first in, first out. So that's why we're adjusting that price to give us an average price right here, right now on that. So yeah, so far so good here today as we just wait to see what names are going to pop up into the blotter next. Yeah, all right, let's go over and look at the stock visualizer. We want to thank everybody for once again watching here today, and put your dollar sign and then the stock. We already looked at Micron. I mean, Micron is an absolute wagon, like honestly, man. 454 now for Micron. Buy the best names on weakness whenever you are in doubt right there. This was down 7% earlier, and I think it was Dave's dumb trade of the day. I think it was a Micron long. So congratulations. That is now very, very much in the pocket. It seems like you traders are the ones out there, and we're just sort of throwing stuff to the wind here. Silver, HIMS, Intel, SNDK, Tesla. Oh, wow, there's the bounce off 380 again on Tesla, man. Wow, I hope some of you guys are taking some of those fills. Microsoft now below $4 as we saw the SaaS names kind of rally up. So I thought Microsoft might rally with those names. Does not look like it. I'm going to adjust just now Micron. 455, man, was still down $7, but Micron well up now, up to 455, looking to go green, and that is definitely rallying the market right now back to 450. I mean, whatever. At this point, we'll just keep our stop right now. The market getting excited. See, you got news about this rally or what?
Sean, we're talking about Crypto.com here. So Crypto.com has laid off 12% of its employees because it is integrating artificial intelligence. And CEO of the company, Chris Marszalek, has said that the cuts were to roles that do not adapt in the new world. A growing number of companies have also cited AI for mass layoffs because CEOs, as we know it, are thinking of what kinds of jobs their firms really need. So right here, I have the tweet directly from the CEO saying that we are joining the list of companies companies integrating enterprise-wide AI. Companies that do not make this pivot immediately will fail, the CEO has said in an X statement.
Thank you for that update. And look, if we're through VWAP, it took way too long to get along here. But Apple, like, we'll see if it can get back to the pre-market highs. It held that 250. It broke the downtrend. So if it's a trend play, then trend in, trend out. But I will be looking at 251.5 as that potential exit point over there in AAPL. Intel continues to go here. Oh, Luis just Valbuena. Is anyone here shorting Alibaba? I think we kind of forgot to look at that one on earnings. Alibaba's, oddly enough, is exactly where it was when we probably talked about it this morning on those earnings, which is down 6.5%. I think it got this might be SSR. No. Really close, but I don't think it quite got there. Anyways, Alibaba, they actually missed top and bottom. So if you're looking for some kind of a short, this is weaker than the overall market. It's still underneath some resistance, but it's over VWAP for me. It's forming a flat bottom that maybe would be the short area. I had 128 as the level, and obviously you can see it didn't get anywhere. I mean, it's within $3. I guess that's not nothing. So it could get to 128 still, but that was the level I was looking for the short on BABA. For now, it's just going to be this Apple. See if it can press back into those highs, hold on to that volume-weighted average price. They had a minor story, China sales doing very well. They're picking up a lot of market share compared to competitors.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, man. We did have Alibaba written down. We did put it down on our note. Obviously, we put the 130 short there. So, it's something to look forward to. Man, it's really warm outside, so I hope Sharif is enjoying the day. 7 degrees right now. All right, 45.50. We did average it back in there. Now it's coming back just a little bit. I was going to put a bid, maybe put a small bid here. All right, small bid at 30. We'll take that fill as we average into the short again. I'm still bidding 25s. There it comes right back to the downside. It'd be nice if we get more of a push now. Lower here on the Qs as we just touched out the highs again. So let's see if this name wants to give me some 20 fills, and there it is right there at 20. You just got to put a bid in when you're trading the TQs, right? I mean, you get such, it doesn't really matter the gateway you use. If it's like a big key level, I'll use like a sort of an inverted gateway where we pay to get the fills, because honestly, man, like even if I have hundreds and whatever shares up here, most of these bids are like 20, 30, 40, 50 shares. So, the rebate's not going to matter that much. It obviously adds up over time, but, we're trading for gross. So if it happens, it happens. But we're bidding 16s again right there. There it goes, man. Sweet 16 as we get on the bear one more time. I hope you guys are trying to follow some of these TQ trades. They've been good. Just we lost there early, and now 4 or 5 reloads in a row now. Yeah, get down, get low. If we can get those 10s again, we'll take that. I'm bidding 03s there. So nice little reload, man. Now it's 40 cents in the pocket here on the TQQs. So that's a good play. I was sort of thinking like Microsoft here today. Why some of these SaaS names are going higher. I thought Microsoft would follow suit with those. I mean, we've seen CRM, we saw IGV, many of these names continue to make moves. And maybe that was the move right there. And now back in for Microsoft. Let's see if it gets faded just a bit. Let me check CRM because we did have that big move. Yeah, so there it is, right back in as well. So yeah, something got excited early. It must have been all those software names that really jacked this market. And now you're falling right back in again into these levels. We're still waiting, man. We're still waiting to get back some of these losses off the early TQQ trade, but I'm really holding on for this move lower. So that would be a good look there. And then Palantir, we've seen a huge move up. That's now twice in a row. Like this just happened 10 minutes ago, where for some reason we went into 150 there. Like the market makes this move down, and so does Palantir. Market makes the move up, and so does Palantir. So we're obviously on a pretty tight beta here to the market right now for PLTR. So if the market does get juicy and like starts to rip, Palantir will outperform. We know that. Like the NASDAQ up 1% means Palantir up 3 or 4%. So, watch out there if you do like a long. I think Palantir, Micron, those kind of names, something to look forward to as we just keep on getting out of our TQ trade there. But yeah, there it is. You guys, I don't know if you're talking to us, don't need to trade penny crap today. Yeah, I mean, there's probably some stuff.
Oh, I'm sure there's something.
Yeah, I mean, there was that
MOBX was the
DVLT.
that was bad. MOBX was trending higher.
DVLT, yeah, and then
That was the right one.
yeah, this is one down 16%. Got going early on the downside. Data Vault, really good smack, down about 10% right there off the open. So that was 78, 79. You're probably gonna have to pay for shorts. Whoosh all the way to the downside there, and since then it's been on a move back up. So, you know, nice move there for DVLT. Just 57 million shares.
I paid for them yesterday. They were dirt cheap yesterday.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah.
I didn't use them, I don't think.
No, I didn't see it.
No. Because it was like $1 fail break I was looking for. It got to 98 cents, but it was basically free on that one. So same entry, but this time it's a trend line break. It doesn't matter. I don't care which one you want to draw. You draw it from the low of the day to that prior bar, but also from the initial entry, that support line is also breaking on Intel. At the same time, SoFi get into VWAP and failed it, so we're back into the short on SoFi. I don't need this anymore, not really using it. So SoFi broke that low trend. Now we're just holding for that VWAP retracement. So VWAP retracement on SoFi back into the lows is also playing. Apple hasn't, I mean, it's still holding on to the prior low from the volume weighted average price. Oh, and I did want to jump back over to Boyle. Do not want to forget about the energy names for everybody. But remember that chance that it could hold VWAP again? It did the first time. It did the second time. But the third time, no bid whatsoever. So if you park a bid at the volume weighted average price, it would have worked twice. This time, I don't want to call the trade done in Boyle because maybe it'll find some support down at $19, but temporarily this one is definitely done. And if you look over at what's going on in USO, oil doing much better. It's still on trend to the upside. So it's really just Boyle that's taking it on the chin with that hammer candle. So no long at VWAP there.
All right, just looking for some more stuff. If there's any news that pops through, man, we'll get some information from Sia over there. Just real quickly here on Intel. Of course, there was a story at Intel. Versa partners with Intel. This is just at 10:40, so not too long ago, to enable AI edge using Intel Xeon processors. So that story was a couple minutes ago, so I'm not really seeing any backfills on that story or anything, but coming back in and trying to bounce just a little bit off right there. Oh boy, did we get that fill? Yes, we did. I'm gone into like scalp. I'm still holding half, but we did reload it, so I'm just like reloading and getting out of that reload scalp right now. You don't want to reload something and then not take advantage of it when it comes back into some clear support. So it's just like you shouldn't even get the opportunity. Like yesterday into the close when we were short the Qs, which was huge. We were using the TQs. Like, we didn't even get an opportunity to get this price again, right? It was just kept on bleeding down, and every sort of bump up was met by hits. So today, as you're seeing, much different story here. Similar profitability and stuff like that because of the fact that we have reloads. But I feel like it's going to break this, man. I mean, I don't know. Oil's not really doing a whole heck of a lot right now. We looked at silver and gold. They're trying to retrace just a bit. And before I say that about oil, we did have USO up to 120, so still here right now. I mean, come on, get down market right here. Okay, there's a little bit of a tick lower there on USO, but you can see like this is the sort of the epitome of what I mean by doing nothing right now, kind of just hovering around at these levels, 121 USO, and then yes, right now for the NASDAQ. I hope you guys have that. There's silver right now, short 64s could be a play as well. But hey, man, I'm only in one position. Neil's got 3 on right now, so we can go back and have a quick little look over there. Oh, Five Below was an interesting name. We looked at this yesterday. I was like, oh my God, like how good has this stock been? This was $50 last year at this time. It's $233. Five Below, again, whacked early and then just whooshed right back up to the upside. So another earnings name that really just continues to print people out. So good little level there for Micron. Maybe this 455, I don't know. That was where we just stopped at. And Five Below just keeps on, making huge moves to the north side there. We just got an 04 or something like that on our TQQs. Yes, we did get 04, so that's a good level. We'll wait for lower now. 44.80, my next bid.
Yeah, 44.80 and, 16.6 on SoFi. It continues to bounce off the low, so I want to respect that. Intel, after breaking the trend, hey, that didn't save. There, I'll just make it relatively simple. Oh, my P/8 bar is gone. Can't hit save. it's still holding the same consolidation. It's been basically the same level that it's set up each time. So I haven't really had to change much in terms of like where we're getting that short. So I don't want to change anything. This is going to be a retracement into a VWAP style of trade. Apple is trying to hold the line off that volume weighted average price, but it's barely holding. 249.5 is going to be our exit point. I haven't added back into it, and I won't unless it's above the volume weighted average price. So hasn't been any reason to. For now, like I said, the shorts are coming right back into it. So Intel hopefully gets to that VWAP, and we're going to go for sector watch with SIA. It's already 10:46.
All right, almost what's for lunch.
Just taking a look at the market here, S&P down 0.57% currently. Mix of red and green I'm seeing on my screen here, but what I want to talk about is Micron. Despite its blowout on the Q2 earnings, the stock is falling right now and is currently down 1.87%. Tesla down 2.92%. Nothing crazy going on here, guys. That's all. Back to the guys.
Yeah, and of course, like, you know, for those of you that are trading oil and looking at that, IDF strikes Iranian naval infrastructure in the Caspian Sea. So you're going to continue to see a lot of that back and forth. Although, as I said, you know, oil, not really catching that bid. After all, we'll get rid of that and throw that out of the way. You don't have to see it anymore. But maybe it catches that bid at that 19. Just want to see where its strength might be outside of USO. And of course, you can look at the XLE as an example. That's super strong. We already showed you guys USO. So lots of energy names moving higher. Oxy, CVX are both looking very, very good to the upside. If you got some energy in your portfolio, then that's a good place to be hedged. At least I think so. I love CVX.
Yeah, I like CVX as well. I prefer. I just got XLE, so get them all. But yeah, CVX is a nice one there with a dividend for sure. You want to get a good dividend, man. Campbell is a good dividend right now. General Mills is a good dividend right now as well. And let's check out what Eli Lilly is doing real quick. Nice little bounce off those lows of 912, but we were a lot higher earlier. This name actually got green. When the market tanked off open, Eli Lilly actually made highs right into there off the open. So be careful with all of that right now on Eli Lilly. I mean, I really like the stock, and I think should be a good one there moving forward for Eli Lilly. So I think you buy the dips on this. I mean, it's been really crushed, man. That's 1100. If we use sort of this ruler there, is this the ruler? Measuring Fibonacci, so it must be this. All right, if we take sort of these highs, we'll just take it from here and go all the way down and see what this retracement candle looks like. 17% to the downside there for Eli Lilly. So, you know, you do get close to bear territory for that stock. And I think the 200 period makes a little bit of sense there as we wait for that oral pill. And then we also wait for what's in the pipeline there. Maybe GLPs aren't, you know, the big, I mean, obviously they're a big thing, but maybe they're not as big as it's starting to fall back in. We've seen Novo Nordisk get hit as well on those plays. Oh boy, man. Sharif, you may remember that early on in the morning, we did have Rivian to the short side at $17.20. It's at $16 right now. We did do the whole cover right there at $16.40. So we'll fire off a hot dog cannon for that trade, but $1 right there, more than $1 to the downside. I was really glad to hear that report. But downside there for Rivian. And yeah, we'll see a deal with Uber there in Rivian today. Started giving that shot right there up to the upside. So nice move. We sort of thought that would be the trade of the day early, and it looks like that should be the case late even. We'll see if we can put something on that resembles a better look. But that one for me was just really well structured. We saw the bounce up right there. I took the short against sort of there, knowing that we would average in if it came back to 20, and then using that top wick as our out. So it really gave it to me, and then we just hit it. So we only had one unit in total, half there, but that is what it is. Good question there, Svander Stam. Maybe Svander. I don't know. Svander Holyfield.
I can't figure out what that is.
Oh, maybe this guy got his ear bit off. I don't know, Svander Holyfield. All right, so right into there. Hey, I'm here all day, everybody. No, I'm not. I'm actually be back at 2. And then tomorrow I'm out at 11. So you'll have Obi and Neil, the dynamic duo over there. You can be
Vietnamese dongs. That's what.
Oh, okay. I could have another joke there, but I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to go there right now. You know, I'm trying to be a trader, and we don't need to talk about Vietnamese dongs over here. All right, 155.40 coming in. Did I just do it? 155.40 there for Oracle. I mean, if you're talking about shorting it today, I'm not sure. I mean, it's kind of like what I'm thinking about the NASDAQ right now. Although we are underneath VWAP for the NASDAQ, it doesn't seem like it wants to go too low. So I don't really like the short, man. I would much prefer 153 there for the lows. Wait for VWAP to come in and then potentially go long instead of the short on Oracle. I actually think, and I'll say this because Adara's not here, but I think Oracle is done getting cooked. If it comes back into 140, I'm not very positive on the market. I just don't think that this sort of reaction is still in play for Oracle. Like, obviously, that was a huge dramatic move down, but we did bounce close enough to those April lows there. I don't think we retest. And if we do, man, I think that there's going to be other stocks that get hit way more aggressive than Oracle does if we wind up making those lows. And I think it'd have to be a data center, obviously, issue there, or people pulling back some of their CapEx. Like, I don't know exactly what's going to create the huge move there for Oracle, but I kind of like the long. And look at the NASDAQ, man, right back up. So we got to... I mean, I'm glad that we took advantage down here near VWAP, but we should have taken a little bit more out when we got to those levels. We're still stopping out up to the upside right now. But the one thing that we're all waiting for, other than Sia's segments, of course, is what's for lunch. So this lunch was here real early, so it better be something that doesn't need to be warm. Okay, here we go, man. Today's what's for lunch menu. Yesterday, way too salty. On the ground beef, in my opinion, there. We had black pepper beef. I would say it was black pepper / salt beef there, but it was still pretty tasty. I mean, the taste was good.
That bad.
Today's flag is that of one of the greatest countries in the world, of course, with 60% of our audience being United States. I cannot say the greatest. This is herb grilled chicken. All right, piece of chicken. Herb grilled chicken, vegetable pilaf, roasted vegetables, chef's choice salad. The thing about the herb grilled chicken, it'll be a chicken breast, so I think at least it'll be decently cooked, I would think there.
I just hope it's not too dry.
Yeah, too dry is the problem, but it's better than too pink. So right there.
Yeah, at least you won't get sick.
Yeah, you won't. No, nothing going on there. And shout out to the caterer. They've been, I think, stepping up their game recently. Yeah, exactly. So all good there. TQs does that drop in again? So I'm taking it out. Another piece out right there. You're not going to see me because I'm going to be out of here, but that's the stop, right? If we break the highs of the day here on the TQQs, I got to get some agua going on here as we only have 7 minutes until our flagship takes over.
Yeah, 7 minutes to go. And Jason, Lindsay, I don't know what makes that lunch Canadian either, but I think the flag is just a fun thing that they do. I don't think I wouldn't read too much into it just to spice it up a little bit. No, it is not some kind of Canadian dish that is secret. Until we get poutine, it's not going to matter. But just for the structure of the last two trades, because I don't think I'll be anything new, if the shoulder breaks on the head and shoulder, then I'm out. I'm in at the same level. This time we're in a bit of a trend break. It has to break this consolidation to take any fills out, right? Like, it's pretty clear structure. And if it breaks that, it'll be this bar here. Like, this head and shoulders level gets out, not the high of the day because it's drawn a little too far. Then we'll jump out of that. SoFi is still, look, man, I want SoFi to go higher. I actually like the response for what it's worth. From SoFi. I think leaning on the fact that they're heavily regulated, and they hold a bank charter, so they didn't get into a little bit of any mudslinging. The whole note about Anthony Noto buying shares, it was a very small dollar. He didn't buy a lot of shares. It was good press that he did some dip buying on that store on the Muddy Waters report, but it wasn't a lot. But either way, it's not bouncing today, so we'll keep shorting this one in front of the volume weighted average price. But as I said before, like, I own shares of SoFi. I wouldn't pull the trigger yet because it hasn't shown any signs of holding a low, holding a higher low. Usually, what you'd get after like a dead cat bounce or a post earnings bounce, I would treat it like that for SoFi, and it's got to prove to you that the downward trend is broken. And it hasn't done that, unfortunately. Scott, yes, he did buy millions worth. I know Anthony Noto bought millions worth previously. I'm only talking about the response to the short seller report, because one of the things that you heard us say that day was, I was kind of thinking, he's very active on X a lot of times in social media. I was thinking that he was going to pop off on them, which would have been a good sign of confidence, but he didn't. He didn't say anything personally. He let the corporate response go, and there was a small amount of shares that got bought. I would have if there had been like a bigger statement. I feel like that would have been I would have liked it a little bit better. That's the best.
$500,000 is fine. I mean, I don't know how much where his stock compensation
He bought millions
is.
like a couple of weeks ago. So
Yeah. I mean, these guys.
previous
It's
buys.
nice to see him supporting the stock, of course, but yeah, you'd like to see a little bit more. But whatever. I mean, I wouldn't. If I was him, I would not even come close to buying any more SoFi shares or any of these stocks. I mean, right now the financials seem to be working through some of the issues. That is for sure. Robinhood's still down that 2%. If anything, I'm already in SoFi, quite decently. So not too worried about buying more. But in none of Robinhood. Robinhood's chopped in half from their highs, as is SoFi. So some of these plays, man, just continue to be really beat up. Look at Robinhood. Robinhood's at the same level all month. That's kind of the different thing about Robinhood v SoFi is Robinhood has shown, as Neil had mentioned there, you're waiting for some sort of a strength to happen in SoFi. Robinhood has shown 70 as a bottom. So, like, if you're going to do anything in the financials, like, Robinhood looks much different than even any of the other names, man, like JP Morgan or anything, Wells Fargo, whatever you're looking at in the banking space. Robinhood's already been down here for just so long that maybe you do get a dip by opportunity. Like, JP Morgan, look, I mean, it just made a bottom right now. There's not that month support down here, right, like you do see in Robinhood. So I would think that that could be something. And then the stock that nobody wants to talk about, of course, is Webull. We can have a quick little look at that. I'm not sure what this bottom looks like. We can have a quick little look, though, at it right now. It's been, so this one does have something similar to that of SoFi. That's Robinhood. That is sort of the same level right there, but then where's my marker?
Those are all-time lows.
Yeah, exactly. And then you get the break right there of Webull. So breaking through 565. So something to be talked about is the potential lack of strength in Webull and maybe the strength in a Robinhood. So looking at that, if there's a dip down in Webull, you might
Robinhood. That's for sure.
Yeah, you might want to avoid that there for Webull and potentially buy some Robinhood. Look, man, both names are chopped much down. This was $16 down to $5. So this is a third the value if you're looking to pick up some value plays. Right now, Webull is not the one. They also don't even make money. So, neither do any of these names. But I think SoFi EPS positive. I'm not sure about Robinhood. I'd have to look at that one. Just relaxing. We did take another fill there on the Qs. 2 minutes left, and we'll get going there. Yeah, Webull is a wee bear.
SoFi was running third, I think, on the recent polls. It's not polls, I guess. It's Kalshi and Polymarket aren't polls. The next name to get added to the S&P 500.
Yeah.
SoFi was on that list, and so they have to qualify. They are making profit, so they are at least on the short list. It was third last I checked. I'd have to double check. That was probably 2 weeks ago. So. I don't even know if that's still going to be true. Just to come back over, and we only have a couple of minutes to go. If you're looking at, it's interesting. What's interesting about the energy names is USO has really barcoded in here. But if you look at what's going on still with the XLE is blasting higher, led by things like CVX. Actually, that's pulled back quite a bit. And Oxy and XOM have been much stronger than just looking at straight oil. Let's go to SIA, and then when we come back, we're almost at, I guess we're already at lunchtime for us because it got here a while ago.
Yeah, exactly.
So the dollar index is trading around the 100 level and has firmed over the past couple months. There's hotter U.S. producer prices and ongoing geopolitical tensions as we know it that are supporting the safe haven demand. Also, after yesterday's FOMC meeting, the Fed rates, as we know it, have left unchanged between the 3.5 and 3.75% level. Now, also, the Bank of Japan has kept its policy rate unchanged and has signaled that any tightening path will be gradual, and the yen, as we know it, is sensitive to global yield spreads and therefore is high in risk sentiment here. Also, another name I want to mention here is despite a weaker than expected GDP, the New Zealand dollar is also rallying against major peers in the Asian trading. That's all.
Okay, that's all.
Yeah, and then get back going there. Okay, my Benzinga just crashed. I actually wanted to see right here because I may stand corrected on Webull. Someone in the chat there said that Webull was actually positive EPS. So yeah, EPS right here. Yeah, you are right, man. There it is. Next quarter, looking at 5%. 4 cents right there. EPS this year, 3.60 was up year over year. Obviously, in the last 3 to 5 years, we're downside right there. But I don't really see that's EPS diluted right now, minus $1.19. So I'm not 100% sure what I'm looking at here. I'll have to figure that out because they don't.
Not a forward PE.
They don't have. Yeah, it's because they're guiding, I guess,
Yeah,
right? So I don't know. Right there, forward PE, not doing well there. And then here's SoFi as well. Again, you know, you have to sort of dig through these numbers. I don't even use FinViz. My Benzinga has crashed like basically every 5 minutes for me, so I'm giving up on that. There's EPS, yeah, for SoFi, nice little 38 cents right there. And again, the diluted EPS, earnings per share. Look at their PE. It's still nasty. You don't need a 43 PE if you're a fintech name. That is for sure, especially if you got that bank charter. I mean, JP Morgan, you know, I think the worry is that SoFi does have, oh my God, it's 11:01. Not only did we start... Hold on a second here, Sharif. Yesterday, you know, we took over 15 minutes early for these guys.
No, they owe us.
So I mean, I got to take a look at Joe's little sheet there where he's keeping track.
That we always do that. It just makes up for everything.
I think Joe's forgetting a lot of things. There's PE right here, 14.25 right now. I'm going to check out his spreadsheet and see how many days we're owed, because remember, he's keeping track. But there's the forward PE there for JP Morgan, 14 to 12 right there. So we like JP Morgan.
That's cheap.
Obviously, much better than
cheap.
Okay, all right, there we go. I don't know if he's hitting fail on JP Morgan or what he's hitting fail on there, but JP Morgan downside. All right, man, it's 11:02.
He's hitting fail on Pineapple Energy.
And he's a little...
I'm spoiling something for you there, Sharif.
Okay, yeah, don't spoil it for Sharif, man. Sharif is...
Oh, he just asked for shorts on it, that's all.
Oh, okay. Shout out to that one. There as well. You are more than welcome. It's our flagship. They're about to take over. And then you're going to get a treat tomorrow afternoon as well when Obi sits in this desk for me from 2 to 4. Neil will be here, which is always a good thing. And we will see you. Thanks, Sia. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you at 2 o'clock.
Boom. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show.
Is my screen here?
That's your... No, I think you're good. I don't think it's
We're all right now there.
This handsome gentleman is your boy, Joey frickin' Options. And I'm Sharif. And let's say hello to everybody. Shout out to Ronaldo.
What's up, Istanbul?
Istanbul from... Is it Europe? Is it Asia? A little of this, a little of that.
A little bit of it.
Shout out to Omar. Shout out to MF Dangerous. We got Gorev, PMAC, Bristol, Armenian Muscle. Get it, Armenian Muscle. There we go, baby. We got Dino. We got Hangry Wife. Shout out to Fred, Oshiri, Roulette, Manifest. I'm turning into Manifest Codes now. Andrew Chow, Old Wise Trader. Shout out to Brisso, Trading Nurse. Get it, Trading Nurse. We got Big Scalp. Big Scalp? You're lucky Big Kyle's not in the chat much these days. He'll fight you for that big moniker there. No, I can't. Just, of course, Random Bratley, Deep Cheeks AI. All right. Joe Cowboys, Daniel, Byron Hart. Shout out to Kirk D. We got Mr. Janky Stock and Ronald Grimmond, Dark Skin. Bob Walters, we got Mrs. Lawfi. Shout out to I'm Trading Rick, Captain Bananas. I like that one. Who else, man? We got some new names here, Joey. We got City Boy 305. That's not a new name, but CAD Wave is Georgie 22. Shout out to Captain Bananas. Ahmed, we got Algo Assassin. I like that name. HP Motors, good day back at you. Commodity King, shout out to the King. Tony Zeta and Mr. Alex Stosia. I probably butchered that last name. I do apologize, Alex, but good morning to you, brother. Good morning to you as well.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. No athlete of the year. We do not hate you.
What?
All right,
we love you,
hate
bro.
is a very strong word, my
crazy.
friend. All right, guys, let's get right into things. We're going to kick it off with RIVM. We've seen the Katina Man was short this morning. I was thinking the exact same thing off of that pop. So we've started to form a little bit of a flag here, and I'm like, all right, let's see if we're going to break down through the support level, consistent lower highs. but I wasn't going to allow it to fool me. I had a game plan with this one, and it was either going to crack through that support level, and this is what I'm referring to right here, or it was going to rip up and volume kicked in. So what happened is, selling the lower end of the range, something that I don't necessarily love to do, but I was prepared to flip and flip aggressively, and that's essentially what happened here. The volume kicked in, we didn't get that breakdown, and I'm like, you're not going to fool me today. All right, today is not the day you're gonna fool me and kind of absorb that liquidity. So essentially what happened was no breakdown, as I just mentioned, but then the volume started to pick up in the other direction. So I bought my shares back and then some, tripling up my position to the long side. And sure enough, we were fortunate to get a continuation here in volume, and we pieced them up all the way up into 1710s. And then it started to curl back over, and I'm like, oh, you're just doing a liquidity grab before you head lower, but I didn't flip once again as it broke through that 1670 level. It started to head towards the volume weighted average price with momentum, and I'm like, I was thinking about flipping short, but I did not. And then sure enough, the original thesis, Katina Man also going short earlier in the pre-market, was correct, but we'll take this all day. So that Rivian trade, nice for us. Still up 4.7% here. And then we took 2 attempts on the short here in Alibaba. It's just an absolute choppy mess here. Tried catching the top end of the range. It does move significantly in my favor here, considering the size that I had on, but it just wicked me out. So I'm like, you know what, you dirty dog, nicey stock. We're getting out of here, and sure enough, we're going to avoid Alibaba Group here on the day. And then I had a strong hunch that the NASDAQ was going to get a little bit of a breakup here as we were consolidating right at the volume weighted average price, and now we're starting to punch through resistance zones. What do we have to do, though? Let's keep an eye on the volume by time profile. For right now, it is not starting to uptick, and we want to see that increase as we punch through resistance. Anyways, aside from that, guys, what do we have on our radar? It's going to be Alibaba, RCAT, and Rivian. Those are my primary suspects for today's session.
All right, man. We're just about to get long here on Mob Deep. MOBX into the high of the day. It's got support, I perceive, at 61. Okay? This looks like a bull flag to me. A lot of buyers at 61 over here. I'm going to have to, so I'm going to get in here, and we're going to give it to 60. No, to 60. Pardon me. I thought it's the other way around. Sorry. So I just have to throw that in. So we want to get in that many. So did we get? Yeah, good. So we're going to go 60. Well, yeah, I'll have to give this a little bit over here, just in case we cover. No. Can you take over?
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys, so I'm just looking out here on some trading view and
all right,
seeing how...
I'm good.
You're good?
Yeah.
All right, there you go.
Just have to get that in. All right, short, long. Let's talk about the short. Thank you, Neil. I missed it because, well, I had to set up my platform. I was looking to go short 192. That was my original plan. We didn't get it. So we got 184 short. I'm looking for 175. That's 1R for me. There's 79. Looking for a bigger move down. 78 now showing up on SUNE. Flat bottom break through 92. Looking for continuation into the low, okay? Sure. I see a lot of support at 170. That's the pre-market low at around, I want to say, not pre-market low, pre-market consolidation area support. It kind of held there, I want to say, from around 720 to maybe when we got off to Schneid, as Neil would like to say, about 820. So we're going to continue to watch SUNE. I stop out above the volume weighted average price. It really is that simple, okay? And then we're keeping an eye here on MOBX, getting in at the high, always a little bit dangerous, but I like the support at 60. Come what may, we end up stopping out, we stop out, we move on to the next trade. Kind of disappointed that I missed my entry on SUNE because these are super entry specific trades because we're talking about pennies here that we're trying to pick up. So if you've kind of missed it, you kind of miss it. Now, SER is the other one that I'm looking for long. So there's a bunch. Amex, okay. It's an Amex stock. SER, keeping an eye out on this one. It's not exactly breaking trend in the most cleanest way, but I'm alive to the fact that it has broken through a little bit over here. This is the one I'm talking about, SER, prolonged downtrend. Now, I don't want to put on my long goggles and say, yo, bro, you know, when it breaks above the downtrend line, that's the AA plus setup. Yeah, maybe in a different market, Katina, man, but we're not in the best long market at the moment. So, bro. Bruh. All right. So that's what we're looking for there on SER. I don't want to get too gung-ho with this one. I do see the downtrend. It is breaking. I'm going to wait for a little bit longer. If this one really has the juice to take out that 2.5, then, you know, we'll get it at a different level. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on here. SUNE, that's the short. MOBX, that's a long. And SER, we're certainly keeping an eye on that. As you can see, though, we've got a bunch of other ones going on. DLTH looking real freaking good, up 33%. Continuation from 7 a.m. Nice higher low, higher high trend over here. You can very visually see that by drawing some of these trend lines. Nice upward channel manifesting on DLTH. I'd play it as a range until it's not. 295 high. That gives me a bias that we at least glance at 3. We'll have to wait and see. ACXP, also another pretty good one here. Bull flag, found support at the volume weighted average price a couple of times, 1035, 1040, hold. It's not clearing that 6 2/3 area. In fact, it looks like that local seller is coming in at 60. I think a breach of 60, 660 that is, on ACXP probably sets us up for another high day test in the 91, possibly 7. So that's another look there. VET, VET, this one looks like a short. This is a buy program that got turned off at around 11 o'clock. How many times have we said that to you guys? Random area with which to find a top, 14, 15, coming back down into 14. I think if this loses the 10 EMA, and by extension of that, prior bar low, 1105, hammer candle, bottoming tail, with the low of which is 391, this is a short into VWAP at around 352. That's VET. What else are we looking at? ALDX. I used to go to a school in grade schools called Alexmere Junior Public School, and we had like a school song. We used to sing ALEXMUI. Every time I see this stupid stock, it reminds me of that song.
That was your
ALD. Yeah, it was. It was like a little.
I don't even think we had a school cheer like that.
No?
No.
We had a school song.
I'll give the Americans a little bit of credit. What's up, class? Half full. I'll give the Americans credit. No matter what high school you go to, college or anything, they all have a chant and very patriotic. We don't necessarily have that.
I do agree with that.
We don't have that here.
I do agree with that. Yeah.
Everybody's just like, you know what, go out and do your own thing. Different groups. You know what I find? That Canadians are really, really, it's like, hey, stick with your friend group and don't bother.
Exactly.
It's not the same,
I
right?
agree with that.
All right, let's get into some things, man. And that's how it is. Like,
you're not plugged in,
I'm not plugged in. I'm not tapped in. All right, Sia, talk to me.
Yeah, just have a quick news and update on Waymo here. Has just announced that their autonomous fleet has now driven a combined 170 million rider-only miles without a human driver as of last December. That is December of 2025, up from 127 million in September of 2025. And that is also 467,000 miles per day on average. Waymo has also released updated safety stats. You can see it on my screen over here. LA standing at 37.8 million, San Francisco at 53.5, and Phoenix at 68.61, followed by Austin at 10.722 million.
Good information, Sia. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much. All right, Alibaba, guys, still moving sideways. It's definitely a range trade on this one. We want to wait for a direction at this point. We might get a bounce off of the volume-weighted average price here. So essentially 125.06, and then if you can break through that resistance zone, you want to catch the lower end of the range. That way your risk-to-reward profile is extremely tight. I'm in no rush to put anything on right now. A nice curl over here in the NASDAQ, and some individuals are saying that NVDA is starting to climb higher. Good, because I'm a buyer of this name, and I'm going to be continuously buying some more.
Assassino, bro, he's great. I love Assassino, man. I was dancing, Joey.
All right, so you got some stuff going on there. Give me uno momento, amigo,
and
then we'll go right over to you.
We're good to go.
As for AMD, this thing has been significantly, well, I shouldn't say that has been, but it is significantly stronger here today. So the chip's back in play, and that way we can take a look at SOXL and see how it's been performing. Starting to form somewhat of a bull flag here, guys. If we break through that resistance zone, once again, you want to catch the lower end of the range, and when these shelves are formed, it can really give you a nice, tight risk-to-reward profile.
Don't rush. What's that song? Don't rush.
Just touch.
Yeah. I was
yeah,
just
we're
listening to
saying
it at
the
the
same
gym, bro. My memory is like a goldfish, man. My goodness. There goes MobX into 69er. No, I lied. 68.97 HOD. Selling coming in. Be careful. Let's see if this one wants to weasel into 70 penny areas. I mean, it's right there. We've taken off half the position so far. Looking for continuation into, I want to say, 75 pennies. If we can clear 75 and do it decisively, I've got a bias that we at least glance at a buck. Mob Deep has been running here basically since the morning. I'm kidding, of course. It's not called Mob Deep. It's called MobX, as you see on your screen. I just like to give them these little pet names. It makes everything a little bit interesting. So MOBX, as I was talking to somebody in the chat, and they astutely pointed out, seller at 67, but he got murked. 68.97 is the high, but he looks like he's setting up again, convicted in his short position here on MOBX at around 67. My move stays the same. If it loses 61, where I see a clear buyer stepping in, I'm out. It really is that simple. Okay, so we're gonna pack the patience here on MOBX. Let's see if this can stair step up. So far it is, okay? It certainly had resistance, I wanna say at 65. I think that resistance has been taken out, but I could be wrong. I've been wrong plenty. So we'll keep an eye out on this one, and we'll see if we can get the next beak wetter here at 70 pennies, which I don't have an order for, so I probably should do that. Let's go ahead. I'm going to throw it south of 70 because, it gets to be a crowded trade. We're going to go 69.5, and we're going to post there. So if we get it, great. If we don't, then what's the next trade? As the OB, he is the one, Kenobi would like to say. Continuing to watch SUNE. I'm looking at wetting the beak at 76. There seems to be a buyer, though, on SUNE. Let me just see here, 79 and 79. So we have a double bottom here at 79. And we can't seem to shake that level, at least to the downside. So continuing to watch this one. Again, missed my entry. I was looking for 92s. I got distracted setting up. And now we have to take a little bit of a worse price. But that's my problem, not yours. Continuing to watch this one, Joey. Hoping for 70 on this. I see support there in the pre-market.
Beautiful stuff. All right, just trying to pull something
I
up.
can keep going because people are asking me questions if you'd like.
No, you don't.
Okay.
If you would like to, then by all means continue on. But I mean, hey, shout out to whatever band, and I continuously forget that sings "Ramble On."
Good call, Bovin.
Aside from that, guys, I mean, we're being patient right now for some potential entries. There is a wedge being formed on Alibaba Group. We had this Rivian trade earlier in the day, and it's heading right towards the support system at 16. What I did realize is we'll pull this up here now.
Pull up.
I'm just trying to get something over onto this bloody API. So yeah. But this is what I was looking at here, RIVN. We're going to pull this up, and you can see that we had this supply zone over here at that $17 mark. And then sure enough, oh my God. What is going on here?
I can take over, brother.
Hold on one second.
Gorev, you guys looked good yesterday, man. That was a straight up whooping you guys put on Galatasaray. But Gorev, did you feel they had absolutely no ambition? I'm talking about Galatasaray to go forward. They had 10 guys behind the ball at all times. When they were losing, you're losing. You need to score. Why is everybody playing behind? I didn't get that, but you guys put hands on them yesterday, and good on you. My old man was pumped, Joey.
All right.
Yeah.
So here it is, right? Like, so we ran into that $17 mark in the pre-market, guys, around 17.40, and then you can see right here we have some supply, 22,600 contracts right there on Rivian, and we're starting to head south. I mean, with this $16 strike price, think about how much size is there. With an increase in implied volatility, I wouldn't be surprised by coming tomorrow, we close a little bit south of $16 on RIVN. Heading back over to our watch list to see what the larger participants are doing. NVDA, a slow pullback. So with the market not really breaking out like we've seen in AMD and NVDA, considering we're starting to get that pullback, you can see that it's relatively weak. We have Apple heading towards the low of a range. Once again, stop selling these support systems, and I'm more or less talking to myself here, and wait till you get to the top end of the range. Unless you see that momentum really start to uptick, then don't, because they'll just wick you out, especially if you have too many shares and too tight of a stop. Ask me how I know this. Now, MSFT,
been there.
not doing, like too many times. I don't know why I continuously do it. So anyways, all right, Amazon starting to pull back in here, guys. Almost a double top. There's not much liquidity here in the pre-market, and now we're going to probably come back and test this volume weighted average price. Now, how has Tesla been performing on today? relatively weak. I mean, you come out of the gate, you chop around, you have a half an hour consolidation, you make a leg lower, but you're still holding that base at 380. But it looks like we're struggling to break and hold VWAP. Not too much, not too good for a sign of strength, but anything can happen. If you ask me in the NASDAQ and in the SPY, a lot of overlapping candles, relatively choppy here today. So I'm more than willing to be patient. Oh my God. And see what we got going on here.
So embarrassing, bro. Why, man? Adam, man. Take it easy. I can't even read that. Who do you think I am, man? Like, what's his name? McGregor? Have a great day, guys. Peace. Have a good one, Adam, man. Adam's been sending me these hilarious old, like, Toronto nightclubs. I'm talking about the Government, Tonic, like, things before your day, my guy.
Government? Come on, brother. I was at Government.
You were at Government?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Queen's Key, bro.
I'm kidding, bro. I know you were. I'm just, we're not that much of a difference. We're 10 years. You saw there? Katina Man saw him there. I mean, they were. That's where they know each other from. You boycotted that place, Neil? What? Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's not funny. So one of Neil's friends, there was a weapon.
Spit it out. Oh,
yeah,
you got it.
Yeah.
But that's what happens over there, man. You got to be.
He was a bodyguard at the club. So he was a bouncer there, and he got shot. And obviously
was he okay?
that's not
Did
funny.
Did he survive or? Oh.
He didn't?
Oh, okay.
He
All
didn't
right,
survive. Okay, well, that's
different,
clearly not funny then. I do apologize, of course. Guys.
I'm not frozen. I got to restart here.
Mob Deep is coming back down here, guys. I want to talk about GOAI, Bovin, but I'm waiting to see what Mob Deep wants to do here at the 10 EMA. Coming into 63, we're long at 65. Let's see if this one breaches. Is coming in aggressively into that volume. Are we going to see buyers at 61? Let's see here. Are the buyers going to step up? They're stepping up now. Do we get a bigger step up here? Let's watch. In we go. Let's see if we can kind of continue. Let's move down, move the stop tight down there right into 61. So I just got to put that in. And then we're going to give it to that much for this much. There we go. So we'll lock in any possible downside. But there goes SUNE Assassino into 75. We're taking this one short. Let's see what else we can do. See ya.
Yeah, really quick news on Apple here. AAPL watch redesign has been approved by a trade judge in the patent case as per Bloomberg. Currently, Apple trading down 0.28%.
Okay, stopped out of Mob Deep, MOBX, stopped out. It's losing VWAP, so that 69 seller we couldn't shake ends up being a 69.97 high. So we're going to set up on that one. That ends up being a loser for me. But we're doing well here on SUNE. We're looking for more. I'm biased towards 70 pennies, but it's a 75 penny low. Let's see how low we can get. But I need to speak to you guys now about GOAI. This is above in special, GOAI on the NQ. Big move up, 41 and change. Breaches 6 into 628. Big move up here, but it's getting a bit of a sell. So now we're coming down into $6. So the current 5-minute setup is as follows. Current bar low, 587. Current bar high, 628. Prior bar low takes us down to 557 with a high being 597. This one is trending, Bovin. It's one of those anomalous situations, of course, where the price action has developed quickly, and that has put the volume weighted average price ahead of the 10 EMA on the 5. So VWAP, I don't like to use VWAP in these situations because I feel that it's not the area of support and resistance that it typically is when it is above the 10 EMA. So I'm still looking at that 550 to 540 as the real area of support. That is, of course, if it gives up the current bar low and or the prior bar low. But there it goes, right back into 6.25. So great strength here on GOAI. This one could be him. We're going to keep an eye out on this one, Joey.
Brother.
What's up? What the hell happened? Oh, I didn't even see. Sorry, I didn't even notice. My bad. So your boy Joey Opsh over there, he's having some technical difficulty. So we're going to give him a minute to set up. And I'm going to keep my eye here on GOAI, but I'm very alive to the fact that my position here on SUNE continues to bleed its own blood down to the downside, and I'm very pleased about this. So let me talk a little bit about my position on SUNE. So I got in at 84. I structured it for 85. So my 1 hour 75, I've already got that. 2 hours 65, 3 hours 55. I don't think I'll get 3R. I may get a shot at 2R. The reason I say that is because that 70 penny level, bottom chart on your screen there, that 70 penny level was a hell of a support level in the pre. So if that's the case, well then, you know, it's going to really take something special to breach that level. But there it goes down into another low of day, into 174. A lot of weakness right now on SUNE. More pleased I could not be. You know, I don't short these small cap gappers all that much, but hey, you know, we're doing it, and we're doing it live right now, Joey. So very pleased about this.
I could take over a little bit here, guys.
You're good, bro. You don't have to rush.
We're signing
You don't have to
in here.
rush, man. You're good. You're good. That's it. Oh, my days. Uh-oh.
Who is it?
You know.
Get him out of here, man.
What? No, man.
Yeah,
He's
man.
not going anywhere, bro. I love him. Big smile, Burdett. Big style. He is Big Kyle Burdett. Do not feel bad, Adam. My supers are not red sometimes, too. I do it for the love of the game and the torment of LJS, the Timu Pitbull. I love this guy. Bring the red and the roundy bottoms to smack my man Big Smile Burdett. I love this guy's energy and his jokes. We love you, Kyle. Keep it locked in with us always. Just trying to wet the beak here on some more profits on SUNE as that one continues to bleed its own blood. Shout out to Big Kyle Burdett. I want to read out Jay Lee. Jay Lee, one of the OGs in this chat, and if you guys are interested in shorting the market, I'm talking about the Qs, the T triple Qs, the S triple Qs. You need to be looking at Jay Lee's levels. He's constantly, you know, very in tune with where the futures are. He's constantly trading the futures vis-a-vis these ETFs. Shout out to Jay Lee. He's got a 50-cent winner on the T triple Q short. Let's go. Shout out to my man, Jay Lee. Love when you're doing well, brother. Keep it locked with us here. Keep us updated on your positions because we're always going to shut them out, Jay. Good luck, my man. Grandmother's Garden, will you please look at NEM for me? Of course I will, man. That's what we're here for. Let's have a look at NEM. Nemo? Oh, my bad. Newmont. Oh, I did summarize this one. So if you are a premium YouTube sub, click the post section. This is like one of the last stories in the Sharif's morning note. Get it. It's very interesting story today about Newmont. It's essentially the weakness in silver and in gold, obviously a big miner. And this one is bleeding basically today.
All right,
so
back,
1 second, 106.50 Assassino. We're just going to do this TA quickly. 106.50 is where the closing print is. On NEM, this is Newmont. It does look like there's a whole bunch of resistance at around the $100 area. You can see that Visa, the topping tail candle at 11.05. I think this one is probably gonna head down to VWAP. If it loses this double bottom that we have at 10.25 and 10.30, it could probably see some pre-market lows at around 96 bucks. I'd love to see what your plan is on this, grandmother son. Let me know if you wanted the intraday or you wanted the daily look. We're going to pause for a second. I got to send it to see at the big desk.
So quickly here, the war in Iran is threatening the supply of a little thought of resource called helium here. This is a little bit important because it could potentially pose a threat to the semiconductor industry, as we're aware, but there are other sectors, and helium is one of the major ones here. Little is known of helium, but it is a key input in many industries, most notably in technology and in semiconductor manufacturing. The cooling properties are used to transfer the heat. So a global helium shortage would cause ripple across the range of industries. And here I have a statement from a report early this week by the Chief Investment Office of UBS Global Wealth Management, saying that Qatar makes some 30% of the world's helium, which is a key input for semiconductors, industrial manufacturing, and medical imaging, while several key ingredients for fertilizer production also move through the strait as well.
Thank you very much. See ya. Shout out to Cool Brio, CMTX, Barclays upgrade and slow return to highs. We'll have a look in a second. V-Hub says Bovin, VHUB. What do we got? Yeah, breaking out Bovin, light volume still, but the volume is coming in. I see your point there. MMXM 7MK. Sharif, what are your thoughts on SWMR? Not today. I did put it on the side chart, not the side chart, sorry, the side watch list, because, you know, it's been a monster lately. SWMR is that IPO that we had from a couple of days ago. We took this one yesterday. Look, I think this is a great swing trade. Just that's never financial advice when I say that, okay? This is for my own purposes here. Why I like it even more today is, yeah, sure, it's down. It's down what? 1.15%. It's not giving up the levels. It's got a bit of a lowered high downtrend ever since those all-time highs that we put in. But I still think that this is probably going to catch a bit of a bid. That's my bias on this one. SWMR, I like it. I think it's in vogue, especially with the current state of with everything happening, Joey.
All right, man. Yeah, so let's take a look at what we got going on here. USO starting to head towards a key support level. We can see that on the 5-minute time frame. You want to zoom out and kind of eliminate some of this noise here. It's not looking too good, but are you going to try to play a breakdown in this, especially when you have this ebb and flow type price action and nothing substantial coming out here on the volume by time? So what you want to do is maybe just play the range, and same with the market. You had that failed breakout, and then essentially what we have going on is that the bigger names are starting to pull back in, like the Apples and the Amazons. So the way that I would be specifically looking at it is that, okay, we have that breakout, but the larger names aren't participating. And those are one of the sessions where it's like, hey, you can get really trapped, but if you're focused on what the other names are doing, you can be like, this is most likely going to be a false breakout. All right, SoFi looks like it wants to continue its climb, but Red Cat got absolutely destroyed this morning and was down almost 20% at one point. We got to change this from USO. We don't need that everywhere on our chart, our cat, and see what we're currently sitting down right now. I mean, at this point, double digits, 15.7%, not too good of a look. And I was looking for somewhat of a more of a stronger rebound here, but we're not getting that. And then sure enough, it's that turtle shell type price action, rejecting the volume weighted average price.
Why?
And now it's just like, what do we do? You essentially want to go with the flow instead of trying to play the reversal on a name that's been tanking throughout the whole intraday session. Now, as for SPY, boom, there it is, the NASDAQ. If we break this 589 level, once again, you don't want to sell the lower end of the range. Wait for that pullback, and then maybe you can get that curl over, because the market is looking really weak here. And I'm surprised. I shouldn't be surprised that NVDA is selling, because we've gone over this on multiple occasions. It's just that the fact that when you have these massive supply zones, listen to what they're telling us, right? Even though I'm a buyer of this name, the market isn't ready. It probably wants to absorb some more liquidity, and we talk about this $200 mark time and time again. It is slowly starting to cool off. It is expiring tomorrow, so you have individuals closing their positions, but when you have 228,000 contracts at that $200 mark, and then you have 185 at that 190, and then need I go on, 129 at that 185, there's a very low probability that the underlying is going to surpass some of these supply zones. Why? Because we've already proven throughout the intraday sessions throughout the week that there isn't enough demand. And what I was going to talk about this morning is that essentially when we have these black swan events, and you see this supply, it's a very rare occasion that you have a gamma squeeze in these larger names. You see them more or less in the lower capitalization names, but what essentially would happen is that you have a massive buyer or somebody along those lines who's willing to absorb all of this and then some, is when you really get that increase in gamma, because there's so many contracts at this specific level, and when you have that accelerant, it just rips the stock. But we have very rarely seen them as of late, and I don't think we're going to anytime soon, and especially in a name like NVDA. So go with the flow. When you see those supply zones, I'm not saying go short, but just be prepared for the underlying asset to not surpass those specific levels. And it's been proven time and time again, especially when we go over these things.
Yeah, Bovin, you're absolutely right, brother. GOAI is absolutely him at the moment. 51%. No red candles, Bovin, as you astutely pointed out on the 5-minute chart. There isn't this little bugger here. I mean, it's green on this platform. I look at my other platform, it's red. So we're not jiving, but we're going to go with this one over here. So no red candle since the breakout, which started happening right at 11 o'clock. This is a fantastic look on GOAI. It's a 667 high. It's got a topping tail inverse hammer candle through the $0.50. The the obvious support level, I would say, is VWAP right here, which is overlapping with 6. But it's still one of those anomalous situations where VWAP is ahead, substantially ahead of the 10 EMA on the 5. 10 EMA on the 5 is showing me 5 2/3. VWAP showing me 6. So I'm going to go with 6 only because it's the whole dollar level. Let's watch here, Bavin. I mean, it is a topping tail candle right now, inverse hammer candle. That's never a good look. But again, I really want to stress it's not the same on a small cap gapper to see a topping tail candle than it would be on an Apple or an Amazon or a Microsoft, because this one is an intraday trade. So longs are going to be aggressively taking profits at the highs, which causes some of these topping tail candles. That's my submission to you guys. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. I'm still holding SUNE. I'm looking at taking out the majority of the position into 71, knowing full well that the low of the area consolidation is around 170. So I'm trying to take it ahead of that, right? It seems to be finding a buyer here. I think it's got a double bottom, at least for the moment, on SUNE at 73. So we just opened up a new candle on the 5-minute chart, but we had 73 and 73. Yes, so double bottom into 73. Now I got back into MOBX, tighter stop now, because look, it held at the volume weighted average price. It showed me a couple of bottoming tail candles. I'm giving it to the low of the 1125 candle, the low of which is 60. I think I've got the wrong trade here on MOBX, but we're already involved in it. I'm going to allow this to kind of manifest. If it loses 60, we'll go 0 for 2 on MOBX. But I need to focus here on GOAI because this is the one that's breaking out. And you don't just get green candles like this by accident. So I'm going to have to figure a way in here, man, but it's extended. It's extended. I need it to come in a little closer to 6. It gave me that opportunity. Let's see if it can give me another one here. So this current candle has a high of 651, current 1135 candle. Prior bar low is 614, but that's awfully close to 6, right? Especially with how quickly the price action developed here, right? From 450 into the breakout level of 667. So here it comes. It's coming down into the quarter dollar. There was resistance here at initial resistance at the quarter dollar. Let's see what we can get. So maybe we can get in like just say 630. I'd have to give it to the prior bar low, which I said was 614. So let's just say 609. That way it gives me a bit more room. All right, so that many shares. All right, Sia's got something for us at the big desk.
Yeah, just a couple numbers coming here. 4-week bill auction came in, and the 8-week bill auction number came in. 4-week standing at 3.615%. Not a big increase from the previous number at 3.64. And the 8-week bill auction at 3.635%. Again, a very minuscule jump from 3.625%. Back to you.
Check over.
Good stuff there, guys. All right, yeah, I'm just looking at something here from standpoint. Trying to get something over here. Make life a little bit easier. We're nicely on the move with that. I'm not finding anything too attractive at this moment. I mean, the NASDAQ could potentially break down here. Have to keep an eye on the multiple variables that come with that. NVIDIA, Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Google. Oh, what's that one? Google. It's not a horrible print there, Gore. What's going on there, brother? I haven't seen I've seen you in last place. I haven't seen how the trading has been so far today. Just focusing on some other things here. As for this, not too bad of a look, right? We can always talk about our risk profile being defined. The thing is that we want to go with the momentum as well, too. We don't want to overcomplicate things, so we'll keep an eye on what Google's up to. Could be a good potential entry and a solid entry right there. As for Broadcom, how have you been performing? Wow, okay. We like this, but counter trend once again. You have to be really, really tight on your risk. If it breaches that previous high and that pivot high, then you want to get out of the trade. Any form of a pullback, as you can see here on the 5-minute time frame, consistent lower highs. So if you end up holding, say, 317 and you don't really head up into the neck of the woods of that 318 mark, maybe you'll get a continuation and curl over, because it does seem to be the strongest out of the $1 trillion club. I mean, Apple broke through that support. We have the majority of them trading below the volume weighted average price, and then we have Broadcom essentially living in its own world right now. So not too bad of a look over there. Now, AMD stronger than NVDA. Take a look at some of the quantum names time and time again. Adobe hasn't been performing well. We all know that. And some of the cybersecurity names for quite some time were taking a hit, but slowly starting to find their footing as we had CrowdStrike breaking through some key support or key resistance zones. And that's exactly what we want to see. I heard Sean talking about some of these names here this morning, like Webull, DraftKings. We know that SoFi and Robinhood have actually been getting destroyed as of late, higher PEs, not something that we want to see. And I believe he was mentioning something along the lines of NVDA having a PE of like 20 something. I love that because Shreve, you and I were talking about this before when we were talking about Google quite some time. The stock just kept getting beat up. But the forward PE was like sitting around like 23. And then sure enough, a couple months later, look what the stock has done. It had a lot of things going for it, obviously, that led to that momentum in such a substantial return in such a large name, which I think can still continue to go once it's kind of digested the move that we've experienced. I think NVDA is going to be the next thing, to be honest with you. $1 trillion. I think the street is undervaluing this right now. In my opinion.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, I think that they're undervaluing this name right now. I mean, you look at the past couple of years, it's been on a substantial run. What we have going on right now, I know you like custom ASICs, but also Jensen.
But they're doing it, Joey.
Exactly.
Yeah,
like
I don't disagree with you.
Jensen's like, man, we're horizontally and we're vertically integrated. So essentially, these guys are willing to compete, and I'm going to give them the head start, right? Like, it's like, hey, man.
100%.
These guys are at like kilometer 6 in a 10K race when some of these larger mega cap names are really just starting to build their own and may not even find the success or the quality in which NVIDIA already provide. So I think that's really huge, especially a guy like poor Mark Zuckerberg out here trying to do everything in his power, but just can't seem to get some things right. So
Frickin' Zuck.
I think I'm going to stick with his name. None of this AI trade works essentially without Jensen and company, and that's why I think it's my favorite stock.
I don't disagree with that at all. At all. I think it was, we talked about this, you and I, many times, the fact that Jensen was throwing his hat into the custom silicon ring through ASICs. That was the right move. He was wise to what the trend was in the market. And, you know, very, very obviously intelligent individual.
And during the keynote, he's like, man, he's not even calling it that anymore. He's just calling it accelerated computing. He's like, this is what it is. We're just getting better. Accelerated computing, essentially.
All right. Here we go. We did really well here on GOAI into the high. We didn't quite take it out at the 75, but it did break trend here. It has a lower high here above it, so I got the hell out. Prior bar high, 659. We couldn't shake the sellers at around 60. Nick Dubb, I did see what you're saying, but I couldn't respond to you because I had my hands on the keyboard. But you were very astutely pointing out that there was a seller at 55, 655 on GOAI. More accurate, you could not be. We kept rejecting that level. We did breach it, though. A very momentary breach, and then right back down it goes. So I'm not done, I don't think, my trade on GOAI. I want us to set up a little bit better, and then we're going to get involved. Very pleased, though, with the trading this morning. Let's keep this up. Let's see if they, we'll take them long and short, whatever is working here at the moment. Continuing to watch SUNE. I feel that this one may be on the way back to the 10 EMA on the 5. I think it goes back to 180. We've got 84 short. The question for me is, if I'm right about the retracement into the 10 EMA on the 5 on SUNE, do I add into that position? Right? Here comes 78, 79. I think this is headed back to the 10 EMA. Now, it may breach it by a shekel or two. Shout out to my man Nimrod. Hope he's doing well. And then, whether or not it breaches it on a closing basis, we're going to have to wait and see. But you can bet your bottom dollar, if this comes back into 84, no part of this trade is going to go against me. We've de-risked the majority of the situation. Very pleased about that. Still holding the entire position here on Mob Deep. Probably behooves me to wet the beak a little bit, which is what I'm going to do. Let's go ahead and do that. Take some profits, making it back here on Mob Deep. MOBX looking for a bigger move, man. I'm seeing a whole bunch of higher lows. I'm seeing a respect for VWAP, higher lows, higher highs, but it's going to have bamboozlement, sadly, along the way. Whether or not we can move up into 67, that would be my 1R on MOBX. Now, we're not far enough away from my entry for me to feel quite confident here, but I'd like to see a price spike up 67, possibly even test 69. That's what I'm going to be looking at there. Don't be a shook one, says Zach Grinder. I do like that. Look, it's zigging and zagging. which is fine with me if it zigs and zags, so long as it holds trend. And trend for me are marginally higher lows and marginally higher highs. It doesn't have to be a rocket ship.
USO is going.
Go ahead, Joey.
There's something going on here with oil. It's breaking out. Volume really starting to kick in, guys. Look at this. Look at this increase and look at the tape. It's just clean flushes to the upside at this point. So there might be something along those lines of a catalyst coming out here because we have another volume anomaly going off. It's like really, really breaking out. So it's only a matter of time until we figure something in regards to this. If there's anything that you guys know, yeah, Iran hit Israelis, oil, yeah. So there we go. It's starting to escalate. These guys are bombing their energy plants and each other's plants, and it's not going to.
I'm going to log in. I have the.
You have that?
Yeah. So you give me a minute because I have to log in.
Absolutely.
Once I get, I'll update you.
See, let us know if you see anything along those lines in regards to what these guys are doing, because there goes a massive spike. We go from negative to up almost 0.5% here with the volume increase. This is absolutely substantial and insane. A breakout, and that's what I was saying. Be cautious, man. If you guys were going to play the breakdown, you would be getting squeezed, and that's not a good look. We talked about the supply zones at 120. It's irrelevant considering we're so newsline sensitive here in oil, and it's just really, really going. Now we're up 1% here, Sharif. Something big time's going on.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it
world.
here. Just give me a minute.
Why does crude go up but Brent go down? I have no idea, to be honest with you. To 123. This is really going up over 1% here. Yeah, holy volume is correct. So this is an insane look on USO, and it doesn't look like it wants to stop now. 1 1/3. This is a big time move, guys, and be cautious. Don't try to short this, especially stand in front of this volume. Not a good look whatsoever. 1.4 now up 1.5%, and look at the tape. It's not going to stop. We're going to hit 2% here momentarily, up to 124. This is some of the craziest volatility that we've actually seen on this. Even throughout what we've been experiencing, now 2% right there, boom, 1.6.
U.S. will implement a crude export ban. WTI spikes $2 on news. U.S. will not U.S. will not implement crude export ban. I don't know why this thing's not letting me in. I'm trying to log in here into the Twitter, but it's just not letting me in at the moment. So just keep going here until
absolutely. Now 2 and 11 there, so 2 and 10. That's roughly a massive pop, and this volume is going to continue to climb here, guys. It doesn't look like we're going to slow down anytime soon. And if we want to take a better look at it, you breach through that 121, and then off to the races you go. The positive, what we will take out of the positive is that you don't have that directly inverse correlation between what we have going on in oil and the overall market, because we would, if that was the case, we would see an aggressive flush in the overall market, the SPY and the NASDAQ I'm referring to here, guys. So 124 and change, a massive move there, Sharif. This is going to get really ugly. I don't think anybody's shorting this at this point. It's way too dangerous. See ya.
Yeah, Israel's Bazan oil refineries were hit, and I have a report here saying that from the Israel's energy ministry that the oil refineries in Haifa Bay were hit, but their damage is not significant.
Okay, so maybe, I don't know, I don't want to call it too light, but the market is really reacting to it. Keep an eye on what we have going on for selling volume as well too, guys. We don't want any of this to continue, each other just going after the oil refineries, because we're going to see this continue here, Sharif, and that's going to be a climb in USO and the spike of what we see at the pumps as well.
All right, thank you. Yeah, maybe it is because I'm calling it Twitter. I have no idea, brother. Maybe you're right about that. All right, continuing to watch here.
That's ballsy, Los Polios.
What's wrong, Joey?
Oh, he's saying USO short right now, brother. That's a bold move, my friend.
A bold move, eh?
Yes, sir.
He's a bold guy. Continuing to watch.
No sound. We just weren't talking 604.
Yeah. We were just letting President Trump tell you how much he's going to be winning. I love that one. He saw he tried to do it at the State of the Union.
Did he?
Because he knows it got meme status, right? Mm-hmm. That whole winning thing, and he started doing it at the State of the Union.
Can I tell you something?
Yes, sir.
I know this isn't going to unplease a lot. It's not going to be a lot of people are going to be
I like
mad
controversy, Joey.
Yeah, a lot of people in the chat are going to be mad at me.
Okay.
But listen, I'll give you guys credit where it's due. The states swept Canada, Paralympics, women's, men's hockey. They beat us in the World Series. I was kind of happy. I was like, yes, thank you. Finally, you guys lost at something, and that was the World Baseball Classic.
What is this? What is that? Assassino?
Their first loss. I'm like, you guys had to lose at some point. Yeah, I mean, that's who they are. They're U.S. #1. I know, sure, a lot of you guys are going to say that, but I'm just going to be honest. You had to take an L somewhere. I mean, and I'm happy that eventually you guys got it. But, I mean, Dodgers are probably going to probably win again the World Series again.
Oh boy, I don't want to hear that. I don't think Neil wants to hear that either.
I love
You're
you
lucky.
all.
You're
But
lucky
you
he
had
had,
to
he had the
listen,
headphones on.
it was too
Joey's
much
just
winning.
said that the Dodgers are going to win the World Series again. Get him, Neil.
Winning. It was just too much winning.
He's coming.
Listen,
Neil's coming
it
in
was
fast
too
and
much winning.
furious.
Eventually, you guys had to lose somewhere. It was just too much winning.
Oh my days.
It's too easy. It's literally too easy.
It really wasn't, Joe. They had to go 7 games and they barely beat us. Barely beat us.
No, brother.
Yeah. Come on, Joe.
Listen,
come on, bro.
As an individual who played sports, in my opinion, it may on the outside have seemed like it was like close,
Yes.
but on the grand scheme of things, as soon as that ball got wedged, it was a bad
Yeah,
omen.
yeah. Oh, yeah,
It was a bad omen.
I agree with
you
that.
Know what? Because the series
I
should
do
have been
agree with
over
that.
there.
Sports.
It should have been over right there, and that wasn't the case. You guys won too much. Eventually, you had to pull back a little.
All right, man. We got to go to Sia. She's got news. Sorry, Neil. Sorry. Yeah.
Real quick here, U.S. Lockheed Martin F-35 jet had to make an emergency at the U.S. Air Base, and reports saying by CNN that the F-35 jet was reportedly believed to be caused by an Iranian fire.
Well, that's really interesting. I have a hard time believing that thing's a stealth fighter. It's probably really hard to pick up on radar. We'll have to find out. Neil.
Okay, before I come in, I just want to point out what's going on in U.S. I know you guys are already covering this, but this move in USO, to put it into perspective, it's only now, look at how crazy this is. It's only now breaking out that
It is
top
stealth.
from yesterday. And so in perspective, that's how far we've gone in just the last couple of minutes. And when you look at it on like a 15-minute candle, like really, it's I'm not saying it's an inside day, but this hasn't even ripped all of the faces. If we close over, like holding this 123 to 124, this could still leg it up. We've seen what happens with these oil names, and I'm gonna bring this back because I have to. Look, something that's upward trending, if it breaks out, it's not crazy in my opinion. As big of a candle as that is. So I'll take the look, man. I wanted Canada to win. I wanted the Jays to win. All that kind of stuff. But you know what? You got to be able to come to the U.S. team was so much better than Venezuela on paper. They're the judge just did not show up. Sometimes it happens. The better team doesn't always win. I think the Jays were playing balls in the Dodgers last year in the playoffs, but the Dodgers were actually the better squad. It gets frustrating, the hockey stuff, because we were the better squad in hockey. But that's why you show up and you have to perform. No matter, because like ultimately, like in trading, I'm going to skip to the lesson of the day. I'm not really skipping to the lesson of the day, but like you can have something right and still be wrong. You know what I mean? Like that's the example I want to give. Like it doesn't always have to work out that way. Like the level I liked on Intel ended up shorting into VWAP. But I got stopped out like 4 times before it actually set up. So even though it goes into VWAP eventually, like it has to break down into a complete V shape for me to go green on it. Usually it's like a 1 in 3. You know, I get 1 out of 3 of those that works, and then you're green on it, because that's if you're managing your risk to reward. So yeah, A+ setup works doesn't mean you're going to be green. The better team on the field isn't always going to win. Bad news for the Toronto Blue Jays. Trey Savage will start the season on the IL. I don't know if you heard about that. So 3/5 of the Jays rotation is literally going to be on the shelf to start the year. But it doesn't matter. I still think we're going to win it all. But no, man, the USA, you got to give credit. Like they were the better team, and they just happened to lose.
U.S. President Donald Trump will be discussing trade and other things with Japanese Prime Minister Takaichi, and I have comments coming here by Japan's Prime Minister. Global economy is about to experience huge hit because of Iran, and believe that only Trump can achieve peace. I'm ready to reach out to partners to achieve objectives.
I mean, there it goes, right? We're starting to experience this pullback. We were up over 2% here, and then nice short. Los Pollos, did you stick with that? There was an additional move higher, and then it started to print this candle. So a big-time move, and if you have the ability to capture this pullback here, then by all means, We would think that the market would be ripping on this news, considering we're starting to pull back aggressively. We would tank on that up move where we are now down over 1% and a bit from that specific level. We're not seeing that correlation between the two, the inverse correlation that is. So I think that's a positive sign for the overall market. They're putting it to the side, and maybe we're just looking at this as noise now, considering the market isn't reacting straight.
All right, I got our X there, so we should be able to see everything coming in. Yes. So Prime Minister Takaichi, she's right now sitting next to President Trump in the Oval Office, and they're obviously taking questions from the media. So wild card time, right? We know how President Trump loves to kind of ad-lib and basically answer any question that really comes his way. So we've got that right here. Sia's on the ones and twos. I've got it right here. We've got it as well on the TVs in front of us. So anything that comes our way, we'll be able to get that to you guys. Get it, Jay. Jay Lee's 80 cents now in the money on his triple Q short. Not just 50, although I often take some profits at 50. Shout out to you, Jay. Good trade, brother. Keep us updated on your position, and we'll see what's good. All right, Bovin, I need your advice, brother. GOAI finding a little bit of support at 6-ish. Some bottoming tail candles that do breach 6. Most of the prints, though, well, the closing prints, that is, are above $6 area. Below VWAP, though, for the moment. So what I don't know how you feel about this, Bovin, but there's another minute or so left on this 5-minute candle. If we get a breach of this current candle high by the subsequent candle that's about to open, I might take GOAI long again. Here it is. So that would be an entry of, say, around 615. So let's get this done now. So we're going to go at around, so let's just say 615-ish. I'd have to give it to prior bar low, right, which is 588, right? Okay, so that many shares. Good. All right, so we'll set that up. So in case I do want to take it, I'm ready to go on that. And oops, there we go. Now we're good. So my break would be about 615, give or take or so. If next candle is above 610, it would be a long. Shout out to my man Bovin. He's thinking the same thing that I am. I'm just thinking prior bar high, 613, so I get in at around 615, same difference. But it's selling off now. It's about to lose prior bar low. Prior bar low on GOAI is 88, 588. Current bar low, 91. So we're holding it for now. That's what it does. I'm still out of the money, man, on my MOBX position, and I kind of don't feel good about it because putting in lower highs, it keeps defending that 60 penny area, but the shorts are getting more aggressive here on MOBX. I'm out of the money on it, and I don't want to stop out here for no reason, especially if it's not, breaking through the level that I earmarked for the out. So prior bar high, let's see if we can breach it, 62.41. We're showing 62 and a fifth, so we're not taking it out quite yet. Let's see what this one has to offer. I may take this out break even. Pretty much break even at the moment. Let's see if this can pop off. It's about to breach prior bar high. There it goes. It's breaching prior bar high as we speak, but I'm still out of the money, marginally out of the money. 62.66 is where I'm going to get out here because I don't like having to manage this one. If it sets up above 64, I'm going to get back in. So that's a break-even trade for me. It doesn't really change anything. Back to GOAI. This one is at 15s. Here we go. So this one does look like it might be catching a bit of a bid. I'm going to have to wait a little bit, though, on this one because it doesn't seem to have continuation. So it did technically breach prior bar high, 13, area high, current bar high, 15. Look at that, just drops right into 1. The spread on GOAI is quite displeasing here, Bovin. I mean, it's 7 pennies, 9 pennies at times. That's tough to trade, especially if you're trying to catch volatility here. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this one. I'm gonna have to wait a little bit longer before I execute on this one. See ya.
Yeah, Japan's Prime Minister and President Donald Trump are currently speaking. A few comments from the Prime Minister saying that we will be discussing economic security in areas such as energy and minerals, and they have also presented proposals to calm energy market, and that Japan is also in talks with Iran at the moment.
Thank you very much, Sia, for that.
Hold on one second. I got my boy Adam James here. He's talking about SoFi. Brother,
he's talking smack about SoFi?
No, he's saying let's go SoFi. All right, yeah, we'll give that to you. I mean, that's 5 cents, my boy. And then if we head over here, 73 to 83. I mean, but if you're long, then by all means, I hope it works out for you from an intraday standpoint. A nice bounce off of other 1664, but just starting to really chop around here. Same thing with the NAS, guys. Like, we're gonna have to really expand this price action. And one thing that really grinds my gears here is just the grind the gears.
Yeah, that's your line, guy.
That's my thing.
That is your line.
That is my thing. So essentially, it's just all these overlapping candles, right? It makes it a little bit more difficult to pick a direction here. So what is Adam saying, my boy over there watching it?
Joe, you need to get on that DVLT squeeze, bro.
All right, let me
no
see,
shorts
bro.
available. I love it.
Let me check it, bro.
Yeah, go.
DVLT. Were you trading that secure earlier
we
today?
looked at it, though, because this is a small cap gap.
All right, Data Vault. I like this, though. Respect, bro, on that one, for sure. This is a nice move. What we're seeing here is consistent higher lows, and this is what you want, right? Like, you can just have a defined risk profile. It's like 5 cents, and if we crack the back end of this trend line, then you just get out of dodge. So you get a pullback, a retest, then maybe we can get involved on this. So I like this DVLT, play around with some small caps because I'm not liking what's going on in the larger names right now. Shreve's still short SUNE. I'm gonna have to take a look at that one here momentarily, but I believe it is lunchtime now, guys, so you know what time it is.
What time is it, Joey?
It's happening now.
Oh!
It's most definitely happening now, not later. Oh, okay, but we're going to see it.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, just some comments here again from U.S. President Donald Trump saying we can take out Karg Island anytime we want. Iran leadership is gone. They are looking for new leaders again and thought impact of Iran would be worse, but will be over soon. And final here, Iran excursion will also be over soon.
All right, man. Let's see. What are you laughing at there, my boy?
Bro.
No, well, you can't just say nothing and be giggling over there.
Nothing, man. What, man? Nothing about you, obviously. There he is.
Who is it, man?
I've killed them all. Right? Like, I don't know what to say. Like,
well, I could tell you what we could say over there.
Oh, man.
Dang. Got to 316 day not too long ago. All right. Let's see, guys. Let's head over to how our boy Salesforce has been doing here today. Not too good. Let's take a look from a daily if we find any form of recovery. I mean, we did break the backside of this trend. We get a nice 20-point move, but no continuation thus far. I mean, if the market decides that wants to break out, will Salesforce continue with it? But one thing that we are starting to notice, and it's taking significantly longer than what we thought, and I guess that's just the narrative of how this is going to work. But look where we're starting to open up, lower and lower and lower. And what I'm thinking here is that we just have a massive shelf, and we did this the other day. I think this would be a substantial pullback, and I don't know if we're in that type of sentiment right now. That would be 14% from the previous high. I'm not going to phase it. I'm not going to write it off or anything along those lines, but I don't think that we're this weak right now, considering earnings are still relatively strong. But what I would prefer is as garbage as the tariff tantrum was leading into that, the sell-off was at least rapid and quick, but then the recovery even quicker. So instead of us chopping around within this range, unless you're an iron condor trader, you really love that. But that's not necessarily the case right now. I would rather have a cleaner and swifter sell-off, and then we can rebound maybe equally as quick or even faster, right, in which we've experienced before what happened in April, but right now it's just a slow, steady grind to lower levels. And that to me, it's just boring. And I'm not going to call it death by 1,000 paper cuts, but it kind of feels like that, doesn't it? All right, guys. Neil, we're going to see ya, and then Neil with his lesson of the day.
All right, we're just going to the lesson of the day, everybody. Sia's working on some stuff right behind me, but I alluded to this earlier, and I kind of said I was spoiling it, not just now when we were talking about baseball random, but earlier in the day. I'll get to Boyle in a second because that's a potential trade. But I posted up here in the Academy. I'm just going to read it off for everybody on risk management. I had a good conversation with a trader who mentioned they were pulling back on U.S. market trading at the back half of the month because they hit their monthly drawdown limit. Not something set by the firm, but self-imposed. This is a trader who has made money over the last year, and I was so impressed. Many traders don't even acknowledge when they are down in the first place. Having this in place forced him to confront a small slump and take action. Traders have to be honest with themselves. And so what I'll get that out of the way, and you don't need the chart here. Oh, well, we're not bouncing on, I guess I'm not taking that trend long on Boyle. What's impressive about this is you have to understand at a prop firm, you get a daily loss limit. as a trader. That's your daily control for losses. But if you have a bunch of like reasonable small losses in a month, you could be you can end up down like 9 days out of 10 or trading days out of 10 halfway through the month or something crazy like that. But at no point have you blown past any of your stops. Like all of your trades have been pretty reasonable, yet you are in a bit of a slump. And you could be in a situation where you made money going into it. So you're just like, well, I'm not negative P&L over the last like quarter or the last year or anything. And then you find yourself not really acknowledging like where you're at in the situation that you happen to be in that short term. And what I loved about this, the notion was, it was something that was self-imposed. They have to have their own rules to protect themselves from themselves. And having some kind of in this particular case, it's just like if he hits this number down at any point during a calendar month, regardless, it's an alert for him that, okay, well now on this section of strategies, I'm gonna back off a little bit because it hasn't been that good. Because what ends up happening, and I know how many times have you heard me say something along the lines of, hey, I'm just gonna take the setups that are there, and if they pay me in the long run, then that's how I roll, and blah, blah, blah. And so therefore I'll have situations like today in Intel. Like if you look at Intel in the morning yesterday, like you get the pop, like the first, like this is the opening range candle. So it goes into that one, that fade works. The double top works into VWAP. Then when it sets up another trend break in the afternoon, it did a topping trend reversal, worked out pretty clean to the volume weighted average price. There's very few times where you would have been cleanly stopped out without getting a win, but it's like muted win, stop out, stop out, stop out, stop out. And then finally I get the one that goes into VWAP. Now the thing about that is, there is a point at which you just can't have that much confidence on a mean reversion trade. Like I have to know that not only has it been working over the last half year or last quarter or so, is it working in the last couple of weeks, in this month that we're trading in? And if it's not, then maybe I don't just, I got wicked out, sets up again, just take it again. You don't have to have that type of a mentality. Now, if it's been working not only the last 6 months, but the last 3 months and the last couple of weeks, and it's still a good strategy for me, then yeah, fine. You can be a little more consistent and aggressive with it. But if I was in a situation where, hey man, the last 4 or 5 times you did this on Intel, it was the same thing. It was dirty too many times, so you couldn't get it all back. Maybe I can't take as many swings at it. Like if the same thing happens tomorrow on this type of setup again, and then maybe twice next week, I have to be able to note that and adjust accordingly, be a little bit less aggressive with it. So it's because it's so easy to get lost if you've had success over a longer period of time of those little, hey, something has changed my strategy and I want to be attuned to it. So if you're not that sort of dedicated to your individual recording and strategies, sometimes even having something as simple as that, hey, if I get down X amount in the middle of a month, it hits a trigger. And for this trader, it's not like, it wasn't even an amount that was be incredibly negative. It was just enough to say, hey, hold up, wait a minute, something ain't right. And if you know what that's all about. So that's the lesson of the day. It wasn't very technically based or anything like that. I just think risk management is important. And I really like that notion of having a line in the sand in the middle of a month, because prop traders get paid monthly. Just for anyone out there that doesn't know this, if you're a prop trader, like you get paid monthly. Every settlement is monthly. Everything you look at is monthly. It doesn't matter how good a day you had or how good a week you had. If you don't end the month green, you don't get paid, right? Like if you're up like 10 grand and then you lose 11 grand on the last day of the month, you didn't get paid, man. You're running to the next month with a down cycle. So inside of that month, hitting a number that says, hey, that's a little bit too much this month. I'm going to back off a little bit. And then self-imposing. I thought that was incredibly impressive. And, I don't drop names out or anything like that when I'm talking about traders from other floors and stuff that I'm always constantly talking to at Real Trading. But in this particular case, they know who they are. Sometimes they watch the show, and if they are watching the show, you already know that I was impressed with it because we were chatting about it this morning. That level of discipline is so incredibly important, but it's not just discipline. it's self-awareness and honesty with oneself as a trader, which is so important. Because if you're not with yourself in this business, you're gonna get, it's so much easier to get wrecked. Have that there. I thought that showed an incredible amount of discipline. You guys know who it is. You could probably guess who it is that I was talking to. I'm talking to Sharif and Joe. They probably could guess within 3 guesses who I was discussing, but I don't want to draw him. I'm going to end here by telling you the issue with the lunch today is it came insanely early at like 10 something. So it's been sitting a while, and then it was a small amount of protein again, and the chicken's a little bit dry and it was a little bit cold. And double the carbs. I hate to have to do that, but I'm gonna drop like a 5.4 when all things considered. So I can't give it a good rating. I can't. Good luck, guys.
Thank you for that. I'll be paying mine too when I grab my own lunch, Neil. I'm probably just gonna get the chicken and not the carbs from that. But truly, but yeah, let's talk about what's going on in the conference right now with U.S. President Donald Trump and Japan's Prime Minister. When asked about the $200 billion for the military, U.S. President Donald Trump saying we want to be in the best shape. Other comments coming from President Trump saying, I expect Japan to step up, but we don't need anything from anyone, but it's appropriate. Also, after yesterday's FOMC decision, Trump has said that Fed Chair Powell should be lowering interest rates immediately. And Trump has said that Fed building project is out of control and Powell is stubborn, incompetent, and not smart.
I was literally just going to read that out. Thank you for reading that, Sia, because, yeah, he's coming in hard right now. He's also making some pronouncements about Japan, China, and Europe to get oil through the Strait of Hormuz. He's talking about Iran. He says they're close to being demolished. And only thing is the Strait of Hormuz, that's kind of like what's keeping them, I guess, in the game, so to speak, whatever. Yeah, Oval Office conference, guys. That's where we're getting all this right now. President with the Japanese Prime Minister. Forget her. How do you say her name again? Takehachi? Forget her name. Yeah, so that is the look. Yeah, that's what you guys seeing right there, what Assassino has on there. That's the production side. So the TVs are all like those lower screens. Those are all the production screens. There's Assassino's hand right there. And then on top of that, we've got all the different business networks and, news networks and everything. And there's Fabian on the right. He's jamming up a storm.
What's he doing?
Fabian?
Yeah.
He's coding usually. I mean,
I thought you were saying.
He's typically killing it.
All right.
So shout out to the man, Fabian, who helped me a lot, by the way, with this vibe coding thing. Definitely needed somewhere to start, and he was there. So shout out to Fabian. Yes, Fabian still has all his hair MF Dangerous. I know we were talking about him donating it. Fabian, what happened to that, brother? I know you were about that life.
Still waiting, man.
Oh, am I plugged in? Yeah, I am plugged in. He got distracted. They can hear you, right? No, he says he got distracted. He really wants to do it. And that's the kind of guy he is, so it's coming in soon. We'll do a whole event for it. If you don't know who Fabian is, he's one of the production guys. He's the OG, and he's got great freaking hair that anybody would like to have, trust me. So donating it, I think, would be very good for somebody who needs it, and shout out to him. Anything you want to talk about here, Joey?
Yeah, there's something that we can go over here. I don't know why I can't figure this out here. They changed things up on TradingView. I'm just trying to plug another algo in, but it's not allowing me to do so. So AC Slater to that right now, guys. We'll take a look at what we got going on. So whatever move we had in USO, we go up over 2.5% and pull right back. So shout out to my boy Los Pollos, who's been short off of that high. So on that one. DVLT holding up pretty good there. My boy Adam James heading off to Florida soon. He said not too long ago. So this guy living the nomad dream for sure. Digital nomad. You got to head over. Hey, my friend, it'd be beautiful.
Hey, my friend.
Yeah, exactly. Brother, I need you to go to the other side of the planet. I need to watch some of your vlogs. Head over to Danong for me, and then let me know how it is, and then relay all of that information back to me if you possibly can.
If you guys don't know, Joey watches videos at work and sends me videos about how great of a place Vietnam is. I'm just like, just go already, Joe.
I mean,
he loves it.
If only if it were that easy.
Yeah,
right,
fair
to
enough.
Just
Yeah.
go. Is in the cards. Yes. All right. Good to hear.
Joey,
Go
I want
ahead,
to
go
interrupt. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard now saying we attacked and damaged a. Okay, we're gonna pause for a second. We got to go to Sia.
Yeah, really quick here. Qatar Energy CEO has said to Reuters that the Iranian attack overnight has damaged 17% of its LNG production capacity and would take 3 to 5 years to repair the damage. But apart from this, also, Iran's Revolutionary Guards have said that they attacked and damaged the U.S. F-35 fighter jet in a statement. So it's confirmed here.
Yeah, well, according to them. So we'll have to wait and see. But that's not something that I think a lot of the buyers of the F-35, and there are plenty because it's a multi-country joint venture, are going to want to hear. Canada is one of those as well. If you guys don't know, we're kind of going back and forth between the Saab, which is a Swedish fighter, and the F-35, which we helped, in the production of different technological parts. We'll wait and see, but that is not a good development. I'm thinking just from the military planning perspective, that doesn't look good. So we'll have to exactly get confirmation. But it's been hard to get really accurate information because then the Iranian Revolution will say something, then the Pentagon comes out and says that's a lie and contradicts them. So kind of the fog of war, so to speak. We got to go back up to Sia.
Thank you, Sharif. ECB sources are also reporting here that discussion over possible rate hikes may need to begin in April unless there is a quick resolution in the Middle Eastern conflict. But also, U.S. President Donald Trump still talking. A quick update. I'm saying NATO is getting nicer, but as far as I'm concerned, they're late. Sending it right back to you.
Good stuff. Thank you very much. We're going to move on here because I can't plug this in. But this is something else that we have going on. It's been identifying things. I have more. I don't know why it's not correlating and transitioning over to this platform here, essentially. But yeah, I have 5 now, 5 algorithms that are going to be running. Hopefully as of this evening. I'm just going to get those up and running, man, and get that.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Are you running them on Sim, IB, at home? Why not? Run them on Sim and see what comes out.
Well, essentially, like what you have here on TradingView is it backlogs everything. It's like, I mean, it's running Sim right now. You know what I mean? It's going, so it's just may as well enough with all of that noise and just get it over to moving live. Because when I go over it and I look at it right now, there probably could be a couple of open positions if I go through a couple of tickers and we can see what's going on there. So it is running Sim. Sim essentially here. But aside from that, guys, it's been a quiet one here for me. I don't see anything overly the volatility in USO, but I feel like we're going to get that curl over. We didn't get that with that correlation here. We're just moving sideways in the SPY. We had FOMC today, and I thought that the market would be a little bit more in play than what it currently is. So nothing crazy, and nor going to force anything. See ya.
Really quick here, Japan's prime minister has also said that Japan is open for dialogue with China. And Trump has said that China trip has been postponed for a month and a half. And he will also be speaking Japan's praises in China But also the conference has ended. The U.S. president has said that they will be talking about trade currently and what their next steps are. But if there's any update, of course, I'll be letting you know.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sia, for that.
Can I bring a new one to everybody's attention? KC26 just pointed this out in the chat. Very good breakout here, Case. Good call. 50% in the Ville of Green. ELA is the ticker. This is the 5-minute look. Broke out. Looks like yesterday in the aftermarket. Continues today. Definitely a lot more volume today than we had yesterday, but that still is not saying that much. We only have 1.26 million shares traded on ELA on the day, so it is lightly traded. Let's take a quick look at what the spread is. I'm seeing 25 on the ask, 8 on the bid. So a little bit wide, but as you can see, it's breaking through $17. $17 was the flat top that we couldn't from 10.15 till about 10.55. It took it out now with this current 5 that has a high of 17.24. Prior bar low, and there's a big gap between the prior bar high and the current bar low vis-a-vis the spread. That's kind of the problem. One of the problems with spread. So current bar low 1660, current bar prior prior bar low 1660, prior bar high 1676, current bar low 1695, current bar high 1724, as I mentioned. So keep your eye on this one. Not a bad one. Thanks, Case, for pointing this one out. Good luck. Sorry, Joey.
Yeah, no, I mean, by all means, I have nothing going on, right? We're just going to be continuously scrolling. I mean, we head over to our default here, which is essentially Tesla. Do we want to sell anything right here? Do we want to buy anything right here? No, to be honest with you, I'm in the middle of a range. It can go either way here. We can head over a little bit back and have volume weighted average price. We're south of that, but we have a flat top up here, 384. You look at the first 5 minutes of the session, selling. I mean, this is the pre-market imbalance right here. You open up, you have this candle, but I mean, you've been holding that, but which way are we going to really go? And I think we have to be extremely patient on this because, yeah, I understand that we're starting to form these lower highs, but look at the ebb and flow. It's a lot of overlapping candles. So the more we compress, can take some time. And as long as we stay within this range, wait for the volume to step in. I just don't get the vibe of it being a big time breakout day. Look at the daily here on Tesla. I mean, we're in bear market territory in this name, down 23%. Right? Like if we're going to call 20% bear market, then we're down 23 and about 4/10. So essentially, this name has been weak in that channel in which we breached last week, and we thought that we'd have the ability to sit on the backside of this and continue to climb higher. That hasn't been the narrative. And then if we zoom out a little bit more, you can see that we're heading towards some key support levels, just like the NASDAQ is. Look at the weekly. Are you a buyer of it at this level? I mean, when there's blood in the streets, we can say, hey, look. But I think there's an opportunity here for Tesla to continue selling. And we know what's going on with the EV market. They're just losing share left, right, and center in Europe, okay? Yeah, you have the odd month where you have these upticks in China, but on the bigger picture, everything's still down year over year. And you know what's funny? Considering what we're seeing here in oil and the increase, and see it on social media, people are like, I want to buy an EV, I want to buy an EV. You would think you would see a little bit more of an in Tesla than that, but that hasn't been the case whatsoever.
This whole thing happened during the Ukraine Russia, the beginning in early 22.
Yeah.
I was telling Brendo, I'm like, my old man and I went to see a Y in Guelph. We drove all the way up.
About that.
Dude, he was 95 and he wasn't willing to budge a penny. And people were buying Teslas and selling them for 20 over sticker, 25 over sticker. That's not happening anymore.
That's not happening right now.
And quite frankly, we haven't been as long in the higher gas price environment. Let's see how long, if sentiment changes towards EVs, the longer we stay. Do you see what it was this morning? By my place, 172.9.
So what was that going to put 93 at? Because that's what I put in.
Well, you put 93. You're insane at 91, but like I've never put 93.
Yeah. Really?
No. Even for cars I own. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that was fine.
Yeah, I mean 93 lasts longer, my boy.
Does it actually?
Yeah.
Does it? I didn't know that, but.
But anyways, aside from that, like I personally haven't seen these levels. I remember I was paying $2 during COVID for 93, and probably some of the highest 210. And it was $1.70 before all of this started going down. So that's a substantial increase. And if you're constantly going to the pump, at what point do you say, hey, if we have these continuous geopolitical issues, I'm sick of having this increased payment in gas. That's going to be an added expense onto your monthly expenses. And if you're a commuter, how long are you going to be like, do I just ditch this and then maybe go to somewhat of a hybrid?
Oh, my days.
I don't know. I think that's a question a lot of people have been asking themselves, and I've been seeing it circulating around social media quite often. Meaning, I don't have to spend that much on gas. I'm 15 minutes, I drive a couple kilometers a day, but if my commute was substantially longer, I would have to take that into consideration, especially if I wanted to lower my costs. I want to know what you guys think. Have you even considered heading into the EV space or buying a hybrid or anything along those lines?
Not really.
Because if that was the case, if we had more adoption to the electric vehicles, all this oil noise is essentially irrelevant outside of the airlines and a couple other things.
Well said. Guys, ACXP is going 733 high. It's pulling back in a little bit, 7 mid-teen, 716, 718. It's a decent spread, 1, 2, 3 pennies at the most. I haven't seen it open up wider than that. ACXP, the ticker, really good look and very, very strong. Flat top break, I want to say through 7, kind of, right? Like there were, as you can see here, bottom chart, there was a bunch of rejections in the mid to low 90s. I don't want to say it was a 7 flat top break. We only really attempted it a couple times. But this one's to be kind of catching a bid at the moment separately. I've been keeping my eye on SER. I see it, Bovin. The only reason I didn't get in, take a gander. We didn't make a new high, right? This is the prior area high. So I was telling Bovin in the chat, I'm ready to go 226, 227. SER, it's breaking trend, but I don't want to put on my long goggles here because my bias was in a certain, trading environment, prolonged downtrends that end up getting broken, sometimes preceded by a sideways consolidation, be really good setups. That is true, but that is true in a certain trading environment. I don't know if we're in it, so I'm going to need more confirmation. More confirmation means getting a worse price. I'm fine with that. I'm going to have to kind of, just keep my eye out on that. But there goes. Where the hell is it? Show yourself. AP, right into another area high. The squeeze is on now. 754 high. Keep your eye out on this one. Shout out to Case, man. She took $50 on ACXP. How are you in everything, Case? Get it. So here we go. Let's see if it comes back down. I'm going to have to flip this one onto the 5-second chart so that I can spot areas of support and resistance off which to pick up some shares. Okay, so I see an immediate area at around 715. There's definitely a buyer. I want to say in mid-teens. We're showing 29s right now, 28s on the bid. Let me set up my risk on this. So let's just say, for example, I get in. Let's see if it breaches prior area high. So I'm going to need a couple of those. So let's go 741, for example. In case, because this one probably going to catch a bid again. So 741, I would have to give it to let's just say 14. All right, so that's that many shares. Good. So then I'm ready for it, and I can just use my punch-in key. So ACXP going here, guys, putting in a bit of an uptrend. With some higher lows. So prior area low, not prior bar low, prior area low takes us down to about 719 or so. And then below that, as I mentioned, 713, 714 area. Looking to see if this one wants to catch a bit of a bid into the 40s. If it does, I'm going to go long, possible $50 break again. That is the high of the day, 754 on the dot. But we'll have to wait and see whether this one can hold up. All right, down into 720 it goes. Okay, it's losing trend. Into 7. Now we're going to have to look at a different area of support, which is 7, of course, right? Because that's the break that we were earmarking. So you can either pick it up as a dip trade there, right, and then take the risk through 7, or you can wait for confirmation above prior area high, which in my opinion is about 735 to about 740, Joey. So going to keep my eye out on this one. Let's see if we can take it long.
All right, Jason, Financial. All right, guys, $5 super chat. Thank you very much for that. Our friend, any thoughts on why the VIX less than 1%? Just got an F-35 hit, lost 17% of LNG production for 5 years, and 5,000 Marines on the way to the conflict. Yeah, let's take a look at the VIX. We haven't really taken a look at it. Why is it less than 1%? Look at the overall market, and this is what I was talking about earlier, right? We didn't see that crazy reaction from the NASDAQ like we did in USO, right? If we're keeping our eye on USO. And this is what I continuously talk about. It's just significantly easier to be patient instead of buying calls here in the VIX. It's just so much easier to wait and purchase those puts. And I think this is going to be a good time to do so. You can use the volatility gauge on multiple underlyings and kind of just take a look at what we got going on here. It gapped, but there's no, aside from what we got going on from the conflict. And this is the way, I don't know if it's the great example or the greatest comparison, but remember when we were talking about NVIDIA at the peak of that, every reaction and every partnership had a major reaction. And near the tail end of that, the market was less reactive. So now what I have to take into this, has the market essentially priced in what we have going on with the Middle East conflict and the United States? Because it didn't react to what we just heard like USO did. So the way that I'm specifically going to be looking at it is that the market will always shrug something off eventually, and they're like, all right, what is that new thing that we have to worry about? And I don't know if this conflict is it right now. We had a reaction, we had that couple solid weeks, maybe even a little bit longer, of when we were all over the place and you had the volatility spikes, but things are really starting to cool down because it was really hard to see a substantial multi-point reaction in USO and then the market doing nothing. So maybe it's not that fearful right now.
Good point. That's actually a great point. I'm continuing to watch ACXP here, showing me 12s, mid-teens, opening up a little bit, tightening up and opening up. It really does vary. I don't like what I'm seeing so far as a long, so I'm continuing to wait. It's not at 7, nor is it breaking prior area highs. I'm just sitting on my hands here waiting for the right entry, a bit of a consolidation, too unusual. Current 5-minute bar is entirely engulfed by the prior green candle. I want to tell you that prior area high on the 5-second chart takes us to 726. Above that prior area high, again on the 5-second chart, is 734. So we're still putting in a bit of a downtrend unbroken. On the smaller time frame, of course, I'm talking about the 5-second chart. So I'm going to watch that for a possible entry. All the while, I'm seeing DLTH possibly move into 3,297. That's at the high of the day. I don't want to flip to it at the moment because focus on this one here. Comes into the quarter dollar. Can it breach prior area high? Again, as I mentioned, 6. Now you're getting selling at 23 and 24. Let's see if we can move above 26 on the bid, not the ask, vis-a-vis the spread. So continuing to watch here. Nothing to do at the moment because we're still downtrending. So ACXP is the one I'm talking about. It's up percent. Pharmaceutical companies, late stage biopharmaceutical company focused on developing new class of small molecule antibiotics. It doesn't have a catalyst from what I can see today, but I could be wrong. Not on my blotter anyway. Continuing to watch here. There's a selling again in the mid to low 20s. So we're continuing to put in lower highs, lower area highs, not concurrent candles. Here we go, 20 on the ask now. Can we move above that on the bid and take out some prior area highs showing on the bid now? Yeah, there we go. So the spread's really opening up. Holy cow. Into 27. Oh, I saw 29 on the ask, but the bid won't move up. The bid's sitting 20, 21, a little bit there. No continuation. Ends up being a topping tail candle. So yeah, back down to 7 low teens. And now the spread is really kind of opening up. I'm also watching ER above in. I know you're all about that life. It is setting up, I think, quite well. SER, it's not rocketing up. I don't think it's ready to go yet. The volume quite isn't there. SER, another small cap gapper that's up about 73% on the day, but it's setting up in that curling effect. It's got to take out prior area high, which I marked at about 2.25. So nothing for me to do quite yet on ACXP or SER.
All right, so DeLeon just mentioned this to me, and I think this might be, it must have opened up only a couple of days ago, VCX. What is this fund, Rise Innovation Fund? I'm not familiar with this, but it's not tradable, right? Like if you look at this, there's no liquidity here. So for me to look at it, even on the 1 minute, you go even to the 10 minute, there's this thing that you can really do. And there's probably multiple halts here in this occasion going from $40 to $1. Right? Like that's a big time move, guys. So just be cautious with this one. Pointing it out though, obviously, but interesting stuff. But the liquidity just makes it not tradable in my opinion. Yeah, fund IPO. Thanks, Daily. I'm 47. Much appreciated on that one. Here goes USO, slowly starting to get that curl over. Market not doing anything. We have Rivian heading back towards the lows and out just trading alongside VWAP. So a quiet session, if you ask me. How is Tesla to my default here essentially? We were looking at it here and think we're going to chop around within this range, but that hasn't been the case. We are heading back towards the lower end of the support level, and those higher lows can be breached at this point. It's just really difficult. Like you have a pull down back up, and you want to catch the top end of the range. If you're buying or selling in the middle, you're just going to end up chopped up, and you don't want these wobbly markets continuously frustrating you. I like this short here potentially in USO. What do you got going? Oh,
nothing. I didn't get it. I didn't get it. Let me just
What is that? SER?
Yeah. I missed it. I was trying to focus on the other one, but there you go.
That's all right. You'll hit another opportunity. So guys, I mean, I'm not going to force anything. The market, I think at some point will find a direction. It might take until 2 o'clock, right? 1:30, 2 o'clock, in order for larger participants to step in and decide which direction they want to send the market. With that being said, be patient, sit on your hands. There was a couple earnings reports that our earnings names that we were looking at earlier in the day. That's RCAT. I just think it's too difficult to continue with selling. We'll pull up RCAT here, and it's starting to find a rebound. 5-minute time frame, nice little bounce, forming these higher lows, but there's a resistance zone. So watch out for the ebb and flow in this one as well, too.
Sorry, just give me a sec, Joey. I set up on this one. I have to throw in my stops and my profit takers.
So essentially, there goes Tesla, right? You're now breaking through. Let's see if it's going to break, guys. And what you want is that volume to really start to uptick. And I'm in the narrative right now. It's a condor day, but don't short oil. No, I love you too, Scott Tomlinson. But there's opportunities, right? You can make both ways. To say not going one way and the other. Like, I understand what you're getting at, especially after what we just experienced. The logical thing would to not be shorted, but we already know Los Polios put on a good trade at and around those highs. You just have to be cautious, make sure your risk is defined, and then take that opportunity if you see it, because there has been a short opportunity. When you were up over 2% on that volatility spike, and now back the majority of that move, to say we can't short it, I just don't think is the right thing. And do you want to go right now? Absolutely not. Wait till you get to the higher end of the range, and then you can wait, and then sure enough, if it goes through, you just get out. It's been extremely hot as of late, and I understand that. If you want to make it less simple, then you would avoid it at all costs. But I think just with the volatility stepping in and what we experienced Tantrum is, hey, there's ways we can take advantage of this volatility, and we just tapped into a time high at 124.91, especially on that volatility spike here in USO. So, I mean, it's over. Market isn't doing anything. What has silver been up to? And I mean, this thing's been in play for quite some time. You break through that support level, gap down to 60 smackers, and then starting to climb back up. This was a big time run, guys, and it was a lot of fun trading. But this, we had that volatility increase, and then sure enough, it hasn't really done too much within about a 10-15 point range. All right, overthinking bear, what's going on? Netflix breaking below 93 got me feeling a little yippy. Think it's time to short, unload some unload some shares? I think a big financial burden has been lifted off of this name. I was comparing it to what we had with the antitrust Google. I think that is going to be just fine, in my opinion. I still like Netflix, second largest streaming giant on the planet next to YouTube, and what they have in the pipeline, I like a lot too. So.
All right, yeah. I wouldn't touch Netflix. That's just my own personal thing. But I think it's probably a good investment for other people. All right, involved here in ACXP. I'm not going to give this that much room because it looks like it's continuing to put in some lower highs. I want to focus on, I got out of SCR because of the topping tail. I want it to set up a little bit better. If it can come back as the $0.25, I'll definitely be involved with that one. But it is kind of showing me that it is finding some support at that 30 penny area. So we just opened up a new 5-minute candle here, the low of which is 31. So we know there's a buyer stepping in at around the low 30s that the sellers can't moment. So that is kind of my thinking. Nope, down it goes. And here comes. I want to see if it can make it back into 25, 26, because that's the breakout level. Showing 32 still, so the buyer stepping in again, and this is looking real good. So now we have a new bar low, 228, right? And we know the buyers were stepping in quite aggressively there. So let's see what we can do. We kind of use current bar low as our out. That's kind of the position where I am debating. Yeah, I don't have an answer here. And I do see the super chats, guys. Thank you very much. I'm going to have to concentrate on the trading for the moment. Can't do everything at one time, so have to focus on SCR and ACXP. ACXP just popped off again, but it's coming back down. So this one really not showing its intentions, at least for the moment, to hold 7. That is a concern for me. So I'm going to focus here on SER. I feel like this one has a bit more room to the up, so we're going to take it here. Let's go current bar low. Current bar low is 28, so we'll set up at 7. And kind of we'll see what we get there. Maybe we can take another move above prior bar. Prior bar is 42. We didn't really spend all that much time there. So let's see if we can clear through 40 first. All right, going to get stopped out. I got stopped out, sadly, of ACXP as this one lost trend. It's coming in back into the 10 EMA on the 5. Let's see if it finds support at that 6 mid-80s level. That was the breakout level. I'll get back in if it gets above 7, but for now, going to steer clear of that. Continuing to watch SCR, holding current bar low, but not exactly finding the type of volume we need to push it back into the high 30s, low 40s, where we've been on the day.
We're getting some issues here, Sharif. Something happened there, so I don't know what's going on.
I don't know,
How's
brother.
your battery looking over there?
It's looking good, man.
All right.
All right,
So
I got to concentrate here, so
Here, I don't know. I'm just going by what the chat is saying.
Yeah,
yeah, guys, can you hear me? Just let me know. Why would you? Okay, anyways, aside from that, Jay Lee, no sound issues here, says Alan. Okay, so let us know, guys, if you're having any issues with that. Sound is fine. Muted, somebody is saying no audio, no sound. We'll go over the super chats. If you can hear me,
that's what
okay,
I'm
no problem.
talking about.
Put those ones there. That sounds fine. He's good, he's good, he's good. All right, maybe just do a refresh if you can't hear me, I'll just say that.
That's what I'm talking about. There goes SER into the high of the day, 267. Please refresh your stream, guys. But SER, nice re-entry here. I didn't like what I saw initially, got right back in, and we were rewarded 267, up 98% now. Looking to go more. Seller at 55. We've wet the beak here at 50, looking for a bigger move up, waiting in the high 50s. There it is, into the high 50s. Now we set up at 69. Let's go. All right, very happy with this trade here. Let's set up a little higher. Now, coming back into 50 we go. Better believe anything against me here. Stop. Let's go ahead and throw that in now so that we needn't concern ourselves with this. A good breakout here on SER. I sniffed this one, shut it to Bovin. Bovin, good call out, but you know, I was unsure whether this was going to be the A+ setup because of how these downtrend breaks have been trading lately. I think that there's days where there's continuity and there are days when there isn't. And it's really tough for me to know if this one's going to continue or not, which is why I didn't take it into the 20s. But there it is. Pumped about that. Let's see if it can get up a little bit more. We're setting up at 69er now. 69er requires a high day break because the high of the day is 67. So now we can rest it easier and I can go back and look at all the supers. Oh my days, we have a bunch of supers. Oh my days. Casey, 520, frickin' 6, dropping 20 Membies in the. She's always doing it live, bro. All right, Anthony Warner, you got one, baby. How about low? Abnormity, Jim, Vim, V Massive. We got Diego Perez, Trader Mike, Emmanuel Rios, IRL Cora, Pete Plus, Elvis Profits. I love these, by the way, man. Old Ford Man. We got Gorev Sony. All guys, you guys got all a free membership vis-a-vis Casey 520 frickin' cashing out $3,000 on the VCX trade. She was all over that. I saw it. Let's pull up VCX, which is an IPO on the day. What is this trade on? New York? There it is. Big move up. I was in this one case as you were talking about it, up 184%, halted again to the $88.79. Great trade, Case. I know that that's your life. This thing's only on 55,000 shares. You got guts of steel, Casey. Shout out to you. We got OG Wisdom drop in 729. I don't know what those are. Dirhams? Something AED, I think. BTC dabbling 69,000. Could we see 66 soon? Let's have a look, see what the coin is up to. Let's move over here, though, so I can keep an eye on my trade. SER, we're still holding some here, guys. Let's see what the coin is up to. Show yourself, coin. All right, let's flip to the hourly. See what we... I hate how, you notice how on IB, it shows like currency and BTC is these weird candles. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand.
I don't know if that's with you're using the regular charts.
Your favorite charts, Joey. Could we see 66? So 66 to where, Joey? Right here. So we do have support at 66. I would be hoping that we put in a higher low because we've been doing. OG Wisdom. Take a look at this. Area low, higher low. That's a wick. That doesn't count. Higher low, higher low. So I would think, we probably bounce maybe 66.5. It is possible. So let me know what you're thinking it is on that. But there goes SCR again into 63. Here comes 64. We're waiting for 69. 65 showing up. We're waiting for the high of the daybreak. All right. There's 60. There's 68. No. Go to 69. We'll take it out here. We'll leave a piece. We're going to go to 77s now. And we have to go to SIA.
Yeah, quick news on Meta here, down 1.56% after Bloomberg reports that Meta plans to cut back on party content moderators over the next few years, that it expands use of AI tools. And it says that they're better at spotting scams, celebrity impersonators, and some other rule-breaking content. And Meta is still planning to keep human reviewers for appeals and higher decisions. That's all. Back to the guys.
Thank you very much.
Good stuff.
How's it going there, Joey?
Where's my boy? I seen him out here. He did my favorite. He did my favorite thing there, emoji. Oh, what a move down. All right, but he went like this, guys.
Joey.
Jason Malroy. Probably saying that one wrong.
Oh, it's dangerous right there.
There we go. They hit that Rivian off that lows, baby.
Oh, that's big boy trade. There you go. There you go. Oh, you're telling him you telling him to hush?
No, I'm just saying.
No.
He's saying he did my favorite emoji there. He put that in there, so I'm just saying he's a silent assassin. There we go. Everybody throws up one time for everyone. Yeah, there it goes, guys. Rivian up 3%, balance off it. I was waiting for this one, guys. You haven't seen me take anything up until now. I don't even know how much I was off of this, to be honest with you.
Good call, Bubin.
We'll V8 life, yeah. Oh, I got a story. There we go, Midwest Cannabis, my boy. Toss him up. But no, in all seriousness, guys, a nice little move. Let's see if we can break through this. We did have momentum punch through that $16 mark, which I thought was going to be a everybody's doing it now, Sharif. Throw up.
Hey.
That's what we're talking about.
I like that one.
But yeah, that's a good one. Man.
Of course.
That's a good one.
Especially when you're dunking on haters. That one is the best.
That's the thing, right? So, say when people are just like, they're throwing it in your face like you're playing a video game.
Don't do that.
Nothing is more annoying than being right? Like, it's just like, all right, fist the cup time, you know what I mean? But yeah, no, that'll really, salt in the wound there. But in all seriousness, guys, a nice little move, break of the $16 mark on RIVM. We pop 1606. We take a little bit more off. I want to hold the majority of this move to see if we can head into the teens here. It was a nice pop. I have a good risk-reward ratio, and I'm pretty prepared to hop right back in. Everybody getting involved in with that. I love seeing it. But we have AED 36.99 AED.
What is that? I'm gonna find out right now, Joe.
We'll figure out right now. Holding a short.
What is that, Ram?
Yeah, I thought it was
Dubai.
So that's a good super chat right there.
UAE,
they're all really good. Holding a short from 75K. Ending channel and big buys at 6K. Love from Dubai. Habibi. Come to Dubai. You guys give us energy. All we try to do, my friend.
They love crypto. They love.
It's all.
They like money in Dubai, Joey.
I would think so.
They like their money out there.
I'm pretty sure a lot of places like money.
Yeah, but I think there might be a little extra gung ho in Dubai.
They got extra going over there.
Yes, Ram. Pardon me? No way, Ram. I haven't even watched season 2, Ram. I know. Ram,
you're watching this out of all shows, watching Dubai Blink.
Can I say why?
Yeah.
When I had time, before Sanity started, I watched season 1. So I feel like I've got a bit of, foundation there, and I feel compelled to know what happened.
So why don't you just tell us why you started watching Dubai Blink season 1?
To be honest with you, because I just thought it was interesting. It's about Dubai. Yeah, that's really the only reason. There's nobody that I like out there that you're trying to insinuate. Look at this guy. He's like a bobblehead over here. Like this guy, I love it, man. Who is Ram says terrible trade? Casino. Let's take care of that. Let's show him exactly who Ram is. Oh, it's coming.
We can't. It's not possible.
It's not possible.
That's crazy. It is not possible.
Well, yes, Brendo on the left there. He's kind of blocking the way there behind him is Ram.
If somebody will, she's like. Have you ever watched that movie? See, if you watch Dubai Bling and you say no to this, we have to end the stream.
Bro, am I not allowed to have discretion?
Do you know, have you watched the movie V for Vendetta?
Yes, I have.
Okay, all right.
It's been a minute, though.
It's been a hot minute.
It's an old movie. It's like 25 years old, something like that. Yeah. I've watched V for Vendetta.
Yeah, I'm a low-key person.
And we're going to keep it like that.
Let's go Dubai. I was going to say, let's go Dubai. Let's go Rivian, see if we can get an additional breakup. Looking for that
get back to work here.
North of these, pardon me?
Let's get back to work.
Yeah, let's get right back to work, man. We can flick that switch real quick. We're right back on here.
I see it,
guys. We're heading to 1602. If we can punch through VWAP, I think we can have a recovery here. But first things first, we need to break through this resistance zone at 1610. And if that's the case, then we get a little bit more of an aggressive pullback. Downtrend from an intraday standpoint is most definitely intact, but I believe that buyers can potentially step back in.
Ram, the people want to who's behind the name. Too bad? You don't want to come over behind us over here? You know, just give your fans a wave. Let them know you care about them, that you're emotionally invested in the show. Come over, Ram.
Whoa, look at the chocolate. That's crazy.
I know. She's not budging. That chair's not even moving.
No, she's not going
All right,
anywhere.
I tried, guys. She says, nah.
Whose chocolate? Your chocolate bar in the fridge, Ram?
It was.
Did you eat that?
No, she ate it. It's gone.
All right.
She had it yesterday, I could tell. I looked for it this morning. Wasn't there.
Why, were you going to take it?
Did you see that they put it?
No.
There's like these puffs with like cream inside them. Are they good? See? They're good, she says.
Nobody
okay,
got
so we're
time.
going to have to
We
try
don't
one.
got
She
time for
ate
that,
some
man. Boy.
already. I love it. Get it, Ram. All right, guys, here's the deal. I'm missing out on LiDAR. Shout out to Bovin. Bovin's been talking about this one for a while. Shout out to Cool Brioche. He was mentioning this multiple times. LIDR, not a big, but a healthy 24%. And this one, look, it's I don't want to say it's a buy program, but it's pretty clean. You're getting very little in the way of bamboozlement. Let's put this on the black chart so we can also a bit better and flip to the 5. We're on the hourly here, which is not what we want. Actually, let me go back to this so I can just spot that area of resistance. Okay, so we're at 231 right now. Back on the 6th, we did get up to 250. So let's throw in some trend lines or some horizontals here to earmark some of these levels. So we're going to say 250, of course, which is kind of par for this with these ones, but it looks like all the closing prints, guys, on the hourly reject 235. So right around that 2 1/3. So that's going to be an interesting level to, if we can clear it, at least on the hourly. It's going to basically another 10 minutes to see if we can do that, because 1250 right now. Let's flip to the 5. This is what it looks like on the 5, and you can see it's been quite respectful of the 10 EMA. Yes, on the 5. Throw in the ticker. I do apologize for those who don't see the top there. I know it's very small. So LIDR, the only time that it breached the 10 EMA on was the double there at 1140, 1145. Then it goes along its merry way into the high. Currently, 225 is the 10 EMA on the 5. But what I would say is this one shows you very little in the way of bamboozlement breaching prior bar low. So if that's the case, my first thought here, try to get in with maybe towards the low of the prior candle, and then giving it to, maybe a couple of pennies below prior bar low, just to give yourself a little bit of room. But IDR, a great one there. I'd probably be a buyer at about 225. But I want to go back to SER, because SER is finding a lot of support here at the $0.50. So current bar on SER has a low 40s, prior bar is 46. We're showing 49. So we're holding right around the $0.50. Now, if you were to get in here, you don't have to risk that much to buy your bar. As I mentioned, it's only a couple of shekels. That's exactly what we're going to do. We'll take very, very limited size, given that this is coming off a little bit. We're in at 51. We'll stop out at 46. So if it loses bar, I'm out. But let me throw in some profit takers right around that 59 penny area, and then we'll go 69 area. It doesn't look like it's ready to rock it up quite yet, if at all. I'm gonna give it to prior bar low. Stops me out through that. I'm a Zeno on very, very relatively small size relative to the original position. So that's a layer. And I also want to mention DLTH has been fantastic, and I've said very little about that. on the NQ, I believe. Yes, DLTH, look at this thing, rocket up, man. To 304, that's the high. It's up 38, 39%. I just got stopped out. Yes, I did get stopped out there of SCR, so we'll give back a little bit, but we'll still very positive on it. So it didn't hold the half dollar. That's fine. I want to take that risk. But DLTH, great look there into 304. Let's see if it can clear 3 on a closing basis. Right now, it's really not. It's zigging and zagging. And then last but not least, before we go back to Joey, I've said very little about this, but VET, this has looked fantastic. Now you're getting that rejection, 1869, coming back down into the 20 EMA. Let's see if the deep retracement hold up at the 20. I could be a buyer here and risk very little. This has been a clean move, up about 14%. Not a bad look. Cool Brio LNZA might be a bit late short. I didn't have an opportunity to look at that Cool Brio. I know you've been talking about that a lot, LNZA. Yeah, this was, oh, that's why. It was light on volume. I did look at this initially. I do apologize. 33.50. Now it's coming back down to 27 and change. I just didn't look at, brother, because the volume there, like 9,700 shares and that candle, 4,700 on that one, 4,300 on this. So it's not exactly king. So that's kind of why I stayed away from that one. But thank you for pointing it out. Shout out to Cool Brios, Joey.
All right, man. Yeah, we're just chilling here. We're probably going to get stopped out, break even on this RIVN trade. We didn't take too much off, but that's all right. Not worth it. Only a couple more pennies. Look at the downtrend now. And I'm thinking here with the overall market is we pop up, we put a new high, fail to put in a new high, fail. So one more retest short here. And I just don't believe that we're going to break up. I'm not getting that vibe with multiple failed attempts to the top side, right? So patient. All right, let's get out break even here on this RIVN trade. Downtrend still fully intact. If there's any more indecision prints, like we close as a hammer here, then let's re-engage, right? Like we didn't get the most precise entry, but that's okay. We'll take a couple higher. I just believe that this market is going to fade a little bit. I want to try to catch the top end of this range instead of sell the support system without the momentum really starting to uptick there, right? We participate, not anticipate. When we try the anticipation thing and you get in at some good places where you can really increase your risk to reward, which I think is important, trying to jump the gun, because every time it runs into that support level, it just bounces right off of it, right? It's like a trampoline. But eventually, you never know, it's like that elastic band effect that I talk about on the weighted average price. Eventually, that elastic band can snap. Biggest story of the day, earnings, oil, energy, geopolitical, AI tech. I think it's between these two here. I think AI has to do anything. Would you vote geopolitical?
I put geopolitical.
You put geo? Okay,
yeah.
Good stuff. Earnings. I'm talking about Rivian here. Or no, sorry, not Rivian. Micron and the Red Cats, Alibaba. Nobody really cares about that right now, man. We care about what's going on. Well, we do, just being sarcastic. I just don't feel like the street or it's impactful, as impactful in the market. So oil dropping, yes. Oil's moving lower now south of our entry price here on RIVN. Market putting in a hammer candle right at VWAP, starting to form that wedge. Just do our basic due diligence, draw our trend lines, draw our support and resistance zones, and then look for that potential entry, right? Consistent higher, lower highs here, guys. Not too good of a look, but as long as we continue to compress here, form that wedge top end, if it breaks through that way, adios amigos. If it cracks through the support and you really see an uptick in the volume, then maybe you can start rocking and rolling with the short. It's definitely been a more difficult sideways session. I know someone earlier in the day is like, how can you say the market's not doing anything? My account's down 4%. Well, what are you holding, right? A lot of the act in the pre-market. If you look at it from an intraday standpoint, we've only been $600, is that correct? Of 60, all the way to 555. So a $4 range in the SPY, right? And then you like a 5-point range here in the triple Qs. So nothing crazy. And then there's the only direction we've been going essentially is eastward, right? We can classify that as a trend, but you have to learn how to navigate that. Otherwise, it's going to make things more difficult, or you just avoid it at any cost.
I'm getting reports 6. President Trump just reposted some things that 6 different nations are going to help secure the strait. We'll have to wait and see if that. Europe, Japan announces readiness to assist with the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. JustTheNews.com posting that, and then President Trump retruthing it. We'll keep an eye out on that. I didn't quite see anything in my blotter yet. Let me just have a quick look at the news blotter. Anything there? Maybe it's old. Maybe that's why it took a while to show up. But I wanted to mention a couple of things. Shout out to Sir Films a lot. Like that, Sir Films a lot. So he's asking about the IPO that KC526 has been printing up storms on over here. His question was, Sharif Joe, can you help me understand how to acquire my shares from an IPO? So there's a couple of ways. The first one is the most simple one, which is right now. This is trading VCX on the NY. It's up 220%. You can just punch in and buy. Okay? That's one way to do it. The other is to try to get in earlier, right? And that usually is not open to everybody. That's before it starts trading on public markets, in this case on the New York Stock Exchange. You have to get in through an investment bank. However, there are now moves by some of the brokerages like Robinhood that's trying to get you in at the investor level, at the institutional level, before it's trading in the public markets to try to get shares that way. I believe Robinhood said that they were going to have, they were trying to get shares for their clients or whatever. For the SpaceX IPO, was there one as well? Maybe for OpenAI? Fact check me, Chad. I'm pretty sure it was Robinhood, and I'm pretty sure it was for those companies, but I could be wrong. Just fact check me on that. He says I own. So what do you mean, brother? So then what are you trying to do? Help me understand how to acquire my shares from an IPO. Tag me again, Sir Films a lot. Explain your question in a bit more detail. For now, though, we have to go to C at the big desk.
Just a quick update here. Multiple sources stating that Iran has fired fresh missiles at Israel just a couple minutes ago.
Thank you. Thank you for that. See ya. All right. Continuing here. I'm kind of interested in getting back into SER. I'm waiting for a reach of prior bar high. I'm looking for setup here. It held prior area support quite well. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. If this can breach prior bar high, maybe into 54, 55, we're going to get involved, and we're going to give it to prior bar low. Here's 53. Prior low is 43. Showing 53 now. Let's see if there's continuity on this one, or it wants to end up here. So it breached prior bar. Let's see if this one wants to get out. Joey, I got to send it to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Katie. Damster, I think that's the narrative. This is going to go on a lot longer than what we anticipate. They're going to use all their resources, but it's just one of those prolonged things. It's just like missile strike here and there. I don't think that they have any intentions of giving up anytime soon until obviously they use up all their resources. Then they'll just do whatever they have to. I read, I don't know if it's not, but it looks like Iran might be receiving, again, I have to double check this. I read it on yesterday that China and Russia might be supplying, even though Russia's completely tied up right now, Iran with some military, whatever you would like to call it. Moving forward, guys, let's take a look at Netflix. It didn't continue its trend here. I know we were talking about this. Look at this intraday chart, just absolutely horrendous. You did have a 20% bump, right? But now you're starting to come back in. Downtrend isn't. The chances are at this pace, you're going to get this gap fill, all right? So keep an eye out on that one. We'll run through our list once again. How's CrowdStrike been coming right back into the lower end of the range? It's definitely been a weaker one here in the overall market. I'm thinking about taking a potential short here on the NASDAQ for that breakdown, but that might not till later. There's big, oh, whoa, okay. Let's take a couple steps back here, guys. A big volatility spike here on RIVN. Curious to see if any volume or any catalyst stepped in there, guys. Look at this, a massive on the 1 minute time frame volume spike, and even on the 5 minute. That'd be the largest we've seen since this morning. Still time to print on this candle, so let's keep an eye on RIVN just in case there's somewhat of a bottom here. We'll pull something up. We'll see if we can find anything along the lines that would be correlating and why we're starting to see that massive volatility spike. I'll take a look right now, see if there's anything. RIVN on Rivian.
Yeah. That was from this morning. Good call.
That was the morning. Thank you for that one there.
Sorry, I wasn't concentrating, Joe. I was trying to trade. So you and I talked about how Uber is not really investing the kind of capex that the Waymos are and all these other robo-taxi operators. They're trying to make themselves a marketplace for AVs, autonomous vehicles, right? Yeah, they did throw a Billy, what's it called, Rivian's way, right? But that's a Billy over 5 years, and it's about, I think, $300. We're going to get to on the news upfront. Not that much for a big company like Uber, right? And it's when you look at the kind of capex that some of the hyperscalers are spending, we're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars, Billy over 5 years, what, $1.5 billion, I think, whatever it is. So I do like that kind of approach that Uber's taking.
I like it too. I like it for multiple reasons. Why? Because it's something that we would thought be a bit more disruptive, considering what we have going on with Waymo and the robo-taxi. But they're getting involved in this, which I think can grow the platform as well too. Considering they already have that massive customer base, you just have want to put their EVs on, and they're just essentially acting as a middleman. Here, you can use our platform. Vehicles, we collect a little bit of the share, and it's a high margin situation for them.
Absolutely, do like it. I think it's the right move, especially if you're looking to protect capital. And quite frankly, I don't think that they have the capital or really the technical ability to compete with the Waymos and the Teslas. Tesla's been doing this for like a decade, almost and a half now, man, since Autopilot came out, I think. What was it, 13, 14, 15, something like that when they came out on the Model S and the Model S. I remember they've had Autopilot for a while, but all those miles that were driven on Autopilot and then, of course, FSD, all that's data collection that Tesla's using to kind of curate, make Auto or FSD the way it is.
Right now, dude.
Rivian?
Yeah, look at that. Look at
the
screen.
It's right on
look at that.
It's half a quarter percent.
Look at the momentum and the volume
ridiculous.
Really starting to pick up there. It's really tanking. I just got a price spike notification there, Sharif. So nothing crazy, but I mean, hey, maybe there's something along the lines. Could be a massively aggressive seller, but that's a lot of volume stepping in. We'll keep our eyes out on this one just in case there is something along the lines that, from a catalyst standpoint, because that's a big time move, right? You're now giving back the majority of what we got through here in the pre-market. So you use, and then now we're heading right back towards where the spike started. I mean, that's going to be around $15.40. So that's a lot of volume. And this is going to be the second largest volume print so far. So definitely something going on. Also, look at the overall market heading right towards the key support level. You knock right on the trend line and starting to head a little bit south there. So keep an eye on what Rivian is up to.
All right. Sorry, Sir Films a lot. I got a little distracted, brother. Thank you for... So Sir Films a lot says he's actually transferring from his fund rise to his brokerage. He was actually an early adopter. I'm assuming you're talking about the shares up in VCX. I've never actually been able to do that. I've never been involved with it at the institutional level, so I don't have any experience transferring it from that into my brokerage. You're probably, I don't know, somebody in the chat can help you there. Also an LLM, perhaps speak to your brokerage and they'll give you instructions. I've never done it, so I don't want to speak and misspeak and give you the wrong information. But thank you for the question, and sorry I could not help. But Sir Films a lot. Now, a couple of things. I got in here on SER, did a topping tail candle, and it didn't look like it was quite ready to go, but I think it's holding the same area here. So I'm going to hold again. I'm going to go lesser shares, and we're going to give it again to that prior area low. So let's go into 241, and we're going to give it basically to 38. There we go.
All right,
let's see if this one can.
This might some little lines. Rivian no longer expects to be adjusted EBITDA positive in 27.
Yeah.
All right. So there it is.
Yeah, that's kind of big. So here it is in a regular. Let's read it out for everybody. Let me bring it in, and let me close. And I'll just be able to do it here. So Rivian, Katina, man, you got to see Rivian now. No. It's not what you thought. In a regulatory filing earlier, Rivian noted that the company no longer expects to be adjusted EBITDA positive in 27 due to an unexpected increase in R&D spend associated with the acceleration of its autonomy roadmap. Yeah, so R&D. As previously reported this morning, Rivian and Uber announced a partnership to help accelerate both companies' autonomous vehicle plans. They expect to deploy 10,000 fully autonomous R2 robotaxis in the phase of the R2 robotaxi deployment. Uber will invest $1.25 billion in Rivian through 2030. So 5 years, a little bit more, subject to the achievement of certain autonomous milestones, specific dates, building towards a scaled, fully autonomous fleet of Rivian R2 robotaxis, which will be available exclusively through the Uber platform. An initial $300 million investment has been committed for the following signing. What the hell does that mean? To following signing. Shout out to The Fly for putting out a very, very well-edited item there. No, I just, of course. All right, Joey.
Yeah.
What do you got there, brother?
I was just reading the exact same article that you brought to us here, Sharif. I got nothing going. I mean, it is 1 o'clock. You're still trading. We could. I
know, I'm an animal.
If you're ready at any time, soon, stop, won't stop.
See, I don't like doing that anymore, even though I do like doing because of Diddy. You delete your Diddy songs? Yeah, can I say something to you?
What's up?
When he comes on, to both of you guys, he comes on, I get a little bit cringe, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I don't like, I never was like.
I liked him.
You liked him back in the,
there was a lot of P. Diddy in the family. Remember?
No.
Mace,
But Mace is way better than Diddy. Mace,
I'm not saying he's not.
Mace was actually a
he's
good
got the golden voice.
Mace was
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Puff drive Mercedes while he drives other things. But
I mean,
So get it, Neil. So we're holding here, guys. SER. I'm looking for this one to hold 245. Try to back up. Scalp some on this. It's about 8 after 1. We're gonna start the news headline really soon. Sia's on the big desk. She's Sia, are we doing the news with you, or are you keeping your eyes on the news there?
Both today.
You're doing both? Amazing. Many talents. So we're gonna get Sia to start the news. Joey, you want to start with Sia there on the first one until I finish up the trade on here on SER?
We could do whatever.
Can do whatever.
Whatever you like.
I like it. All right, Sia, let's get it going.
Now let's talk about Apple here. Apple negative 0.74% is share and has recently seen iPhone sales in China jump 23% year over year in early 2026. And the growth has come from, despite broader smartphone market decline, which is a negative 4% year over year. Strongest performance, however, driven by iPhone 17 lineup and targeted promotions, but Apple is currently also benefiting from discounts and government subsidies, and this could possibly mean affordability for Apple is on the rise.
Let's load this up over here. I'm done the trade. I guess I lost the window that had all the information. There it is. Good. Just one moment, guys. It's just setting up over here. All right, let's load this up.
I want to bring this up here because this is really, and I think Sean was talking about this because we're going to get serious here. Sean was talking about this, and I think it was such a valid point. And something along the lines is that we have some hyperscalers blowing through all this cash, spending billions and billions of dollars. And then I pull up this article here. It says, well, while all these hyperscalers are essentially spending all this money, and I think this is how their plan. I don't know if they did this on purpose, Sharif, right? Because the botch launch of Apple Intelligence with the iPhone 16. But what I'm reading here now is that these guys just nearly brought in $900 million, so almost $1 billion. That's the inverse. These guys are making money off of these AI plays without having to spend anything. And I think that's I don't know if it was intentional considering what we know would happen. I think it was. You think so?
Absolutely. Well, everybody else was panicking and spending hundreds of billions of dollars on this company just sat on their hands.
Sat on their hands, and now they're bringing in billions, roughly.
We'll see, bro. I mean, it looks good, but, the fact that they don't control the technology is a bit of a wild card.
Very, very much. And you and I had the conversation regarding Gemini as well, too. They're bringing Gemini in. They're going to integrate that into Siri. What was I just about to say? So, essentially, these guys
Apple,
are bringing...
hangry wife.
Yeah, these are bringing in a lot of money now, and they haven't spent a fraction of what some of these other parties.
I think for what the quarter they guided during the earnings report, $2.5 billion in capex for the quarter. You know what Meta's going to spend?
They're spending
$135 billion for the year, not the quarter.
It's just like, hey, if we're looking at a couple of names that can potentially be that next pay, you have the company, the second largest company on the planet, breaking in and benefiting from this, just like NVIDIA is. So the two top players aren't spending the money; they're bringing it in from other individuals. And let's say, I don't know, do you think that you're saying a lot of the other names are hit the panic button? I think Apple did terribly because they were talking about it like the iPhone 16 releases, like Apple Intelligence, but then they took a breath, they were calm, they're like, hey, we're not for this. It's not exactly where it wants to be, and then they essentially dropped it with the release of the 17.
Well, I don't think that's hitting the panic button, though. I think acknowledging that LLMs are continue to hallucinate. Again, my opinion on Apple Intelligence stays the same. Does not put out products like Google does that are unrefined. Google's willing to put out there, and if the product is not perfect, that's fine. They're willing to build the user base and then perfect the product while it's out there being used. Apple takes a different approach. If it ain't perfect from day, it's not getting released.
It's not getting
released. My issue has been they can't seem to fix anybody. It's not Apple. It's the entire industry. They can't fix hallucinations. These things, what model is, they're all hallucinating. I'm using the most advanced ChatGPT model, and every morning I have to change stuff in the morning note because it gets the year wrong. It says former President Trump, not former President Trump. So you see what I'm saying? So that is an industry problem, I think. It's not an Apple problem.
No, not. And I think something really positive is too is that they didn't release that by digging themselves, even though they were promoting Apple Intelligence, they didn't dig themselves a deeper hole by launching it and releasing it.
Well, it's just not their way,
It's not, but they did make a mistake by kind of promoting it throughout the
100% agree.
Through that
100%. I think they thought they'd be able to get through technical challenges, and they weren't. So what I want to focus on today, the obvious change year over year in Chinese sales. What I really like is the fact Apple's growing at 23% China, while the overall smartphone market in China is down 4% year over year. I mean, that if you're bucking the trend in a way, that must say something. And it really all is down to the iPhone 17 lineup. People want a shiny new device that looks different than the one prior. Let's cut the crap, okay? And then moreover, the cheapest version of the 17 qualifies for some of the Chinese government subsidies that they give so people can buy new phones, right? So they can spur demand and stimulate the economy. And Apple did that on purpose. They purpose priced in the 17, their basic 17, so that it does fit within those price parameters. So I like what Apple's doing in that regard. Do I have concerns about the future? You bet I do, especially with the cost of RAM skyrocketing up and Apple's long-term agreements that they have with their suppliers, most notably Samsung, coming to an end, I believe, in August. That means August onwards, we're going to be about new market prices. But it's not all doom and gloom. Apple has ridiculous buying power, so they will be able to kind of force some of their suppliers to lower the prices. And though those prices are going to be higher than before, but it's going to be better than what, Joe Schmo paid for RAM. So it eats into margins. I get that. And you've seen that reflected in the price, right? We're like $30, $40 possibly off the all-time highs. And I think that probably has a lot to do with the eating margins because the RAM. Pause for a second. Let's go to Sia.
Yeah, we're talking about a headline here. Ecolab is nearing a deal for KKR's data center cooling company, and Ecolab is set to pay between $4.5 billion to $5 billion, between $4.5 to $5 billion for the business. And currently, KKR is down 1.62%.
Okay, Sia, let's go to the next story.
Absolutely, let's go to the next story. Talking about Tesla. Tesla's CEO Elon Musk has indicated the company can tape out its next-gen AI6 chip by December of this year. This tape-out will mark the final design stage before the manufacturing. And AI6 chips are expected to power Tesla's self-driving systems, the FSD systems, and humanoid robots. And this is critical for scaling autonomy and robotics initiatives, which are both important long-term initiatives.
like this a lot. I think that bringing chip design in-house definitely helps preserve margins, especially for something as important as your custom ASICs for FSD. The A16, apparently they're going to be able to bring it out sooner than expected, and they're crediting AI with allowing them to kind of accelerate the R&D phase. So you got to like that as well. What I do like, what I don't like about this is the CapEx that they're going to have to spend if Elon, that they want to build their own labs, right? Their fabrication plants for these chips. Currently, they're going through Samsung for the majority of them, but they do have plans vertically integrating. And if you know anything about Tesla's business model, the entire thing is almost vertically integrated, right? This is not going to be any different, but that does require CapEx, and that means in the short to intermediate term, there's going to be margin compression because there's going to have to be money spent on R&D. So a little of this, a little of that, I think, Joey.
Yeah, I agree with you there. And I was just reading something on the A50 AI5 actually chip. So apparently an analyst said, and I mean, we're talking kind of a grade lower, it's going to compete with Blackwell. It's that bar that's been set by NVIDIA that everyone wants to compete with. I don't know if that's necessarily the case. A massive deal struck here as well too. But I also read the fact that Tesla is still going to be, and SpaceX is still going to be purchasing NVIDIA's chips on mass scale. So it just tells you, even though the hyperscalers are looking to build their own customs, they're still leagues behind what NVIDIA is offering.
All right, shout out to the talk viewer. I do apologize. User 35 84 75 18 89 181. Bro, can you check swimmer? Chance to move up, or should I leave it here? Let's check out SWMR on the day. I don't know, man. They gets really creative with the year SWMR. Shout out to all the viewers watching us on TikTok. Love you guys. Thank you for joining us. Look, SWMR is taking a bit of a day off today. I still like this as a swing. You got a clear area of support in the mid 40s at around 40, 46, with the ultimate low being that 44 area that we saw. It's on about a couple day now lower high trend ever since we put in the all-time high. I mean, all-time, we've only been for 3 days. Yesterday, if you can get it back above 60, I'd love it. I don't know what your time frame is, user, if you're looking intraday or you're looking for a swing, but this one is really not giving up some of the levels. It's holding up quite well in a very weak market. It's down about 5% on the day, but this can flip a switch quickly, especially breaking above 55. 55 is yesterday's closing print on SWMR, and if it clears that, I think we could probably squeeze into maybe 59, 60. Good base here. It's putting in some higher lows locally ever since we put in the low at 11.15. Bad look on SWMR. Hope that helps. Just before we go to the next story, SER is rocketing. Okay, so it's taking out all the levels now. 283 high, holding at about 2 3/4. Great hold here of that former area of resistance. I'm talking about 240 area. It holds it very clean as a base, as support. Rockets back up to D3. We could see $3 here momentarily, guys. SER up big on the day, 18%, and looking to do some more damage. What do we got next, Sia?
Next, we're talking about AMZ, and Amazon has said that negotiations with the United States Postal Service, USPS, have collapsed as of December after USPS abruptly walked away. Amazon has claimed that it wanted to increase volumes and not reduce them, which contradicts their earlier reports. And as per reports, Amazon may cut USPS shipping volume by up to 2/3 when the contract expires as of this year in September. And USPS has historically been Amazon's largest delivery partner, so this could affect USPS revenue for sure, and they usually handled over 1.5 billion of Amazon's packages annually.
So my understanding is here, this really does focus on the rural areas where the majority of Amazon's packages are still being delivered by USPS. But as Amazon has been doing lately, they've been investing bigly in the rural delivery capacity at $4 billion through this year, 2026, to expand that. So you kind of feel like they were hedging their bets against USPS, and they also continue to reduce reliance on third deliverers, right? That, what do they call that? They call it the last mile or something like that. forget the name.
That's what they're saying. That's what it's
What
called.
is it called?
The
Last mile
delivery.
The last mile delivery. Thank you, Joey, for that. So that does, that's obviously good for bringing everything in-house. When you bring everything in-house, margins expand. But my understanding is, correct me if I'm wrong, Chad, if you guys know any different, that the reliance here on USPS is mostly full. And if they're expanding their own reach there, Joey, then it's just a matter of time until they don't need the carrier.
Yeah, I mean, you have to probably go that route, Sharif, if you're looking to have this. I know you're talking about rural, but if you're having that hour delivery, right, the 3 hour and stuff, I don't know how that's going to work, and you're going to be heavily reliant on a third party. But with the last mile delivery network is essentially amounting up to half the cost. So that could be something that they can and shore up and sure enough increase, and that's when you get that margin expansion, because that's pretty expensive, half the cost.
It is, and not that matters to us because USPS is not traded publicly, but this could actually really hurt them. Apparently, it's going to be several $100 million contracts here that they're going to be without if the deal with Amazon ends. And apparently, if you believe Amazon's story, it was USPS who walked away, not them. Maybe Amazon was a little greedy or aggressive in the negotiations, but according to the report, again, not vouching for it, that Amazon said they walked away. So we'll see kind of how that all works out. But
and let me say this about Amazon.
Oil's tanking, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, it's moving lower. Yeah, it's moving lower.
Yeah.
I'm going to say this about Amazon. We use multiple kind of examples on this. We had the Google antitrust. We had the Paramount Skydance war between Netflix and the latter there. I think until a really broad deal is done with China as to the tariffs, I think that's weighing on the stock a little bit as well too, because even we love AWS, I think the e-commerce segment is still pretty important, and I think once resolved or they come to a conclusion, I think it can help climb the stock a little bit higher.
I don't disagree with that. Let's go see ya.
Yes, oil is tanking right now, but we're also going to do a story that related to oil here. Oil and gas prices have been surging after the Iranian strikes on key Middle East energy infrastructure, as I've been reporting all day today. Markets are rapidly repricing risk because the conflict is seen to be from now not just political tension, but also to direct supply disruption. Gas futures have climbed to near 4-year highs, and Iranian strikes have caused extensive damage to Ras Laffan, which is the world's largest LNG supply facility located in Qatar, in Doha. And Qatar has already halted LNG production earlier in March due to prior attacks. By the way, Qatar accounts for 20% of global LNG supply, which makes this disruption very market sensitive.
And this isn't, well, who's surprised by this? But this is obviously an escalation of tensions until thus far. The oil and energy infrastructure hasn't been hit all that. Realize it's been hit. Saudi Arabia got hit. There was a couple of other ones as well, I believe in Oman and some other places. I get all that, but for most of the attacks, we're really kind of avoiding this. This seems like it's an escalation, and one must wonder, right, what Israel and U.S. response is going to be. Now, if you believe President Trump truthed something, I think at 2 or 3 in the morning, basically accusing, he says Israel hit that Iranian oil field because of what's happening there. He didn't specify exactly what he meant by that. And as a result, Iran responded on the Qatar field, and now he's threatening the Iranian regime, saying, look, if you keep hitting the oil fields, we're going to hit yours. And, it's going to be basically, I think he says he doesn't want to do that because it's going to be hard for Iran to rebuild post this current administration. So that's President Trump's assertion that he's trying to avoid hitting all the energy infrastructure of Iran so that when they do leadership, that it doesn't take them as long to rebuild. That's his position. Yep. We'll have to see, how long that holds up because energy infrastructure is getting hit now.
I mean, but at this point, like, what do you expect from the country of Iran? They could just throw out all of kind of the ethics out the window and say, yeah, you know what, we're going to go after you guys can destroy whatever. We're going to go out on a limb there and just say, screw it. I don't know. I think it's best for them to not to. I believe they might have that idea because I think things would escalate. The worst case scenario here is boots on the ground, but if they continue to hit each other in these strikes, eventually it will cool down, in my opinion.
I really hope so.
I think so.
Yeah,
I
do, bro. I mean, I really hope that you're right about that.
I mean,
I think, as I've said before, I don't think President Trump is a hawk or a tech bro. I think he's a pragmatist, and whatever is kind of move the needle for his objectives, he's going to do.
yeah.
What that is, I think reasonable people disagree. What do we got next to you?
I agree with you, Sharif. I have comments on that, but I will refrain. Precious metal sell-off. So gold and silver has dropped aggressively, with gold between 2 to 4% and silver down between 5 to 8%. So futures in deeper losses than spot, indicating a leveraged unwind across the market. And the ongoing U.S.-Iran conflict is driving energy prices spike, which basically is increasing inflation risk globally. And now, instead of acting as a safe haven, these metals alongside equities and bonds. So the thing is that U.S. dollar is also contributing to this weakness, as metals are becoming more expensive globally. What do you have to say about this, guys?
Well, apparently some of the selling here is to raise cash. So they're selling theirs, which obviously gold and silver have had big runs. If you believe the reports, again, we don't really know what's in people's minds. Let's suggest investors are selling their winners, i.e. gold and silver, raise cash amid broader market stress. Leveraged funds as well are facing higher borrowing costs and trying to reduce their exposure across assets. So the highlight here is the key. Safe havens are no longer immune, during times of liquidity. So whether or not silver and gold bounce off these levels, I think that probably the dollarization trade continues. Whether or not the de-dollarization trade continues past President Trump's presidency, I think, again, reasonable people can disagree, especially if there's a change in tariff policy and geopolitical policy that the current administration has. We'll have to wait and see, but I wanted to mention just before we get your opinion here, Joey, the Katina man is so short, and it is absolutely bleeding to the low side. It just made a new low a day. We're still not at that pre-market low. I think we got to get to about 170.70, but you can see all the closing prints here, Joey, kind of defend that 118.5 area. So that's a great look. Lower high, lower high, lower high, flat bottom break. Good job, Katina, man. Good trade, brother. What do you think about this, Joey? The mess?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think at some point you're going to see some profit taking, regardless of what the scenario is. It just happened with the conflicts going on right now. I think we get back to right where we left off with potentially the de-dollarization, the hedge against the dollar. Maybe not necessarily in silver. We've seen that gold has been on a little bit longer of a run. These moves, regardless of how hot the sector or whatever the commodity may be, eventually you'll have some profit taking. You have like a double there. Essentially, in silver, gold has been a run for quite some time, so profit taking is understandable.
And oil just continues to make lower lows. So big USO guys now down almost 2 1/3, losing 119. What do we talk to you?
Next up, we're talking about Micron. Micron has delivered huge earnings beat, which has signaled continued strength in the AI-driven memory cycle. EPS 12.20 versus the $9.31 expected. Revenue at $23.86 billion versus the $20.07 expected, which is a strong upside surprise. And revenue only tripled year over year from $8.05 billion. So company guided $33.5 billion revenue next quarter versus the $24.3 billion that was expected, which is a massive upside here. And EPS guide $19.15 versus the $12.05 that was expected. Industry, however, is facing a tight DRAM and NAND supply, as we've known and have been seeing, particularly AI-related memory. But there's also a shift in high bandwidth memory, HBM product, with higher margins. And gross margin has surged to 74.4%, which is versus this 36.8% year over year, which is again showing a massive expansion in MU here. And net income has jumped to $38 billion from $1.58 billion. Again, a big jump right here, Sharif.
I think this is one of the most aggressive earnings beat that I can remember on memory. Maybe there are others that I'm forgetting, but this is ridiculous, whether you're looking at the current quarter or the guide. 12.20 EPS, 9.31 expected. Almost $24 billion in revenue, 20 expected. Revenue tripling year over year, guiding $30.5 billion. The street was looking for 24 1/3. These are insane numbers. $19.15 EPS, $19.15 EPS for the guy. 12.05 expected. What the hell is this? I mean, the market, how did they get it so wrong, right? The market knew that demand through the roof for RAM, especially HBM, right, for the data centers. But how is this such a monster beat? How did the analysts all get it so low? So that's kind of the look there. But I think Neil mentioned something in the morning that I really want to stress here. Is this as good as it gets? Of, the report really being a blowout earnings report, for the guide really insane. Are we going to start seeing maybe some lower highs from this?
I mean, like when you have that exponential growth, obviously things will cool down. But like we have to refer to the only other name that was comparable, I think, is NVDA. Is that when you're going through the early 20s, essentially you just have that exponential growth. Can it be sustained? I mean, it's still growing at an clip rate. You're still having an increase. He's guiding $500 billion. Now he's talking about $1 trillion. If the cost of memory remains high, then sure enough, you can see it. We know that some of these scalers are already pricing it in. Like Apple worrying about it. It's already 12 to 15% of the cost of the iPhone, essentially.
Right.
So it can continue. Also, this morning, you guys were talking about supply issues. The demand is there.
That's what I want to get to.
So the supply issues.
Hold on.
Yeah.
So now you brought up a really good point. Supply is definitely needed. The demand is there. There's no argument about that. So do we see some of this money now being funneled into CapEx, build out capacity so that you can meet that demand? If there's going to be CapEx, we saw exactly what happened to Rivian there. They want to spend on AV. Market slaps them because it's going to eat into margins, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what I'm trying to say. Is this as good as it gets?
It can, right?
Yeah.
And when we talk about the cap bending and potentially meeting demand, we also have to take into consideration how long it would take for that build out to meet. And is the demand by the time thing is ready going to still be there?
That's a great question. So, and that's a risk the company takes, right?
Exactly. So
I don't know.
I don't know. Only time will tell, right? Like you got to wait for some more quarters to come out, and through the reports, you can see if the demand is still there. It's tough to sustain that type of clip rate, but we've seen it happen through multiple quarters in different names. I mean, we can use Robinhood as a company, right? When you're going through these kind of growth cycles, then they can go on for multiple quarters.
All right, Sia, give us the news and let's go to the next story when you're ready.
Absolutely. I have a quick news here. U.S. Energy Secretary writes saying Trump administration has no plan to implement restriction oil and gas exports. But we're also going to move on to our next story here. Baba has reported an earnings decline with net income falling 66% year over year. Not a good look. Revenue at 284.4 billion yuan versus the 290.7 billion yuan expected. This is versus the analyst estimates over here. And net income at 15.6 billion yuan versus 46.4 billion yuan year over year. Now the profit drop, which is by a 74% decline in operating income, is tied to aggressive reinvestment. Spending, however, has been on quick commerce expansion, user experience upgrades, and technology and AI infrastructure. Now, CEO Eddie Vu has emphasized that AI is a primary long-term engine, and it is indicated that Alibaba is pivoting towards AI cloud monetization, similar to its peers in the US. And cloud revenue has reached 40.3 billion yuan, driven by the cloud and AI expansion and adoption. And Alibaba is investing tens of billions into AI and cloud infrastructure. It recently launched its new AI model series, expanding into agentic commerce. And the goal here is basically to develop a full stack AI and commerce ecosystem, not just an online market.
Exactly what Joseph and I were talking about. The CapEx is going to hurt your operating income, as well as your margins. And that's exactly what we're seeing here with Alibaba. Profit dropped 74%. Profit drop driven by a 74% decline in operating income, tied to aggressive reinvestment. That spending is e-commerce expansion, user experience upgrades, and then the big one, Joey, technology, AI infrastructure. We know how much money that takes. So they're kind of shifting that a growth first strategy at the expense, of course, of near-term profitability. But I think Eddie Wu's a smart guy. He's been running the company since, Jack Ma left. And, I think it's at its peak, obviously, certainly not at its peak in price. But I think, their best segment is cloud. And cloud is switching now to Neo Cloud. And Neo Cloud is basically offering AI. So if they don't invest, somebody else will, and they'll be left behind. What are your thoughts?
No, I agree with you. The thing that's driving them right now is definitely 300 million monthly active users. I think that's massive. What's really dragging them down right now is the e-commerce side of things, as everyone's trying to continuously undercut each other. We've seen that in the EV space in China as well, too. So I think they need to really fit in. We know that they're building data centers. I believe it was in Brazil, Sharif. South America, they're building some. They got out there, and I don't know if they got anything. They got built out in Brazil.
Yes.
So I mean, spending where they need to spend. Now it's just really unfortunate that we've seen it in the EV space here. China is extremely competitive, and they're willing to go with a race to the bottom, and that's what's really hurting them is the e-commerce right now. And I think they need to really hyper-focus on Quen. And then what do they got? They're releasing their Claude and eventually soon as well.
They have that Nemo Claw.
The Nemo Claude or Claw or whatever they would like to call it. So I mean, cool on the e-commerce. And I mean, are we gonna do we think this is going to be a big time shift? Like, do you think at some point online spending is going to come to a real significant cool down? I don't feel about that.
I think it's really. I don't think online is going to give way to I think where we may see weakness is weakness in the consumer. And you're already kind of seeing that a little bit there. You're seeing it in China.
In the lower end consumer.
Right? Certainly. The high-end consumer is clearly not, as we can see by airlines, of course. But I
agree with you. I don't see the resurgence of brick and mortar, to be honest with you, right?
Maybe for something.
Like a cyclical thing, during Christmas times and all that garbage.
I think the moving has written here.
But to be honest with you, I think it's such a smart business model to kind of get rid of that or sway away from the brick and mortar and have these the company building 60 or 70 stores in 2020 through 27 and just kind of focus on that e-commerce side of things.
It's heavy. Guys, continuing to watch USO. It's down 1 3/4. We're going to report if there's anything new, of course. We will let you know. U.S. Energy Secretary, the U.S. has no plan to implement restrictions on oil exports, he wrote on X, and many other things. So Sia will keep us updated, as will I. And let's go up to Sia for the next story.
Next, we're talking about Five. Five Below has delivered a strong quarter result and is benefiting from the heavy holiday traffic and demand for low-priced goods. So CEO Vinnie Park has also highlighted a broad strength across certain income groups. The company has emphasized its ability to deliver compelling value across multiple price points, not just its well-known $5 range. Now, adjusted EPS at $4.31 versus the $4 that was expected. Rather solid upside here, and revenue at $1.73 billion versus the $1.71 billion that was expected. Modest, and same-store sales have risen 15%, which are indicating strong organic demand and traffic, and net income has increased to $138.2 million versus $187.5 million over a year. This is showing a certain improved profitability here. And the company has also opened 4 new stores during the quarter, and it has ended with 1,921 total locations. The store count is now up 8.5% year over year. New locations definitely performing well, and this expansion is definitely a key driver for long-term revenue growth.
Yeah, so I definitely agree there with you, Sia. I like the fact they're expanding beyond the $5 kind of limit. That expands the TAM, the total addressable market. You gotta like that. And according to the company, $10 is that kind of the sweet spot. And they're calling it the competitive sweet spot versus their peers. I also like the fact that management is taking a flexible approach to pricing, right? Again, as you know, you don't want your margins to be constrained if you have that $5 cap and a product, kind of fits within that narrative. You need to have the pricing power to be able to hold on to margins. So I like that. What I don't like is the company's focus on Gen Alpha, Gen Z. Well, millennials have money now, but Gen Alpha, Gen Z, they're still, early in their life. They probably don't have all the buying power as the Gen X's, the millennials, the boomers, obviously. So that kind of hurts a little bit in terms of your customers' buying power, but that seems to be the remote from the get-go. It probably didn't really change much for them. Also saying their marketing strategies on affordability and trend-driven merchandise. You got to like that, of course, with the consumer really being squeezed. Value is where you're going to be looking. You, Joseph, and I, we all often talk about how good the dollar stores are doing in this country. People are really looking to kind of, shore up costs.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, if you can get the same product, it's not for everything, like certain things. If you can just go to a cheaper alternative, I think the consumer is doing that, the lower end consumers. I'll stick by, like, it's typically, and I think a lot of people can agree with this, is higher end consumer that continuously drives things. But then when the lower end starts to participate, unfortunately get into the debt markets, when you can see the retail spaces and some of these other names really start to climb. But my issue here, and I didn't see anything on Strafe, and I know Dollarama was doing this, they're really starting to expand, right? Like you're getting multiple Dollaramas, like in a couple of blocks radius, right?
Yep.
If things really start to turn around, as I'm saying here in Canada, is that you don't want them to overbuild, because we just went on that brick and mortar rant, essentially, right?
100%.
It's like you don't want to be stuck with this glut of inventory. If you remain and you keep everything along those lines, you have the products that the individuals are looking for, like Five Below is, and targeting specific consumer groups, you might be able to hold on to those margins and remain relatively
I agree
strong.
with you. And then they did expand their store, 14 stores. They got almost.
But that's not. But sorry to interrupt you. That's not overbuild, right?
No,
like when you
that's
see Eddie's going, like they're looking at multiple 100, 600 stores, or like 100 stores here, 100 stores there. I think 14 stores is reasonable. And I believe Dollarama was sitting around. It was like 67 or 80 new locations within a short period of time, right?
Yeah, and they have almost 2,000. So look, all right, CL, give us the news and give us the next story.
Absolutely. News here, like a political reporter on X saying that U.S. and lawmakers are currently in talks about energy permitting reform. We're also going to see the next story. Now, Red Cat Holdings, RCA, the technology firm, currently down 15.94%, but we're going to talk about earnings. Red Cat has reportedly reported a quarterly loss of 17 cents per share, missing the limit of 15 cents, and 15 cents of a loss. Now, this indicates profitability is still lagging despite, I would say, strong top-line momentum. And the stock initially dipped but has recovered in extended gain. And quarterly revenue has come in at $26.24 million versus the $23.92 million that was expected. Revenue has surged from $1.26 million year-over-year, which is showing massive growth acceleration. And full-year revenue has reached $40.7 million, which is up 61% year-over-year, highlighting rapid scaling. And the company is positioning itself as a drone supplier for defense and government customers. CEO of the company, Jeff Thompson, has emphasized strengthening the role in advanced drone solutions, and it has also secured a major order for 100 Black Widow drones via the U.S. Army, signaling certain validation. And the company has launched new FANG FPV platform, expanding product lineup and continued expansion of Army relationship, which is a key long-term revenue driver for the company.
I completely agree with that. That's kind of where I want to go with this. This is going to be a military kind of push, at least for the moment, in the short term for these drone companies. So that's all I want to hear about. Which military are you doing this with, and how much are they buying? Now, I also want to see diversification in the drone types. We know drones are not all created equal. Or attack drones, right? Some are reconnaissance drones. Other ones are anti-drone drones. There's these ones that just basically take off, and they're supposed to the oncoming drone. So many different types of drone variants for these companies to explore, which has the effect of increasing the total addressable market. So that's really all I want to hear about. Which military are you signing up with? How much are they buying? And how many variations of your drones are you manufacturing? Are you selling them? How many nations do you have contracts for? But this company is unprofitable. So it's not a fundamental story for me. It's a story, right, until the fundamentals can kind of get under it and it can figure its balance sheet out. To me, it's a momentum, and you trade it, or you look at it as such, Joey.
And we IPO'd the other day, Swarm.
Exactly.
I mean, I think that this name should be performing. You would think so, considering what we got going on with oil. We have the Ukraine war. We have now what we have going on in the Middle East, the conflict there. I thought RCAT would have been performing a little bit better, in my opinion. So there's something behind the screen that maybe we're not seeing. Do they have what the governments are in demand for? I mean, this isn't horrible, right? 218% from November, from late last year, where we're currently trading at. We did just touch an all-time high. Maybe I'm eating my words relatively quick, but I think we would see a little bit of a continuation and something in along the forward guide, some more gov contracts or something along those lines in order to continue this name moving higher.
Okay, this is another company I want to bring your attention to. This is not a publicly traded company. But it's called Shield AI. It's one of the companies that's on, I think, the CNBC Disruptor 50 or whatever they call it there. Now, this is a drone, and it's an anti-drone drone. This uses AI to pick up drone swarms and then autonomously attacks them. So the good thing about this one is, number one, it's airborne, right? So it can be in multiple areas at one time. It's not a ground-based target like typically have with anti-aircraft artillery or SAM surface-to-air missiles. This can be in many different areas. Moreover, it uses AI to lock onto multiple targets all at the same time. So this is kind of the variance of the drones that I want to see, right? It's not just, I was saying, there's drones, single-off drones that just bump or crash into another drone incoming. Yeah, that's fine. That works. But then the drone that you just hit is done for. So it's not a reusable drone. This is obviously one that is reused and acts more like a fighter aircraft than anything else. So there's so many different variations of these. That's what I want attention to. Do you have any other comments, or should we go back to Sia? All right.
CSIQ, Canadian Solar, has issued Q1 revenue guidance of between 900 million to 1 billion. Below the expectations of 1.5 billion. And now this implies between 13 to 15% of quarter-over-quarter decline, and also possibly is a reflection of ongoing pressure from cost inflation and volatile macro conditions. It has swung to a net loss of 86 million, which is $1.06 loss per share versus the profit of $30.9 million year over year. And it has missed expectations for a smaller loss with a margin compression, but profitability is expected to remain weak into 2026, higher costs and transition investments. Now, net revenue has fallen to $1.22 billion versus $1.52 billion year over year. It has missed estimates. Solar module shipments have dropped 47% year over year to 4.3 gigawatts, and the battery storage segment has also declined, indicating a broad-based softness.
Oh, this is a company I used to be involved in. Pandemic, it was trading like in the mid 40s at the time. It's fallen off substantially now into what are we at here? We're almost single digits, man, down into $13. We did get a nice move, 35, but that's where it ended. Now, I remember that the solar industry was getting a bit of a, because we started talking about putting data centers in space, how those data centers are going to get powered by obviously solar, where we have an unlimited power. That's not really, I think, why this company is selling off, because we're not looking at it anymore. They're trying to say 2026 is a transition year from where they're trying to move their production, even though they're called Canadian Solar, they're moving production to the United States, as are many Canadian companies, sadly. And so they're to do that so they can take advantage of the manufacturing benefits that you get with under President Trump's administration for building in the U.S. So the way you get it is, Yeah, near-term pain for longer-term gain if leave in the solar story. And that's what they're saying. Margins are going to get smacked in the short term, and the market's making them pay now.
Yeah, and exactly. And I mean, it's unfortunate, Sharif, because we just read through some of the reports, and it's just like tougher climate. And so on and so on. Tougher for them to do business in a country that's unfortunately plagued by bureaucracy and over-regulation. So that's where I stand on that, and you're going to see this continue. We talked about foreign investment within the country just absolutely falling off a cliff. You're going to charge them capital gains tax. If you make if it's harder for companies to advance and develop, then they're going to just go elsewhere, and that's what these guys are doing. They're just looking to produce more in the United States.
All right, LIDR, guys, high of the day now, almost up 30%. Big move up today for LIDR. What do we do next here?
Talking about SWMR. This is a very interesting chart on my screen here. SWMR has surged 1,000% in just 2 days. This marks one of the strongest U.S. stock debuts in nearly a year. Now, this rally has pushed the company close $680 million market cap. Now, the move is being fueled by AI, defense, and autonomous warfare themes, which is three of the market's hottest narratives here. Now, the magnitude of the move also suggests a retail momentum, and short-term traders are dominating the price action. Swarmer develops AI-powered autonomous drone systems that are capable of coordinating swarm behavior. The technology has already seen a real-world deployment in Ukraine with over 100,000 missions since April 2024 alone.
Exactly it. You hit the needle right on the head there. They're actually in there since, I believe, 23, or it says here April 24. Was able to pull up from their file is that sadly they had declining revenue. They made more money in 23 than they did in 24. I don't know quite what their revenue is for 25, but one must wonder why there's a declining revenue source here for them, especially with the war still raging. And I think they're probably going to get a bit of a bump, maybe some revenue now if they're going to do bid the U.S. government or any other Arab states, perhaps that wants to buy off them. But yeah, that's really all I have to say about that. I think they're hitting all those words. They've got military involvement. They've got real world experience in a hot war, not just, in training. And that's kind of what I'd look for specifically. I think it's a good swing trade, but it has to be based on technicals because, the fundamentals still are alive.
I mean, they're not even constructing drones, which could be good for margins as well, too. Just software updates. Right? Which is really important. Over 100,000 missions apparently completed, Sharif, so I think that's pretty good. And, I mean, we've already seen in some of the China drone shows and everything like that, just kind of how they can all move in tandem and in sync. So essentially what this is, but in more of a military base, in a military type action. So.
All right, let's take this super chat. Andrew, thank you very much, Andrew, for the $6.99 Canadian super chat. Man. Hey, quick question. Does Trader TV Academy cover futures trading, or is it only focused on stocks? Also, is it for beginners or advanced traders? No. The answer is it's for everybody. Beginners and it's a grade-aided system where you go through the units. We cover the most basic to more advanced things. And included in that, of course, not specifically the NQ and the ES, but we do cover, of course, futures markets. I don't remember specifically if we did a unit on that. I know and I, Sean and Neil, that did record them. So maybe they covered certain areas that I wasn't involved in, but I know we cover a broad base of equities, a broad base, I should say, of equities, as well as other areas as well. Commodities, we get into futures. We really do get into the gauntlet. Now, if you're looking for something specific to futures, like strategies that are isolated to futures, I'm going to go ahead and say no, I don't. We cover future-specific strategies in the campus, but a lot of the stuff we speak about the Qs and the SPY are directly, transferable to that. Thank you very much for the super chat. Do you have any comment about this before we go?
It's for everyone. There's so many different levels. Within the chat here as well too. It's just at what point do you classify yourself in one of these categories? We talk about options. We go over the leverage products as well too. I think that it's a broad base, and we tackle all fronts of it for sure.
All right, Sia, what do we got next?
Yeah, we're talking about NX SST, and so a coalition of 8 states, including California and New York, have filed an antitrust lawsuit to block Nexstar Media's $6 billion acquisition of Tegna. Now, regulators are arguing that the deal would lead to an excessive consolidation in local TV markets, reducing competition. So critics are saying that the merger would concentrate on control of hundreds of local TV stations. One operator, Nexstar, already reaches 39% of U.S. households. And combining with Tegna could push that around 60%. Big number here. Now, antitrust officials are warning that this could lead to higher advertising prices and consumer costs via cable or satellite. Now, the Federal Communications Commission Chair, Brendan Carr, has also signaled support, but may require certain rule changes. And U.S. President Donald Trump has publicly backed this merger, framing it as a counterbalance to major national frameworks and networks.
So this is, to me, about a concentration of fewer independent voices. I seem to turn on a lot of news channels, and for the exception of one, I kind of get the same thing for most of them. So I don't really worry about that too much. What I do worry about, though, is obviously higher advertising prices. I think that that's a sound argument there, and consumer costs. Obviously, consolidating too much ownership into the hands of a few, you can kind of dictate the price there. But quite frankly, when you look at where the advertisers' dollars are going, they're not going into television anymore, right? It's down into the right, lower highs and lower lows for the amount of money coming into linear television. So maybe this isn't really big of a deal, as we say. And quite frankly, let's look at who's bringing this. California, New York, both are very, very, very blue states opposing it. FCC Commissioner Brendan Carr and President Trump supporting it. So this does fall along the lines. Let's cut the crap. And I don't have a problem with it.
I mean, what 8 states apparently do, Sharif, it's a pretty big deal. Other than that, like, I don't even know, are people still, like, we're just swaying so far away from linear TV. I think it's something that's going to be put on the back burner eventually to use. So just so much streaming going on. It's like, all right, let them acquire. I've never, what's on Tanga? What is on Tanga? I have no idea.
No, it's the company Tanga owns WB, or they own like a bunch of local channels. Okay, these are all local channels here.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with linear TV in the United States.
Yeah, well, I know you don't even watch linear TV, so I completely sympathize with that. Very few people do. Thank you very much, Immortal. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Thank you guys for everything. I didn't think I cut out for day trading. Changed my life. Gave me the confidence, skills, and information needed. We thank you so much, brother, for that. And hope you print up several forms on your side of the screen there. Stick with us, man, because we have so many different traders. You got the Katina man trading one way, Joseph trading another way, Neil trading one way, traded a different way. Adara has her own style. So stick with us. You get the entire gauntlet here, and we've got 1 minute left. So I think we're gonna end the new segment here. I think we're good. See, yeah, boys. They want us to go on a little bit longer because they gave us 15 minutes extra yesterday.
I heard the other way. I heard they wanted to jump over there quick, like early, so they so Katina man could show his US side.
Well,
I know he's antsy. He wants to get that one going up. Katina man,
what's going on over there, Katina man? Oh yeah, he gets back.
Let's do it live. Bring the roll up the rim over here, brother. Let's do it live. Pardon?
It's full. You gotta wait a little bit.
You can still work on it.
You can get us in an hour, my guy.
Listen, hey, listen.
Oh my days.
You know how
my mic is on, by the way.
You know what, Randy rolls it up. He typically wins. I'm gonna give you that good juju too.
I've noticed.
If you don't bring it here, then the chances of you losing on that roll up the rim is going to increase. All right.
I got you.
All right, my boy. Bring it. Let's see.
How's that USO trade doing, Katina man? You're printing up several storms on that.
Yeah, it's good. I averaged in, so.
All right. Well, the Katina man is short USO. And it is now 2 o'clock. Joey, send him over, baby.
Yeah, over. Okay, we're not going to give him any extra time. Send him over there, man.
We did. Give him 20 seconds.
It's 50-50 on the roll up the rim between Katina Man and I. So if he wins, I get half of whatever it is, and that's how it's going. That's how we're going to rock and roll. Because I would do the same thing for him.
Bang. There, guys.
We're
gonna win it. We're gonna win the car.
Is that the top prize?
I got a large because I rolled up a rim. My kid did it yesterday, and it won. And I won a coffee, so I got a large one.
No.
The Volkswagen ID Buzz. There's a pontoon boat.
Oh, pontoon.
Yeah, that's.
I'll
take a pontoon.
I thought maybe that was bigger.
You know, maybe we'll win an inch QED TV there. There's a whole bunch of stuff there. A mattress from Endy. There is sell-off. Oh, I'm looking to go on a vacation.
There you go.
Yeah, so maybe a vacation.
All-inclusive.
So, Joe, if I win a vacation, I have to bring you, or how does that work exactly? God, okay. All right, that'd be fun, man. Joe and I just chilling out on some beach somewhere. I don't know, but I think it'd be fun. Anyways, have some Mai Tais. Vanilla latte. Anyways, let me just put on. I switched vests, man. I had Incident on. Now we went over to ice, so. Right here, we're ready to rock and roll. Well, I figure like I'm trading right now oil.
Very nice.
So ICE, most of the futures exchanges, right? So if we're gonna trade oil, we're gonna put on our vest right here, and there it is, right there. That was a trade that the boys were talking about. We did short that one down a little bit, bouncing now off 119. Took a little bit out there. We actually only took out, I think, 40%. Each one, about 50%. Looks like each one of these 10%, and then we averaged it back. Do the OB pyramid scheme happening here. So we'll just keep adding to it on pops and then see if we can get back down into 119 and change. We're going to try to run this right there. And this is why we put it out, right? I mean, that was the low of the day there on US. So we still have ears of the ground here to see if anything's going on. I mean, SIA will, okay, so it's actually moving right now. USO will bring us hopefully some good opportunities. And it's, okay, I'm going to put a bid right here at 24. I want to show you one more thing here about Rivian. Like, oh boy, man. I remember we mentioned this was being the trade of the, well, it got even better after we got out. Apparently there was some sort of issue with Rivian. We'll talk about that in a couple minutes. But there it goes from the short of the day all the way to the downside right now. All right, what's up? See some breaking news over there?
Yeah, just like a quick breaking news over here. NASA is planning a bigger SpaceX moon mid-roll in a blow to Boeing. Sending it back.
Uh-oh.
No more blows. Boeing has been taking it on the chin a little bit.
That's under 200? No.
Under 200?
No.
Okay. Where's my truck? I gotta back it up.
This was exactly kind of the thing. It's like if we lose the 200, then we go in the buy 180 zone. Well, that's where it's in November. We'll see if it ends up getting down there. But come on, man, Boeing, you've been turning that corner for a while now. If you turn the corner too many times, you end up back where you were before in trouble. But no, I still like some Boeing. But more pressure for them. I actually didn't realize they were 200. I haven't looked at them since yesterday. I don't know if you had, but yeah. I guess
No, I mean, I didn't. When you said down 200, I was like, what?
The worst part is it's above VWAP. It actually bounced off the lows here at 197 or so. Anyways, I'm Deep Tranquility asking, what is my meta level? I haven't actually considered buying meta. That's more like a second half. I already bought meta once this year. I'm not in the long term. If I do something, I need to like it the most in its cohort if I'm gonna try to buy. And I don't think it's the best value right now. I'd rather pick up Nvidia or Apple on some dips. So I wouldn't consider meta till next year, but we can have a look. I'm in the same level on Intel, believe it or not. Yeah, let's throw up the $600 already at meta. Yeah, I don't think I would even consider this unless it was literally bouncing off of that same low from November. Like, this is under 50, under 200. Both those things are going to be in play. And really, when you're getting a shot potentially, and we talked about like valuations, when you're getting the valuations that you are going to potentially get next quarter on Nvidia, Apple, and Alphabet, I would just probably prefer those three if I'm going X7. Land there. So we're going to get our rundown, of course, going with our individual, what individual names you want us to look at for sure. So we'll see. We will see what you guys want to talk about, a little bit of a hint, which I haven't looked at.
We need to put on this Ice Baby jacket a little bit more. because there it goes, man. We're in it again. This dollar. We've had multiple dollars on this trade, man. Our first short was 120.50. That went to 118.50. That's $2 right there. There it goes into the downside right now. So here we go again, man. It's USO. And we talked about this earlier, man. You got to trade names that have news, that have some movements there. I mean, we're on a prop floor. You can't trade action. You got to, respect the action. And there it goes. Yeah, buddy. Here it comes right down to the downside. So we've got it going on here today. There it goes. Yes. Fill at 118.50. Here we go, man. The face slapper is back in the building right now as Neil and I take over. Great midday show, Joe and Sharif, although I only cut the last hour of it. But here we go. Neil, it's a hot dog kind of a trade. We said that maybe that Rivian trade might be the trade of the day, but here it is. It's oil going through right now to the downside. Welcome, everybody, to the afternoon show. I hope I didn't get you guys too excited over to give reasons to get excited, right, Neil? Over here. So there's the market. That's what we're doing. The market can be very boring. So we'll try to get a little hype for you if we got some decent trade on. But there it is, man. We'll see what winds up happening. Just happy about this one because we did pyramid into this. Nice move to the downside. We got it again over here. It's oil, and it's going downside. So far, so good here. $1.50, and we'll see how low it can get. Like any major news or anything, we just sort of shorted the momentum to the downside, and we wait to see where it breaks. So, yeah, we're now
Log back in.
All right, Sharif, when you are ready. Almost ready. Okay, that's fine. Let's go over some more trades. All right, so we are in and out real quick on Intel today. Boom, boom, no problem. Right there on Intel. Our futures was up and down. Hold on. We had this Rivian trade. Obviously, at the beginning, this hit spiked there on the future downside there. Not the future, sorry, on that Uber news. Spiked up and hit that to the downside, and we covered it right there at the 200 period moving average, obviously, and continues to go lower. So, U.S. crude right now, we can check out where exactly that price is. U.S. crude now falling below $95 a barrel temporarily. So that's going to be like one of the lows that we've seen here this week. We've touched out in and around this area before, $94, $95. Remember, we just turned over this contract, so ours doesn't have a continuous feed, unfortunately, but there it is right there, 94 and change. I think that's another level for us to look at. And if we're going to use USO as our weapon of choice, which we already have, then we can look see where that level is. So that's 117.50, 117.60. We just dropped into 118. So we got a couple fills down there, but we have to look a little now. To see if oil does have some support here would be around that $95, or it's 95.94, sorry, barrel mark that would represent USO about 17.60 and change. So, hey, man, you might as well just there. If we could take $1.70 or whatever on this, we still have a decent amount left. So, really excited about this trading rate here, and we'll get that going. I saw you traded some TPAT and some other names there today. There's lots of different styles, lots of different names to trade.
Look, I'm back, right back at Intel, exact same spot, pretty entirety of the morning that I wanted to be trading, and so we'll give it one more crack. And this was one of, it should have been like 3, but ultimately, it kind of broke out here 1, 2 times, and it wasn't until it set up the head and shoulders that it was any good, and now we just have resistance on INTC. So sometimes you got to be a little bit more patient when it gets to your price level. But I'm not giving it to HOD. I want to give it to the local high in here, just that 70 area. And then when I have the eyeballs on oil, this morning liked it for a long trade. Am I missing data? That's fine. I liked it for a long trade earlier when it was holding trend, but now all of a sudden broke the trend pretty distinctly. You're underneath the $19. 19 was the long level on the note this morning, and you're underneath that. So when we break the trend here, we're going to be looking for that short. And Cool Brioche just said, look at BW, Babcock. Don't mind. We can have a look at that. Yeah, obviously this one's been strong for a while. Energy name, another 5% for Babcock. Not a lot of volume, but the trend is your friend until the end when it bends. It's Obi's pick, so I'm going to use one of Obi's quotes to describe it. He's a big fan of that quote. He'd probably be looking at some kind of reversion, just like I want to see here. Been nibbling at this one for a better breakdown off that $19 level on Boyle. We'll to the rundown in a second, but this breaks the shelf, and I'll be jumping back into the south side. Sharif?
Sure. Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show we decide what we talk about every afternoon. We're ready to go. The big boys, as they're known, Neil and Sean, they're ready to go, and they're ready to look at their tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers on the Afternoon Rundown, CS, to get into and vote every day, but you gotta throw in that $sign before you vote. And now you can vote on any social media platform you like. Whether you're on TikTok, YouTube, whatever else. Make sure to vote, though, bright and early. We're live at 8. But before we get into the rundown, let's look at all major averages. We're gonna look at the ETFs for these major averages. They're all in negative territory, starting here with the triple Qs, down 0.75%. The SPY also not faring that great, down 0.58. The Dow faring the worst of the bunch, maybe tied with the Qs here. The DIA down 0.2, and the Russell 2000 IWM ETF faring the best of the bunch. Down 0.33%. Let's start with the first one, though. Micron, what a report it was. We went through this on the midday. What can you tell us about this one?
Yeah, I can just see a couple of analyst comments here, Sharif. Neutral by Goldman Sachs, maintained at BS, and buy by Citigroup. Nothing major.
All right, guys, big earnings report yesterday for Micron, beating on the top and bottom line by a lot, guiding much higher than analysts expected, but they're down, guys, 3 4/5.
Not since the open, though. So, like, from that standpoint, like, there's always two sides to the coin. There's the price action from prior close, and then there's what the market does when it opens up on Micron. And so far, the answer has been buy the dip for Micron. As said, it was high expected that they were able to beat. The concern that I had with it, and it wasn't a concern, it was more a point to get made. Like the increase in margins has gotten so high that you're pretty much at 76%. It's like they've had such gigantic leaps. It was like 50%, a double from last year, 58% last quarter, and now all the way up to 76. You're getting to that point where it's like, okay, well, how far can you actually stretch this on the margins? So it feels like you could be running into that curb where it looked to take a little bit of profit. That's what's so far happened. But it's only one session, and it's not even a full session yet. That's the first part. The second part is it's a little bit sloppy up here for Micron. If we have a look at the last week, effectively, look at that 420. I know we usually talk about 420 in other contexts, but that 420 has been a key linchpin. And all we've really done is retrace and bounce off the prior big short going into this print. And it's a wide range up top. For now, it's held on pretty well. So like anyone that, I think Andrew Left was short like SanDisk, not this one, so it probably doesn't really matter. But anybody that was thinking this was going to all fall apart, it's holding on pretty nicely. Like if we look at the series of lower highs that got put in before we got to this point, like we effectively just bounced off that. So here, let me let you know what I'm talking about here. You get this downward channel from the top, and all we've done is bounce off the prior resistance spot. That's kind of bullish still. So as much as it's not having the greatest day, 3%, it's not really that big of a win for anyone that's been trying to, I suppose, short this in here. If anything, it's showing you the opposite as long as it holds on to that 420 level. So I'm going to save that so I don't have to address the next time I call this stock up. And as long as it holds on to that prior resistance turning into support, seems like there's a little bit of a win here for the buyers, I would say.
All right. Yeah, for Micron, I just got out of some more oil there. I'm putting out a tweet right now. It came to our level. Like, that's exactly why we zoom out, right? And we look, where are these levels of inch that we're looking at there? So we got to fill at 782, and then took another fill here at 88. We could start to drift back up there on USO, but just letting you guys know that we did take that. The trade of the day belongs to Obi. He's not even here. He showed me one of his trades. He waited sort of for this to come through. Took it on either the 25 or the 50 break. Got it again right there, and got in right there and covering back in. So waiting for the reversion back into the downside. So, but yeah, Micron, we talked about that it was probably going to be on one today, and there it goes back up. I mean, despite it beat everywhere, it was downside on the print, and the reason why, every pretty much gets hit on their earnings, and good news seems to be faded, but not in a stock like Micron. Seen it just go up 8 times in the last 8 months or something like that. It's up 700 or 800%. So Micron, definitely one that the traders want to get there and buy. And so for me, it's not really at any key levels right now. I'll wait to see if we retest somewhere around here tomorrow, 425 to 426 on Micron. I mean, man, you guys all see where the bread is being buttered, and it's right here. I mean, oil's even going lower right now. So we'll give this a couple minutes, see what it winds up doing. But oil right now just cracked a little lower there into the 70s again. I'm going to put a bid down there because, hey, man, if you don't have a bid, you don't get filled. So we just have that little crack, and then it bounces right back up. So, yeah, here we go, man. USO, and its downside are for this one, $1.80 in the money, and trying to take some profits here on USO. Okay, Sharif, stock number 2.
Tesla, Katina, man, they're, well, kind of a mixed day today for Tesla. They're down about 2.6%. A couple of headlines. I'll get to the first one. They're being investigated again by the TSA for what they're saying the automated driving system, their FSD, concerns about its ability to handle poor visibility conditions. We're talking about fog, excessive sunlight, heavy rain. It's kind of misguiding the driver, Sia. So we'll see exactly how that all works out and what the investigation is, but there's another headline.
Yeah, Tesla has been down for a major chunk of the day. Elon Musk has indicated that the company can tape out its next-gen AI6 chip by this year, December. And this tape-out will mark the final design stage before running. Now, AI6 chips are expected to power Tesla's full self-driving, that is FSD, and also the humanoid robots. So this is a critical step for scaling autonomy and robotics, both initiatives, which are obviously, as we know, both long-term initiatives for Tesla.
All right, guys, Tesla doing the custom silicon thing, AI6 chip. What are your thoughts?
Okay. I mean, I like that. I like the custom chip thing. I think that's smart. Ultimately, I mean, you see a lot of the big boys doing that same thing. Like, get exactly what you need and do it in an efficient way, and hopefully bring your costs down so you don't have a reliance on outside companies as much. Now, unfortunately, none of that really. I mean, that doesn't really matter today. The story will be that Tesla lost the 200-period moving average, and the good news is it held on to that 380. That's just talking about this morning. That just goes back to this November low. And so we're bouncing off the November low. That's good, but it ain't that good. Because as far as I'm concerned, this close, unless we magically bounce like $10 in the next 90 or so, Tesla's going to close underneath the 200-period moving average. Hasn't done that since August of the year. And that's one of those signs that there's something a little sick with this stock. And this morning, I don't really have a different. Oh, I have the same chart up on eSignal. I would believe in the next play is an auto 280 to 300. Like if I see the 50 period on the 200 on the monthly chart get down there, that's where the buy is. That way about 220 last year, and I feel that way about 280 to 300 this year. Call it like the two. I don't know. There's no automatic number I can say. Like I love the number 22. Last year it was easy for me to say 222, but let's just say 290 or so on that monthly. I think that's certainly possible. And to throw this in, someone in the chat this morning made a good point about Tesla and that there might be some people who don't when the SpaceX IPO comes in, they might want to trim some Tesla to that money into SpaceX. It's not the craziest notion in the world. I combat that with saying I'm not sure that would be the case. I meant to respond to that in the morning show when they brought it up. I'm not so sold on that because there's completely different things. Completely different.
High five right there. Shout out to you, my guy in there. What's up, TL Bryant 791? Bang! High five. High five to everybody on TikTok. To everybody over here. Join us on all social media platforms. Not on one. Please put it in the chat, and we will get there ASAP. Apparently, we're going back to. Were we going back to Sia for something there?
That's what I heard.
Yes. Okay. Let's go to Sia and see what she's up to.
Yeah, I have two news headlines here. Starting today, the owners of Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and Fiat and Maserati EVs will access to Tesla's supercharger network with more than 27,500 charging stalls. And Goldman Sachs GS is planning batches of jobs starting next month to give divisions more control over timing than in the past year. Sharif, the next ticker.
Absolutely. DVLT, guys, they reported earnings. Company reported financial results and announced the signing of a definitive agreement to pick up NIAX. I don't even know how to do this. So this is the deal here, the definitive agreement to acquire this company, which is a chain-enabled exchange platform. And they also have an IP portfolio, intellectual property rights portfolio. What else can you tell us, Sia?
Yeah, we're going over the numbers from their earnings too. So revenue has risen 3.649.6% to $33.82 million from a year ago. We're expecting a revenue of $24.7 million. And DataVault's AI EPS for the quarter was break-even, Sharif. The company also reported quarterly net 661,000.
Which at least they're profitable. At least
profitable.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, so go ahead.
Sorry,
yeah.
My final statement was just that the shares have risen by 42.6% this quarter alone.
All right, guys, DVL.
I guess. I don't know, the EPS, it's not negative, right? So I guess technically that would be a good thing. The bigger, we said this morning, the story here is you have to put this in context. 3 days ago, this was a 6-cent stock. Right now on that beat, it's a 76-cent stock. So, and if you look from, let's go, so you can see what it was really doing before the spike that it put in on Tuesday. It was mostly in the mid-60s, still trading up. It had just done like a parabolic run. So they probably needed to have something insanely good to make it break that dollar. Like anytime something goes from underneath, a penny stock runs at the dollar and fails the dollar, oftentimes you're like, that's the run. It's going to take a heck of a lot to get back in there. And it already had its run going. I don't know too much about the acquisition. I can't speak as to whether that's going to be a good item that they're making or like how expensive it'll be for them relatively. But it turns out to be a sell the news. That seemed like you just saw it run from 65 cents or whatever, like almost a full dollar, reject that the day before the earnings. It would be hard for that to be bullish. I think this is a wait for a while, and maybe if it bounces, if it goes back into this consolidation zone and can try a little bit of bounce there 2-3 days after when everyone's forgotten it, you might get a nice little dead cat bounce because they did turn surprise. I hate saying turn to surprise, but when the EPS was literally zero, they didn't lose money.
Yeah, I didn't. I wanted to talk about Rivian before when we went. We had to go back to see it there for some news, and it was Regusla. But there's the bump up there today on that Uber news, and I just wanted to say, we were waiting for it to give us this of a top. Once we saw it, that's kind of when we went short there at 17. It went back underneath. Then we took it against that 17.20. Then we didn't get any out, and it ripped right up, and we were always using the 17.40 area as our stop, right? Even though it's a 1 minute, respecting that 1 minute news candle there. And it was made like on the third or fourth candle of the news itself. So, there was enough time to digest that story. And then it came back in. So then we shorted right into here. Again, that was the last sort of supply zone. And then it was just downside after that. And obviously getting out at 16.40 was a good trade there. That was almost $1, but you could see Rivian. I think this might be a long, man. It's trying to barcode here in and around 15.60 now, RIVN. So again, still going to be, my most profitable now is USO, but Rivian was it early, and that's about it late. So nothing right now, but definitely interested in looking at Rivian for sure in the next couple of days. We had, I think, a big trade on it yesterday, and then again here now today with that news on Rivian. Downside there, but we'll get the whole details and the full story in a bit. But let's go back over to the desk and hear our third name, or right now, fourth.
Explain to you. All right, let's talk a little in here. Getting the nod from New Street Research, who put them on the 2026 idea list. The CEO of New Street said, Jensen Huang, at this conference, he told attendees, I see through 2027 at least 1 trillion. New Street Research really liked that, and they gave the nod today to NVIDIA for that. Sia, what do we have?
So Sharif and I were just talking about this, that NVIDIA is restarting productions of its H200 artificial intelligence processors for Chinese customers. There are months of uncertainty. There has been so much back and forth about this, Sharif. We just talked this. It's frustrating. What do you think about this?
Absolutely. And we were talking about the regulator kind of either allowing NVIDIA to export their chips and then the Chinese regulator blocking companies from buying their chips. It's not really up to NVIDIA. If it was up to NVIDIA, they'd sell these chips already, but
I think so too,
really
100%.
can't,
And also another headline that even though Tesla's CEO Elon Musk has confirmed that they will be using NVIDIA's chips in the coming years, the stock has not been performing well overall.
I think that's a bit. I don't know. I feel like that's a little harsh. No. It hasn't been doing anything. I feel like in a world where we have charts that look like the trade desk. Nothing against. Look, man, the trade desk news this week. So I don't want to be that.
It sounds like you have something against.
No, but I'm not picking. It's the first one. It's the first thing that comes to mind this week that has a garbage chart because they had that story on Wednesday, I believe it was. No, so like NVIDIA is disappointing because it's been flatlining for so long, despite the good numbers. But I'll tell you what, and I double checked this one at a second source because I don't know. They got a forward 22 PE on NVIDIA. So what does that mean? That means it's about as cheap as it's gotten in a very long time to own NVIDIA when they're still putting out good numbers and telling you the backlog is still gigantic. And if they do one of those, hey, by the way, we have a big quarter, you could be talking about underneath 20. To me, and I don't see how anybody, I don't know many people that wouldn't buy this thing if you saw under 20 PE. I don't know. I've never actually heard someone. I'd love to. Who would not want to buy NVIDIA underneath the 20 PE? I'm very quick. It's been pretty disappointing, but it's holding the line. And the other thing I always sort of try to lean myself into is, I remember a few years ago when Amazon was in a similar barcode situation, and if you liked it, you did. And sometimes you have these long consolidations after big upwards, and it just means good. That means the next leg up can be even better as long as it holds the line. So I get it. It's been pretty disappointing, but it's not the end of the world. There's plenty of stocks that look a heck of a worse that are trending in the other direction. You could do worse than holding the line, which NVIDIA is. And you know what? It's bouncing off the 200-period moving average today. That's the other thing. So we gap down. We bounced off the 200-period moving average and are moving up right now. That's a good sign.
Yeah, look, this call yesterday and said that I really think NVIDIA is the next. If we like AI, and we talk about these stories obviously 24/7, then NVIDIA is really the place. I think that if everybody's going to start to dance around with robots and do this and do that and autonomous cars and everything, there's only one place that you're going to need to go, and that's to NVIDIA. So it's your one-stop shop right now for the AI trade, in my opinion. I really think it has the juice to go. The problem is everybody's in now in NVIDIA. So it needs some kind of another story. It needs some good feels in the market again to get going. I really do believe in this stock. I believe in this stock. I believe in Marvin. And I really like Google. So those three names, man, are big ones. They're big in your boys' portfolio. We've also got some Palantir in there. I like NVIDIA. I think it's going to be a monster. And I'll see you guys at 250 on NVIDIA. What's up, Sia?
Just earlier about how NASA is planning a bigger SpaceX moon mission. Now, the details of this are, in the new proposal, Boeing's would no longer be used to boost Orion close to the moon. Instead, now, Starship and Orion would dock in Earth orbit, giving Starship the pivotal role of propelling the fuel to the moon's orbit before taking astronauts down to the surface. And now, BA is 2.79%.
All right, so let's go on to the next story, guys. Last here is SER, Serena Therapeutics. Big on the day. I was trading in the midday show. Surged in the aftermarket yesterday, moving about 40% after the $15 million private placement that closes on Friday. There's a second $15 million tranche expected to close by the 30th of April, as well as warrants, Darwin, if you're in the chat, which potentially raising about $33.3 million.
Sorry, just a bit of a correction there. It's $30 million in private placements.
So 15 and 15. Yeah. Perfect. All right, guys. SER. What's the look on SER?
Robotics.
Flat bottom break. Not well, I
ARK.
was gonna say, I'm like, Serve Robotics, we know. It's, oh, you've never seen The Wire.
No.
Him,
Need to.
this one, we know.
The one I need
Him,
to watch.
we don't know. That's Sergey.
Okay. I need to get into
Like,
that.
there's characters that are, like, Sergey is one of those characters. Like, the first time that he's on screen, you're like, yeah, you probably don't want to mess with that guy.
Okay.
Yeah, like, it's just like one of those guys. No,
It's like when I see Sharif in the morning on the Trader TV stream. You know.
just, Anyway, potential flat bottom
don't wanna
break.
mess with.
I don't know. Technically, just look at where the support is now. So if you're trading this, you're probably looking at 240, and you wouldn't need me to tell you. Look at the support. Look at the resistance there. Look at how much it respected. I don't think I've seen a small capper like this respect the volume weighted average price the way that it did throughout lunch. Like, look, just bounce off VWAP over and over again. So if it breaks that flat bottom, I think you just wait VWAP or this support at $2.10, not 21, 210. Yeah, that's what I'd look for. Volume looks like it goes in spurts. Not terrible, it's 140 million, but obviously decreasing volume throughout the day. Yeah, so maybe wait for VWAP with the 10 bounce if you lose that support at 240 and the habitual. Oh yeah, oh my goodness. Yeah, it absolutely is not one of those good small cappers. It's the absolute opposite of that. This is a habitual number. Take your profit where you can. This one that's really bad. Every single bounce is a revert in a couple of days. It's like a couple of days, and then back down. So you want to make sure you bank your profit.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, take profits where they lie, for sure, if you can see them there, especially if it's matching on some sort of a chart. All right, so I don't know what trades I'll be in this afternoon, but I do like US now. I wanted to take an average price. So last time we took an average was at the 50 period. We took it again at the 50 period. It did run a little bit against us right there. Obviously, we're still in the money here, but we've averaged into this price right now. Our last fill was at 119, which is, which is where the 50 period moving average is. I'm not touching this again until we come up to VWAP. So my next offer is actually at 120.20. So close enough. So right into this area as we VWAP. And then we'll look, and then my stop out's always been this upside. So we got to break through VWAP, and then we'll see the app trading on that 121.20. Like, everything's come back in just a little bit now, so we got to keep our stops here. VWAP and the 200 period won't move that much, but you can see since we've executed the trade, it was at one point there 121. Now you're down to 120.60. So you are to sometimes adjust your gets and where you're looking for the trade. So we'll, as this starts moving around, we'll address it, right? But for right now, our last fill was at 190. We're just trying to take bumps and then back in downside. As long as we're under the VWAP, we're under 200 period moving average, we're going to still let this one go a little bit there, right? So we're going to see if we can get some actionable trading there in USO. Now, over on NYMEX, we are now closed.
I was gonna put that up to
What? Oh, yeah.
Just because I knew you were saying literally the same thing. Settled at 316. We should look at Brent more. If you ever see us pull up the futures, it's because our contract here is U.S. Lights Week, and we don't actually have.
Well, that's gas.
No, that nat gas.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Boyle right now myself. But oil futures also would have just.
Yeah. So there it is right there at 230. Big volume spikes, but it doesn't matter.
It doesn't usually mean that much.
No, it shouldn't mean anything. I mean, not these days, not when we're waiting for news. But closed on NYMEX, so you got to trade off exchange rate now for oil futures. So anyways, this is what it looks like right now. And we'll just continue to take some questions and look at some opportunities. And if anything is hitting any key levels.
Fish, we were joking around with the Serve Robotics things. We know SER isn't Serve.
That you've been served. Serve Robotics, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's SERV. That SER is some other farm.
Oh, SER. I was zoned out during that.
It's like some Serena Therapeutics.
Okay. Yeah. Because I actually called up the robotics ETF when we were doing that segment. I wasn't even.
Serena.
Here's Tesla. Like, I almost, honestly, at 1 o'clock when I back from the gym and everything, I started trading oil, but I was actually right here. Almost said, you know what, Tesla, man, 380, a friend of mine for sure, this stock. We could have had a very, very good risk to reward here. If you use that low as your low, that's 379.70. we were dancing around whether or not we wouldn't have got 380 flat. It didn't come in. Let's just say you take 380 with slippage about $1 worth of risk. So it's now paid. The reason why I didn't take it was obviously the NASDAQ and some of this market was underneath, right? And so we're underneath VWAP. And at that time, everything was pointing southbound. So I want to get into that Tesla trade, but I'm here to tell you that it looks like a really good opportunity to do that for anybody that managed to catch that long. I would just say VWAP, man, you might want to. We've bumped ahead of VWAP, but every time we did come back in. This time we didn't go high enough to do any damage there. But yeah, Tesla right now down 3% and not a great look. Here comes 180 right now again on Tesla. So like I said, I'm not going to take it, but this is a trade that I thought about before on LA. I don't want the market to go down too much because generally speaking, when market goes down, oil up. But I don't really hear anything right now. So I think we're okay on the news front now. We'll have SIA. We'll have, we're tuned into the news. But yeah, pretty quiet now. I just wonder, with all this ceasefire talk, Ukraine, I heard a little bit, they're going to have some negotiations with Ukraine coming up soon, that, oil may think about slowing down a little bit and coming back down to life. Oil is going to be about $80 a barrel. So we'll see where that winds up going through as well. Look at this market on the SPCE, man. This is the S&P 500. If you went to sleep off the open, which it seems like some of these markets did, you had 656, 7. It's at 657 right now. So you are basically right here. Just obviously VWAP's higher because you can see where I'm putting this. You just around right now the open and the closing prices here of the SPY. So, not super exciting right here in the broader markets. We can look at some ETFs. We can talk about some bank stocks, some SoFi. It's good that Neil's on Boyle. They should move obviously as a more liquid and more volatile ETF. I think it's 2 or 3x. So
it's one of the leverage ones.
Yeah.
Remember when trading leverage ETFs? I'll say it in that voice, which is like the infomercial voice.
Yeah,
it's a trading vehicle, not an investing vehicle, and ultimately that'll mean. You look at remedies. There will be always splits on these things and all that kind of jazz overall. But for the day trade, respect some of the normal things that you look at. So this one would just be like this little bit of a trend. I was middling around with it when it was underneath, when it was above this trend line. I'm like, why am I doing that? Why am I trying to figure that out? It's like short it underneath the trend line is the way to go. Todd is asking thoughts on SMH, probably whatever NVIDIA and Micron. Let's be real. Oh, you pull it up and it's rolling over. Literally as we speak, looks like we're rolling over a little bit here. Basically mirroring the charts of NVIDIA and Micron's rolling over as much. It's not looking too bad over there. Let us know what names you guys are looking at. Because when I look at I'm going to restart the visualizer. I think we should do this. We should do this every day. And oftentimes, because I'll look at my the trade rate list and the hot list, and it won't be indicative of what's going on in the afternoon. So I'm going to give this the old. Actually, I don't have to hit refresh. I can do fresh start and make sure. And then when everyone types in $, I just saw Marvell and I just saw Dell. Those should pop in there. NBIS, DVLT, Hughes. Microsoft got locked there. But so far, NBIS and Micron. And so if you're in the chat right now, welcome. Enjoy. Anytime you type a symbol in, whether it's discussion, question, whatever, or have make sure you do so with the $, and then we can get an idea. And no surprise, I'm right back up to the top of the list on earnings. UiPath is going to be up there. Who path was Mitch this morning?
Oh, does he love something? Oh gosh. Okay.
I don't know. Maybe someone in the chat was talking about UiPath this morning. For some reason, I remember somebody talking about UiPath.
The market's not moving because we've got Welcome to March Madness. One shout out to.
Well, MSU doesn't play till 4:05.
Yeah, okay. Shout out to Nebraska right now. I'm not trying to ruin it for anybody.
Ohio State's playing right now.
Nebraska's playing right now. South Florida versus Louisville. That looks like that's been a good game.
OSU winning?
I don't want to know the score.
Oh,
I don't know if people are.
How do you lose?
People are
getting, you've got to be kidding me.
Yeah, Ohio lost. There you go. So you just ruined it there. 66-64 on that one. So first final on the day so far. TCU upsetting 9 versus 8. Ohio
but
State.
The Big Ten supposed.
Right there. Yeah.
I'm a Big Ten fan.
They love there. Nebraska easily dealing with Troy. So, yeah, but shout out to everybody that's with us right now.
0 for 1 on my bracket. What was the other one?
Nothing
Oh,
else.
no other final?
I'm sure you have Nebraska.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's the 4 versus 13. That's not that big.
No,
deal.
then every other game is close.
Once you lose one close one, you're dead.
Yeah.
That's how they work.
You know.
You can't lose.
No perfect brackets once again this year, of course. So I don't know if
Buffett still do this.
No, I think he's out of that game, but maybe I'm not sure. I don't want to tell here, that's for sure. Shout out to Phil again. I'll be seeing you tomorrow, or no, tonight. Then my wife's going to practice. Yeah, so I was just thinking so it's kind of doing something that I like. I mean, it's barcoding right now on VWAP. I think the path of least resistance here, USO is down right now, but obviously with the market kind of sideways, sitting on your hands is an option. There is no doubt about that. You don't have to trade anything right now. I'm just waiting if there's going to be some news. I'm still going to stop out up here. I've already done the math. This can get bad, and we've already taken, we took good profit there. We really went out here and showed you guys some of the levels on USO, and that sort of coincided with right here. That was good enough for me. Without news, we were trading this last week with really huge trades on. And it was just you got to wait for news to break. And when it does, then it's just either, rip or obviously the other side of it, going to the downside on, better news for the Gulf and on worse news, as far as the safety and, wartime action and stuff like that, then oil will go back up there to the upside. So we just got to, we know we got to be careful here with USO, but still trying to get that room to get back up into VWAP and just let it trade, right? I mean, it's had some problems today to get going. So we'll see if it does that for no reason here into the close. And if it just drifts up, I do like to hear against the 50-period moving average, against VWAP. All right, so Micron could be a look as well. A barcoding there, but, underneath VWAP, for me, would be a we're not quite there yet. This looks like a decent level, obviously 447. I don't think we're close to getting that level yet either, but 447 could be a play if you're looking short. About OB, how to trade over there on that short to the inside. You'll see OB tomorrow at this time.
Path one.
Yeah, we can go over UiPath. And I just want to look one more time here at SoFi. SoFi had that huge move down the other day, and guess what? We're almost right back there again. So despite, yesterday's sort of bump higher and the retracement higher, right on news, the Muddy Waters report, if you are what exactly this maniac in the sunglasses or the Gunners is talking about, it's this report right there. Send it to the downside where Muddy Waters was saying their financials were a little muddy, and right back up to the upside. As they went and they closed basically flat on that day. Then yesterday we had some good talk again, and we found out that Anthony Noto, CEO of SoFi, did go in there and purchase 50,000 shares, notional about 500,000. So maybe it was a little bit more than that. Back up to the upside there, and then now today, yesterday during the Fed, obviously everything got faded. Been a great short there, and then now just continuation play into today as we wait about this $17 marker there. Again, that looks like a decent high. So we'll see if we can fade tomorrow. Any SoFi if it wants to get going back up to the upside. I think 7 probably a good short until we're wrong on SoFi. And I know I said I'd throw it back, and I just wanted to look at Robinhood again. I just want to see if it broke 70. It did not. So Robinhood is another that I think to diversify instead of loading up maybe into more SoFi. That's clearly not when does have that report around it. This looks like a very, very good setup right here to me on Robinhood, as it's looked like again that it wants to sort of hold out for a little bottom break or just basing out for a higher rip. I'm going to go with upside there because the banks have been getting hit a lot. I feel that does have sort of the juice to get back going, especially if you are a bull in crypto.
I think someone was saying for DCA, they're like, oh, DCAing is when you buy something every couple of days. I'm like,
not days.
No, I consider it. Everyone has their own opinion on it. I would consider DCAing more like once a quarter or something that you like. So for me, when I said earlier I wanted to put some money back into SoFi when I sold some, because that's actually outside of any financial that isn't Morgan Stanley Canadian, that's my biggest holding, and I sold a third of it up near the top. and I wasn't sold on whether I wanted to buy more. I put some of that in, some of that money I wanted to put in, I put 20% of it into that consolidation on Robin. I'll look back in another quarter and decide which one of the two I like again. And that'll be probably sometime mid-year for sure. But everyone's DCing is going to be a bit different. I just felt like falling a little bit too far too fast. I felt the same way about some of the major banks as well, and Morgan Stanley looked like a value day. Well, it was actually probably a couple weeks ago. But they haven't been doing that well. You know what? That's an understatement. I actually think the left has been a bit of a dumpster fire, relatively speaking. And much as this was one of my picks last year, and I actually fell out of favor with it relative to some of the names in the space well before it looked bad. We're way under the 200 period moving average. We had a death cross on the care about those kind of things, but it's not good when you have one. The 50 crossed the 200 on the financial gap, and as we're breaking out some fresh lows. So it's pretty darn here for them, which sometimes when I smell panic in the group, my first is what are the things I like in the group that I would try to go shopping on for an opportunity. That's what kind of led me to Morgan when it got back down here. It's a time trend break, and this one, I was like, it got to the 200 moving average. If I like a stock, usually when I'll buy it at the 200 period moving average, almost as a rule. Here's what it is, financials. But they have not been very healthy. You have to ask yourself the questions, like, do you still like, or is it time to make a decision and cut some bait? For me, it was dip buy Morgan at the 200 and get into some Robinhood, which I've never owned before. It's the first time I've ever owned any share Robinhood.
Okay. I don't own any Robinhood yet. I thought you were going to talk about UiPath.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I threw it over there, and then you kind of...
That's my... Look, I put up the visualizer, and UiPath is number one on the list, so I was going to go over. There isn't... It's really more along the lines of it's at a obvious resistance spot, and so I think it was Mitch maybe that had mentioned UiPath liked. I don't know, and if it wasn't, then my bad. But when you look at the bounce that it's had, it's giving you the move that you would want, goes right to the 50 period like that. When a stock respects a major moving average and you respect the average with it. So I look at that 1250, 1260 level and say, nope, no mas, unless you break out. If it doesn't break at its top, I don't think it gets all that interesting. And look at the resistance that it's got on that same high, like yesterday's high, today's high, this week here on the 11th. That all corresponds with you need to break the 50 period moving on the daily, and then you maybe get some kind of squeeze. I know there's probably a decent short float here with UiPath, Kathy would favor and all that good stuff, but nothing's having that great of a day, but it gets more interesting if it busts that 50.
Yeah, no, good look there. I'm getting a little bored now, of course, so what's up? You're bored doesn't mean you need to make more trades. I was just looking at this level right here and kind of thought, okay, I mean, I'm still waiting for up here to put on something serious up to 120. I don't know if oil's going to, of course, as we just said, give me that 120 look. If it does, fine for it. But for right now, it's kind of just hovering around this 119 area. So, not necessarily a crazy friend of mine here or anything, but
Tesla apparently tanking.
Tesla tanking, okay. That might be okay. Right there. Tesla making that move right now. We can go over and have a quick
Just
look.
broke the 380.
Get those USOs? No, I did not. Okay, so here's Tesla. Someone in the chat. Dumpage, yeah. Hey, there's that break. So that's exactly sort of what we were talking about before. So it almost doesn't matter, but that's sort of that look that we were talking about with Tesla on that 380 break. Damn it, darn it, John. You should have that. Okay. So, not great right now with that. So, good little level there. Hopefully, some of you have that breakout to the downside, finally breaking that 380. We said, remember when it was here, I was like, I'm not going long there because, you could see underneath, view up, underneath. There's the break, and see you later. If out, I wonder, see you back there? No? We'll I don't know. Yeah, there might, I don't know if there's. There's probably not news. I was just like, maybe if there was. Futures not doing anything. So here's the NASDAQ futures. Generally, you don't get a move unless there was something. But for right now, we'll just hang out a little bit and anything going on. Oh, rating. Yeah, I need a new graphic. So we need something like this is what's for lunch. I need rate that lunch right now. So, okay, now the fact that we've determined what the lunch rating system is all about, and that is that you have, okay, I was going to say, make sure you have your mic on this time.
Ready, bro.
Is it a little chilly in here, or you're okay?
Pardon me?
Is it a little chilly in here?
Yeah, I'm always.
Okay, cold as ice. All right, that I thought today actually, because my chicken was well cooked, so I didn't mind it. The taste, little bland, but I think it was okay.
What do you
but
think
based on that,
about the chutney?
Chutney, I didn't get a whole bunch of it. I kind of mixed together with the chicken, so I kind of made like a little stew action sort of thing happening there.
There was like this much chutney.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it was
part of it was the best part of the meal, but there was.
What else was there? Oh, you know what I didn't mind was nice cauliflower. Yeah. The roasted veg was actually pretty good. So I'm gonna go 7 on that. So I think that's a pretty good rating there. Thank you. Yesterday was a little lower. Yesterday was a 6 or so. I thought it was way too salty, but today seasoned, well prepared. So caterer, I give you a 7.5. What about you two fine?
Yeah, Neil, talk to me.
I already gave mine a little 5. My chicken was very dry. I did not get enough. I don't. There's literally 3 vegetables I don't eat in this world, and one of them is cauliflower. So like, what do you want me to say? I
think there was potato in that too.
There was, but then it was potato, and then there was also a bunch of rice, like plain white rice.
No cauliflower.
It's like way many carbs, and it should have been like double the serving of the meat and less of the carbs. I don't need 2 helpings of carbs and then not protein.
All right, fair enough. I'm definitely along the lines of continuing there. I gave it a 7.6.
Oh, we're very close.
Yeah, that's a high rate. Nice smoke on the chicken. You got that kind of that fire taste within the chicken. And then if you mix the chutney with the rice, it just gave that little that nice pop flavor and the onions in there. So I'm gonna give the high rating of 7.6, guys. Good stuff.
I feel like you got more chutney than I did. With the rice, there wasn't enough to.
So Neil,
I had like 1 forkful of that.
Let me give you a little trick. There's unlimited amounts of this stuff sitting there. If you want to add a little bit of chutney to your life,
that was already done.
You can okay, you're already done. But Neil, you can add some more chicken to your life. You can get rid of the carbs. Like there was 2 mashed potatoes the other day. I dashed one of them.
Yeah, but the thing is,
and add more protein.
You know what time it came today? It came at like 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I know.
That had been sitting for a longer time than normal.
Yeah. I always throw it in the microwave as well. So a little bit of advanced strategies there, guys, for you. So but okay, good. That's rate the caterer. We need a new thing for that there. Rate the lunch as it goes, but a pretty good lunch overall there today.
Throw in the trader, you might be a super taster. Sisters hate bitterness, including cauliflower.
You might be a super taster.
I don't know if I hate bitterness. I just don't like broccoli, cauliflower, and Brussels sprouts. Love everything.
Brussels sprouts are least favorite out of that.
But I'm weird when it comes to vegetables. Like I'll crush kale like it's going up, which most people don't like.
Yeah, no, kale is
each their own.
Kale is kind of like poison. That's my kryptonite. Okay, all right, here comes a USO. Like we could have added a little bit more to it, but we didn't get like even 120. Like I'm not the good feel levels there. Like if it's not lining up with something, then your boy is puff pass. And like right now, it didn't get up to there. I think now that I'm looking at it and as I talk like this, I should probably get something out here. So we'll bid some 29. We'll sit on the bid now. And remember, when we say like right there, when I get hit at 29, I'll make a rebate there and get paid to do that. So not like every single trade all of these trades on here, I'm getting paid to make. I'm not punching into them. So that's called removing liquidity. I'm adding a liquidity rate here to those trades. So like if I had to pay $4 or $5 a trade there, then obviously, this would be a disaster. So we're definitely not doing that. This is prop trading, of course, and many of you may be on prop accounts. And talking about this with Trade the Pool, the whole point of trading at prop is trading someone else's money, a little bit more, risk prone to your trades. You're not trading your own account. You do have risk parameters to follow. All of us have different risk parameters as well. They're based on the success of So, you got to make sure you level out where your stops are and, make sure that you do have a good base of an idea. That's why I'm always, you're going to see my everywhere, because I'm always looking to see what the net is at, to see where the opportunities lie. So far, so good here today as we just continue to hold on to this USO. I'm going to bid because we stopped at 119 a little bit here. Maybe we can zoom in, give you guys that. Okay. All right, here we go again, man. All right, we just see, it wasn't even sitting there. Now, there it goes. All right, man, we get an 0.2 there, Phil, on USO. So here it comes, man. Let's bring the to the downside right now on a little bit of a reload. And again, we're getting out because that 19 right there. We do have, that's at 118.80, so I'll put it actually at 118.80, so we'll just wait there for that fill to come in. And yeah, we'll just go from here and see how low we can go on these oil futures. So far, so good. And according to USO here, so it's not proper oil. This is what oil actually looks like. Closed in NYMEX, it's the K contract. So we'll go over they look. So 95 and change, there's a little bit of a dump, and it's going to look the same as USO. I just prefer to trade the equity because it has the same level too, and you don't have to worry about contracts or anything like that. For me, it has nothing to do with risk or anything. I have enough risk all over here, but it's just a matter of waiting for and learning something new, while this is just a level 2. It looks exactly like Google or anything else. So I tend to trade all the ETFs. The same thing with NASDAQ and ES, that every time I'm in to the TQQs, I'm definitely basing that off of NASDAQ's. Okay, there we go, man. So again, about that trader, that looks like we may have to change our opinion on this one, because there goes oil there to the downside, man. I'm now up 3x on this oil trade on Rivian today as well. So far so good over there. This was the Rivian early. We got filled there and got out at the 200 period, and then it absolutely. But here we go. Yes, Mr. Roberts. It is now $1 reload. So not sure what's going on with Boyle there. I hope it's going as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, a nice trade there on Boyle. Let's get down to the downside right now. Yeah, Neil, let's go. We got this one.
Yeah, and it's riding the trend line, but I gotta respect two things here. One, it's doing this. So every single time we get to the top of the trend line, I'm gonna start covering at the bottom of the trend line and break. So I'll call it a channel. It's more of a channel than anything else. So play the channel, top of the channel, do cover some at the bottom, and if it breaks, then you flush into the low as we try to respect that there. And I don't know, there's no rule saying that USO and Boyle actually have to move together. It could be a coincidence. No. Like one is nat gas, and oftentimes look, you did see it just now.
Go.
And if that were to continue, if I saw that stop, that would give me a pause for concern. But what's still happening is every single time we go cause for concern. Every single time we seem to spike down in futures, in energy, we're going up in the market. So you want to watch out as well for what's going to Qs, because we are and the SPY, same thing. We're in a barcode kind of a range. So every to trace back to the top, I would consider, hey, well, when we get to the resistance spot in the futures, you're probably finding some support there in energy, and you might want to take a little bit of play inside of the range. Oftentimes, when you see you're in a boring market, then you want to play inside of any established range. That's why I drew up that little bit of a channel. I feel like that's been happening a lot lately, where you have this channel trade. Oh, I didn't hit save. Big note, if you want your trend lines to stay in your real trading, you actually, after you draw them, you have to hit save on your platform. A little bit annoying there, but I'll hit the save, so I don't have to draw that the next time. Probably didn't draw it again, same thing. Take a little bit out on the bottom end of the range, which is about a 1% range. The entire, if we get an extension, great and fantastic for sure. Paul says you can trade cold for shorting Boyle. Yeah. We've kind of had this discussion before. I like down things, like when shorts go down and longs go up to a certain extent there. And I feel like Boyle, from a volume standpoint, Boyle does the volume for the same price. So it gets a little bit more liquid. I think if you're ever choosing an ETF, if the two things are basically the same, the one that does the better volume breaks the tie almost every single time. Like that's why I would trade IBIT over any other for Bitcoin, because IBIT does the best volume price.
Yeah, I like some IBITs there for sure. Yeah, welcome back, everybody. Hopefully we'll be able to.
Way back through that 380.
Yeah, okay, good. Nice. Well, look at the futures, man. The futures absolutely rocketed up right there, right into the afternoon highs, right at this key level again of 24,500 right there. I mean, it's music to my ears. As the futures go higher here, oil is going the other way. And again, man, to show the versatility, man. Earlier, we were trading the TQs. Earlier today, wow, nice spike there. A bunch of shorts in there. That's basically all that wound up happening. And then, you know, into this level, this is a decent area to short. Right there, if you're looking at it. I mean, obviously, touch, right into there. We get it. But on the 5-minute chart, you still have some work to do before you get anywhere near the 200 period moving average. There's been a couple bad down days. So 200 period staying a little higher there, especially after that instant move there today. We still have not gotten back to Greensville. All right, so it looks like oil now, a little rippy back to the upside there. But again, like we've already captured this trade. So comes back in and you see that huge spike down. We put some bids. We get triple fill down here as well. Another key level. Obviously, I was waiting lower if we can get another fill down there. But that if we just kind of stand out here and wait for a couple more minutes, we should be able, those lows coming through, just trying to play the momentum, not really hearing any news. If you guys have anything on any oil kind of trading, but yeah, definitely trading for sure.
Netanyahu, Iran has no capacity to enrich uranium or make ballistic missiles. After
I think that's really old,
right? So like that would be one of the. I'm not going to use that whole like mission accomplished kind of thing, but that would be the kind of the market is certainly liking right now. So like you would, that's definitely bullish. It could lead to de-escalation, which everyone's looking for. I hesitate to say that it will. It's just that's interpreted. So I think it sticks with the whole like energy pullback, market up kind of thing. The last headline we just got, and you know, take it with a grain of salt. That's from there. And I didn't check the video to make sure it wasn't AI, but whatever. I don't know if you is. Oh, it's like, yeah, we can look. It's on T's giving it. I only say the AI thing because that was like a meme online. One of his was like, oh, he had 6 fingers on that one. It must have been.
Okay. Yeah, just be careful. But yeah, you know, welcome to Trader TV Live, man. I hope you guys are enjoying the show right here. And I mean, I think there it comes. Like we just said, USO. We'll wait to see if we get that drop down. We get it. I do have another bid at 117.80. Hopefully that through for. Did we just get it? Yes, we did. Okay, man, this is this weekend. I think I'll be wearing my guy's ice vest here for a little bit longer because this has been, wow, what a move. Yes. All right, here we go. Move to the downside right now. Here's $1.40, man. We just put this out. This is $2. Last reload right down to the downside. And what was I just saying, man? We just said maybe we get lower right here, right now. Nice move lower on the future, on oil right now. And we trade USO. And there she goes right now. Wow, we might be into here again. We talked about that silver trade. That was huge for us last time. We're getting that feel right now for this USO trade as we get right down to the lows one more time. Put a bid coming in right here. Nice move. No, I cannot. Nice move right side. There goes USO, man. We are now breaking lower and lower and lower. Andre, why did it work, man? I mean, sometimes you got to get lucky. This was just upside down, right? So you're underneath VWAP. You're underneath the 200 period. You're underneath VWAP. There's the little break right there. We take that short with like the story, it goes, and boom, yes, there it goes, Neil. Now $2 plus in the money. We props it up right now, and that's how we go. Oh man, not being here tomorrow might hurt, but we're going to be here in the morning, not in the afternoon. Great trade. Here it comes, the downside. It's USO, and oh boy, we're starting to break a little lower, and we still have a decent position on. We still have a lot of shares here on this trade. So to the downside right now. Yeah, big time trade alert over on this side with USO.
Yeah, likewise, and it looks like it was like, why is it? Well, I think if we get a headline that's positive for the war ending and the market's going to go higher, then that should send energy stocks to the downside. If they were all going absolutely ham before, spiking up, and that's natural gas, or that's going to be oil futures or whatever, Then when we get a positive headline, in this case, I consider that a positive headline, we're going to head back in. Look, I have a target on this one. I'm going to respect, if I'm trading off the trend, I'm going to respect the support down here. So if it goes, at this point, we got over 2%. We'll take half right now. I'm looking for that bid right in here at that 1865. So that's going to get what we want here at the bottom. And again, everyone different style. For me, I'll take it out. Look
Yeah, beautiful trade, my guy. Beautiful trade.
We'll see what ends up next. Tesla.
Let's go.
That 380 was.
Guys, thank you for all the talk, man. Yeah, Neil, go get it, man. Get it. Let's just keep on going. This has been a great opportunity to make that money. It goes to the downside US. So we talked about this, and we are very, very excited that we're all in here making some cash today. It creates movement, and for sophisticated traders, movement creates opportunity. Beta Pro by Global X offers Canada's first and longest running suite of levered and inverse ETFs built for sophisticated investors who understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. It's triple levered bull and bear ETFs tied to the NASDAQ 100 index are designed for daily tactical trades, providing amplified daily and giving trader tools to engage with both upward momentum and market pullbacks. Strategies are currency hedged, seeking to offset US dollar exposure back to the Canadian. Those navigating short-term market moves up or down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction. What that looks like for your individual strategies, objectives, and risk profiles. Please tactically and adjust it according to your risk file. Thank you to Global X for seeing this segment. And I'd also like to thank USO and oil for sponsoring this segment as well, as it is getting to the downside. And, you know, you never know where your bread is. You didn't even trade this until the afternoon. So it's a nice little downward happening right here for oil this afternoon, as hopefully, we have some escalation over in the Middle East. That's what I'm hoping for. I don't know it's happening now or not, but nice little movement here, needless to say, for our good USO. And we are now $3 in the money and going a little lower now. Continue to do it there.
I'm just throwing up some headlines.
Yeah,
Just
sure,
ask,
man.
what's the news? Why is it going on? Multiple things coming from Netanyahu. One of them is this: Israel help U.S. open the Strait of Hormuz. One of the other ones is saying after I guess this amount of attacking, Iran's ability to enrich uranium is basically gone. Which in theory is like, okay, well then maybe that's mission accomplished. The market is screaming to the upside because of it. So it's Netanyahu and the market just turned positive. Yeah, it just went green on the day. The ES went green a while ago. Zach just went green on the day, but the SPY has been absolutely flying. My first course of action is, now that we've bounced off the low, look for the re-entry to the short. Respect like the channel top, like to the support boil. We'll look for that to come back into 19 and then try to get back into that one in any kind of overall, you're just seeing the Q and the SPY, whatever you're watching. Like, this is the inverse of it. Like, you could also be playing the market long is work is energy to the south side for sure. So that's what we're looking at right now. It's going to be short the pop situation back over in bull, which is what I'm just choosing to trade into as well. So crazy. We like it with the market. We like that this is happening. And believe me, if the war was over, we wouldn't be up 0.5%, 0.0 or flat. Yeah. Like, if it was that completely different move, like, you would see some things break to the upside.
This would be Tank City, and then you would see some celebratory actions. Wow, okay, here it is. I mean, we're going lower and lower and lower. Our quotes can't even keep up right now with this oil trade, man. I mean, you want to talk about getting some glizzies in your face right there. This is getting to the downside very aggressively. We're now $3.30 in the money. Oil continues to go lower. We just got a 50. We just got 116.07 right there. I mean, I'm just going to put a bid out and see if we get hit. Wow, we just got hit. It is a big time movement to the downside right now, as more talk about oil, more to Straits of Hormuz. There we go, man. There it goes. Huge move right now in USO. And we have the whole thing. We have it 4 times. Right there to the downside. So, really falling sharply now into, okay, I'm not gonna put out any more bids. Like, where exactly going, man? We're here to trade. We're here to put on some, hopefully some big winners. Got one right now. This is one, I mean, I might as well put some bids out here. 114.70. Let's see if we can get that, man. Wow, monster movement here in crude, man. I hope you guys, some of you have some of this because that was quite the opportunity, man. As we get going to this, you might be right, Big Scalp. This is potential of this ice vest. I'm going to send this over to Mark, man. It's the ice vest. Shout out, Big Scalp. I haven't seen you on here very often, but I see they're a pretty funny one. So there it is, man. You have to have the confidence. We talked about that. Shout out to Adara. Maybe she'll be back in there tomorrow. So, but yeah, man, that's what we're doing right now. Just birds. And I think that's what we're looking for. Amazon, I mean, a lot of stocks going to the up as the market just keeps on pumping, baby.
Well, actually, the NASDAQ and the ES both went back red. So a little bit of a pullback just happened, but it's still heading to the upside. Another note here from Netanyahu. I'd put it up, but it hasn't really yet. The war will end way faster than most people think. Was the latest. So I think that just goes right back with what we're thinking. I'm now looking flat bottom break happened on oil. So if we can't get back up to the channel top, let's respect how much further this has to go. But if we don't get any kind of a bounce, which I expect we would at least get to the $18 level, then I don't want to look for a reversion because I don't want to be on the bid of it. But there's a point at which you get so far down that I would look for a reversion on it. So yeah, and then Netanyahu was continuing to put a stopwatch on ending the war was one of the last things he just said there. But this is the reason why the market is heading to the downside for sure. I want to see what's going on with my CV because what I hope to see right now is not that bad on a name like CVX because I think there'd be an opportunity for this to oversell on this. If I was going to look reversion bounce long, it wouldn't be in, like, I wouldn't look for like oil futures or anything futures related. I'd look for an individual in the energy space that's been strong, like a CVX. So if I see a curl, I'd rather go here, but I'm not looking there yet. Still looking for an re-entry into the short.
We just got 1480s here on USO, giving us $4 and change right there. Like, again, not just a bid that I have sitting there. So I'm waiting now to see if we can get lower and lower and lower on USO right now. I feel like it's already, giving us, I mean, like I'd mentioned, and the P&L is what it is. It doesn't matter. But like, I'm starting to scalp it out. Like, I don't want all of this to just all of a sudden disappear on me. I don't know how many shares I have left. I hit this 3 or 4 times. So I would say probably maybe 25% left, something like that. So we are starting to piece out for those of you that are asking or wondering about this trade. I mean, we could hope for lower, obviously. I mean, you want to hope for a resolution for talk, peaceful talk about the strait there, peaceful talk from Netanyahu and Israel. I'm just hearing in my ear that, they acted alone on that gas field explosion there, and then that President Trump has asked for less of this action be happening, which is probably why we are getting a little bit of a downturn, that's for sure. And there it is. So nice little bounce, just clearing out some of these trades. I mean, this can bounce pretty far, and I still, let me put a bid there for another 10% of what we have left at 116 right now. We just get that fill and, sit on our hands, I think might be okay. There's only 40 minutes left till the end of the day. So, yeah, the trade is working out right now, and we've made back a lot of our day right here just with this one trade. So, yeah, it's been a good one. I mean, obviously, NVIDIA and some of those other names started to rip there as well on this kind of a talk. The NASDAQ really went flying, man. I mean, including Intel, really to the upside there, up 3% as well. We got out of that one pretty early as at 44.80, and that's it. So in and out there on Intel. And, when we lose, we hopefully lose like that. And when we win, we put some damage on USO. But hey, man, when you're trading prop, it's all about risk management. Manage your risk right there. Yeah, that's funny. This is a shout out to, man, that confidence thing. I thought it was, Adara is so funny. There it is right there. So thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, that's there it is. We even have a little graphic, that one there as well. So there it is, man. What's up to Thea? Shout out to you. And so, yeah.
Go.
We're just going to hold on to this now and see what happens.
Can't pronounce that one. Who said, what was that?
I didn't even see the name.
Chago. Okay. Here we go.
Chago?
See, we'll mispronounce names all the time, and so thank you for the correction there, Andre. Chago. All right, so I think we're getting that little minute bounce here. So I'll pull back into the prior support, and if we do get it, it's about 18.6. That's what I'll be watching. Oh wow, did Bitcoin get back to 70K? Mm-hmm. Yes, it did. Also, if Bitcoin gets back underneath 7, I might think that's a reversion too. But over 70,000 was, and I'm like, well, you don't want to mess around if we're going to hold 70K on BC. That is for sure. And I love what's going on with this market. Hold green. That's going to be big. If you can't hold green here, then one of us getting this news. That's why I think you stick with it. We only have about 45 minutes to go. Balances might be a little something. I wouldn't be surprised if there was like some kind of ETF on the Amex. Uh-oh, happened to my stock window. Amex that does show up. And if I do see an early look on an energy name, I'm gonna do that. So I guess the bounce only got to about 1844, so I'll try to get into the high 30s. Thought we were gonna get a little bit higher there before jumping back into the short for sure. So we're gonna try and short these, short the pops, actively continuing with this trend that we've got. Throw up the super chat from Nick. Buying strength on intraday pullbacks. STX call and stock off the 388 pullback trading today. Good luck. So STX. All right. All right, Nick, Dubs. I don't usually do a lot of swing trading, but is that, I like buying the dips on, I mean, anything that you happen to like. This is the one that you mentioned this morning. Yeah, I remember this. That was the downward channel trend trade. Bounced off the support level. I love the look of that chart. Huge fan. Love that.
I just sent this trade to Obi, and he's like, LFG, baby. He's loving it because this is the kind of trading that he and I talk about. And we love, I mean, there it goes right down there to the downside. I don't think he had this particular one, but I got excited when I showed him that because we talked about trying to add to these positions on bumps when we're feeling something. And that was a good one, man. What goes bump in the night? Oil tonight. That should be a good blue trade as well. So get ready for some actionable trading here on IH or USO or any of these names buzzing around. Okay, I mean, can we get back to that? I'm going to put a bid at one. Never know where you're going to get filled. Let's go to 115.10 or so. We'll put out a little piece, and then we'll see if we can hold the rest. This time I'm being serious, right into close. Like, I don't... For me, there's no need to be battling with this. If it's going to close lower, fine, we can hold it. My stop is... I didn't even change it, but I mean, I'm still up here, but we should probably about maybe a 50 period or something like that. It's too bad that we did get over there. We could have got a little bit more at 120, but we didn't. So we'll just stand put there. And each one of these, like, it looks like I have a lot of outs, but like, they're just lose every single time I'm getting out. So I got to get better at getting time. And if I can do that, then watch out now. But like when I get stopped out, you get stopped out of it all. So when I win, it's like, okay, trying to make back a little bit of those stops and blah, 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 blah. So just trying to deal with that as we go. Okay. Google is now testing out their nice move there. They're going to test out their Gemini on their Macs, apparently now, some sort of a Mac app getting tested with Google. So we can wait to see there. Over to Apple and see what's going on. I mean, look, there's oil. We just got it. More glizzies to your face right there as there goes USO right back in 15 again. Oh, boy. Yeah, man, this is a pretty good one here today as we'll just sit back, relax, and thank this ice vest for a couple of decent trades here as we go. But all kidding aside, having a great day. It's 3:18. Still lots of trades to go through with right now. What's on everybody? What's up to Brian the Trader? Thank you guys, and hit us up, man. We're always very, very interested and excited to hear what you guys have and what kind of trades you guys are looking for.
NVIDIA, red or green at the close? I have nothing against NVIDIA, but like right now, oil's moving the most. Had the earnings. It's not an NVIDIA. It's not an NVIDIA day. Like the NASDAQ or energy related, I think would make a little bit more sense. But maybe that's just me. And if you want an NVIDIA poll, we could do that there. But it does feel like, actually, could the ES actually hold green would be more interesting, because we're exactly, the ES is literally 20 minutes to go.
Yeah.
Like exactly at zero. I feel like that would be a little bit more interesting. And we can throw that up if you want. Maybe, how about this? If you want a poll for energy futures, so to call it oil, where it's going to close, do one, put ones in the chat. If you want NVIDIA, put twos. If you want the SPY, put, and we'll eyeball it, right? So energy one, and NVIDIA two, respect that, and then three will go for the SPY. I kind of feel like that's the easiest way to do it. I'm eyeballing, let it go for a couple of seconds in the chat, but my eye tells me it's definitely 1 or 3. There is no 4. What is wrong with you people? There is no 7 as well. I'm seeing a bunch of 3s. It's gonna be the SPY, or it's gonna be oil futures. Not many for NVIDIA. So how about that?
Okay. Yeah. What, could we not put a poll up, or what's?
Oh, I can do it. I have to log out of my account and log back into the other one.
Well, Fabian's over there.
Oh, Fabian is there. Fabian, if you can, it looks. I don't know. I'm gonna from the eyeball. Let's go oil futures. For SPY, it would be red or green. Futures, you have to pick a price because you can't pick red or green. It's too far away at this point. So we got to pick an arbitrary number. I don't know.
I was looking at this trade. I was just letting you roll with that one. So yeah, whatever you guys decide on over there. Okay, yeah. So just looking around, Amazon's doing a little bit of action here. So let's go have a look and see what Amazon's doing. 208 and change. Obviously, the future's just a rip moment there, and you could see Amazon. I mean, all these names came right into awesome. Like if I wasn't in this USO, like I'm just focused. Like, how could you not be short right up in here? NVIDIA, Amazon, Amazon right there. The other name that we just looked at. A lot of things are double touching right up here to the high. Obviously, every trade that you make is a risky one. I mean, I don't know if they're going to work out. But this is something like in hindsight, I wish I was sitting there doing it. But again, like every move down, I'm over here at USO. So, okay, let's go look at IBIT. I mean, IBIT's starting to go here. We can check out silver. I mean, silver was on my radar today as well. We have USO, BABA, Tesla, TQs, silver on the sticky note there. So we can just take a quick little look at this and see there goes IBIT. Out the day's high, yeah, so right there. So shorting IBIT would not have worked, but that's a good little trade there. 39.8 play there for IBIT. I mean, that would be a good little area to see about dip buying and just continue to play the short. But IBIT's looking pretty good there. Nice healthy bounce again today. I think the lowest it got was probably 69. We did see 69,000. We did get a. Let me have a quick little look here at the dollar, because as oil was going to the downside, so this is another story with the dollar here as well. As the market goes to the downside, oil, you could see as well floating lower there. So that makes sense. We're happy with that. Panic, but it is making a move back upside. So, you know, we had talked about this. You're trading silver. We wanted to have the DXY up to have a quick little look. This is just a 1 minute chart, so we've got to wait for that next minute to candle out there. But bump up right there on the USO. So far, so good. And then let's just have a quick little broader look. We don't have Sia nor Adara, as Sia's gone back to starting full time with us in April when she is done school, and then Adara today. By the way, USO just went to 115 again. So we cashed out more. I mean, honestly, man, this go face slapper. No idea that this trade away it did, and just really excited to get that. And now I'm learning more and more every day. You just got to wait for news on those plays. Okay, AMD, Intel, little levels there today. Up 2.5, up 2.75. Micron up 2. Good day for Micron. Despite, I say good day, even though it's down, just the fact that Micron had a horrible start to the day, down 7-8%. It's like the way Micron's pairing out today. Tesla just broke that 380. Apparently it came back, having a good day today as they worry about some FSD concerns in Tesla. 3 or 4 accidents reported that aren't going over well. Eli Lilly there, I love, what's J&J at 2 J&J? This is a name that if there's one, if a stock gets on the struggle bus and its name is J, leaving it of that struggle bus because I want to buy as much J&J as possible on takes, and it's getting close to that right now. So Johnson 257. Yeah, it's not even at the 50 yet. That's how strong this name is. And look at it off the 50 period moving average. This is July of last year, 25. We've come into the 50, into the 50, into the 50, on to the
Stock
next.
respects
To the next. Yeah, so we'll see if it comes into play. I'm a holder of J&J for probably 20 years. Just a crack. Definitely like the name, but I'm trying to get some capital appreciation. So we'll see if we can buy some good dips on J&J. Will the SPY turn red or green today? The poll.
I promise it was at 0 when I did it. Now
That's okay.
it was exactly it.
Will still be green. So there it is. Green right there is what I'm choosing. So let's see what winds up happening right now with that poll and with on the SPY. What did you select?
Oh, same thing. But it was all. I wouldn't necessarily change it. But I literally just read on this bottom consolidation, and we're at that 0. But again, if I'm going to re-enter here based off this wick, then I'm going to get out if it breaks that wick as well. So got that bottom consolidator, and with about 5 minutes to go, it's probably not a bad time to give the early look up. Look at that volume of NVIDIA is so much.
These are good time.
NVIDIA does something else in the market. It's insane. I think we saw this the other day. Ignore it. This was an burger. Buy of 2.5 million to the buy side. BMNR is a buy of 2.2 million. There's been some opportunities to trade that at the close when it has an imbalance. The buy imbalance of 1 million. Well, hey, that helps the main thing. Pins 1 million to the sell side. Sock sell of 850,000. Oh, that's not good SM. Well, it is good, 850 buy imbalance, but it's probably meaningless. They're not having a good time of it. SMR. That's a trying to look at. Talking about companies that don't make money. We're talking about that the other day with IMQ.
It was Oklo.
It was Oklo. Oklo was which is a different way of. Yeah, usually we're not making money, not making profits. Oklo's like companies. You cannot think about fundamentals with them. They are those lottery tickets that we had before. It's okay to have them, but know what it is that you have. I don't mind sitting in those when they give it back when you hold some for the dream, but they're very much not like buying the dip or buying the dip in you were talking about J&J or AbbVie recently got a pretty good dip feel, a dividend name as well.
All right, Joe. Here you go. Joe's going to take the cup. I have absolutely no luck with this. Here, to get it, and we'll see if you can get me a winner over there. This is the time. All right, Joe. We got to get that camera on, Joe. This is going to be a big roll up. Get ready. I mean, I'm deciding on what color the car is going to be. I'm pretty sure we're going to win and buzz. So, all right, Joe, man. Yeah, stretch it out. Get stretched out there. Make absolutely a lot of pressure on you for this roll, Joe. A lot of pressure. Potentially job riding on this. Rate. About that. Don't even tell me. It's a loser. It has to be. Please play again. Yeah. Okay. That means it's a winner. The guy's holding it back on me right now.
No.
Yeah, too bad, man. And again, touches my hands. Those cups do have no chance of winning. So Randy rolled up a donut there the other day.
Chance of winning the donut or the coffee?
I think it's 1 in 6.
Oh, it's better than 1 in 10?
I'd have to read it up. My odds are definitely at least 1 in 10 there, man.
Okay, well, you should have won one by now.
Yeah, we should have won. Oh, no, I did. I mean, I won. Gia rolled it up, and we won a coffee the other day.
But you went online, right?
Yeah, that was a win online. I have another. Here, I have a roll online. You get a roll when you do up
it's all
right now online, and see if we can.
I'm a traditionalist.
Get a win,
like
over
especially
here.
with like the McDonald's stuff. I'm all about. I know you do it online, but we still keep the.
Yeah. You fill out that little board.
Yeah,
you put the stickers up on there. It's all good. Okay, roll up the rim to win right here. Oh, I do not have any extra roll. Sorry about that, everybody. But okay. Oh yeah, because I didn't get one. I used the free one there. So, all right, you got a super chat up in there, the Hindu, whatever you're asking for here. Let's throw up a fan funding and see what we've got. Okay, here. There he goes. Okay, 400 shares of Coinbase. Decent of shares there. $200 average. I don't even know what Coinbase is at right now. I guess I answer this question. Keep for a few days. You want me to ask the 8-ball? Coinbase right now. 400 shares. You're in the money. 1,600 right now. Not that that would ever matter, but I do think that you want to take profits at some points. You do have a nice little high area there of 205. I think Bitcoin, I mean, let's see. I already voted ES to get positive today. It doesn't mean, but if there is a little late day rally in the markets, I think you could probably get this 205. So, I mean, why not take out 100 shares there? You know, I mean, this is, you can see the way I trade, so it's going to be my recommendation. But maybe get some out of sweater there and then wait to see if it does go bump in the night. I mean, I do think that Bitcoin, I recently bought some Bitcoin. I do think that for me anyways, it's in the pocket, and I would take some out now on we don't know what tomorrow is going to bring, right? It hasn't been a great week for the market. Says we had a nice little downside play there yesterday. We just got back to pause on the week here. You have Coinbase with a high of 214, so you know back into those levels. But for me, even just looking at a chart is kind of useless. I mean, if it gaps tomorrow, then you're going to be into 207, 208, 209. And then why did I get out? But I would take the opportunity, put something in your pocket, money, and that way you're shut down. You know, if you're going to stop out on a 200 break, like break even, then at least you made $300 if you take out 100 shares right now. So something to over there, that's for sure.
Another one there, Andre, if you can throw it up.
Sure, yeah.
Got another super chat. That's what I heard. It's from Easy Peasy. Of course, we haven't heard from you today, have we? You got the 2%, the 0.2% again. Thank you for the $10. Micron up, down, 4K. Beautiful after show Discord almost done. All TTV channels. Fan post free if you are a Trader TV subscriber. Chat Trader TV proof. Okay, so you're.
Just everything marketing at tradertv.live. Just message
give us the details.
Marketing at tv.live, and we'll have a look at that, and we'll see if we can stamp that as.
Above it, it is switching tomorrow. This is it is the third Friday, and of course March, right? So this would be like the quarterly rebalancing as well. So there's some big imbalances actually. Here's some of tomorrow. Lyft is supposed to be a 54 million buy. Intel 30, VRT 70 million buy. Like there's some gigantic numbers. Apple and like just, and we'll go over those tomorrow. But it is witch balancing. We'll see some ridiculous balances tomorrow. Immortal. Thank you again. 15K today. There you go. Giving back to the people that make it all happen. Couldn't do anything without you, TT. Sure did this market pop. For you guys. So this afternoon, I think a lot of people want to see it stay green, but the market doesn't seem to want to stay green.
Short. I mean,
it is heading. We're heading back down.
We talked about that short. I mean, it was a little risky short. I don't know if you short back or the SPY. It was a little riskier shorting the NASDAQ against yesterday, but yeah, nice move there into play. There's Coinbase. And if it was the SPY, I mean, I think you nailed that one, man. I mean, right into the 200 period moving average. So great job. It looks like it goes into a couple days ago closing prices, but that's a little bit of a nitpick all the way back there. But nice job there, right against the 200 period, man. You got horse sense, so we will fire off some glizzies for that one. And thank you so much for the super. Yeah, man. Real sees real, and that was a real trade there. 15 grand, Jesus. Nice one there, my guy. And just some good looks overall in the market today. And, you know, oil, obviously we couldn't be happier. Rivian down. So I've only traded, I mean, I know you traded many more names than me, but Intel, Rivian, Qs, and USO. So just 3 names for me. We'll go 2 for, we traded 4 names. Fannie Mae right away off the open. We traded a little bit there and tried to buy some dips there. We're positive on it, but no real money there. Fannie, Intel, Rivian, USO. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right there. Positive on just 2 of them. And actually 2. Well, Fannie Mae 2, 2, and 1. Fannie Mae's flat day there. So, yeah, we'll be back tomorrow, obviously, and see if we can do some more, some more trades, but so far so good here as we just get ready. It's only a half hour. No major earnings, I don't believe, tonight, and you guys can correct me.
It's just FedEx, I believe.
FedEx, okay, FDX.
FedEx is major
They're not
earnings.
pre-market?
Wait, no, pretty sure. I'll double check. Usually, you know what? Usually we have a Dara, and by the time I say I'll double check, like she's already given us the answer. But I'm pretty sure it's only FedEx after the bell today, and we'll see. But it's more of a market looking for, not litmus test. It's kind of just like a barometer for the market more than it is a trade. It's not the kind of thing anyone ever day trades, being real about it. But it's certainly going to be an important indicator for the overall health of the economy. This could be a bit of a thing. But Boyle just broke this line, which is support. Entering the short, if we held it to the support level, broke underneath, I'll play a short consolidation under. But when it breaks, then I'm going to up there. Yeah, it's just FedEx.
Yeah, right there, post-market FedEx, and tomorrow's, we had Alibaba today. Some of the Chinese names, we had NEO had a good run on earnings, so that might be somewhere to look, right? I mean, Alibaba today was down 8% early, nice bounce. I think it got hit again, back down.
It's been barcoding.
Okay, barcoding there on Alibaba.
Hardcore barcoding.
Yeah, more to look at, though, with Alibaba. Just trying to get, sort of our ducks all aligned and what we're doing. So post-market is just FedEx, Red Cat, Micron, a great report also. So shout out to Five Below, their traders of that name. Well received.
I just from the iPad this like long Alibaba that it's got going on here because it never got to the 128 for a short, which is what it is, but it never got there. If to that level down, like look at all the support that Baba had. That's intense. If it breaks long line, you held this from 1130 to now really got anywhere on that bounce. You're down that much and you don't even do anything with it, could end up. The problem is it's overnight Asia, gap away from wherever it was trading the day before. But if we're underneath 124, to me, be a short tomorrow on Alibaba. It's just never set up for the short. By the time the only way you could add the 128 short is if you shorted at 830, and we had that 830. And I'm never entering a position in the pre-market. Like the level doesn't matter as an economic number is coming out is the way I want to say that. It's completely useless, your technical level, whenever you have economic data. Wait to fact, and it never really gave you that chance again. Not looking like it.
No, it doesn't look like it there. Yeah, like a pre-market. I mean, we did. Like I said, I think for me the second today was a pre-market technical level, and it was just on news, right? I mean, obviously you got to. I mean, this is why I'm emptying it out as we go to the downside there on this trade, breaking through view. It didn't even get going really until the market opened, and then it was a nice side play. There on my friend Rivian today. So gives you the levels, the trade becomes a lot easier than when it doesn't give you the levels. Take there on Rivian today, downside as it bleeds from high on Uber news. We can have a quick look over here at Uber and just have a quick look to see what it's doing today. Yeah, a little bit of a bump up early again on that. I know I keep saying NVIDIA and Google, but Uber is another name that I'm uber excited about. I haven't bought anything on the dips here though for Uber, but it's been been in the portfolio for a while, and I think can continue to work. That's going to be a thing. I think with this new release, they're making it easier and easier to apply autonomy to any vehicle is what we're hoping for with chips that NVIDIA is working on. And they did sign a deal with Uber to get that. So Uber with their sort of mass amount of drivers and everything there, I could really see that becoming something for Uber.
You still have,
yeah, they're
Uber. I love that hold of the 50, which is happening on Uber. That 50 per daily. But I want to shout out to, is it Dr. Thunder on Twitter? Oh, not Twitter, on TikTok. Is asking about Sienna. Funny story. Sienna up 6.5%. I'm not making this one up. Was in the group. It was in a group of 4 cap stocks when I was a trainee. That was like if you were in the big cap section, you were looking at to trade, and then these 4 stocks in small cap, and then once you got positive, you could start trading whatever you wanted. So when I moved over to small cap stocks, Sienna was in that. I used to trade that every single day when it was like a baby, and great stock. I mean, 6.5%. Like, what are you supposed to say into a market which hadn't done that? We talked about this with Brian Shannon. It was sometime to buy the dip in stocks that look like, I hate to say it again, the trade desk or that. There's others that have been steadily upward trending, like this name. Like, what else can you say? This is the 50-period moving average, specs to 50. If you buy the 50 and you like it, then congratulations to you. Everyone usually has their own, I love this stock, all prices. Whoops, I didn't mean to type in GE. Watch it show that I probably meant to type in G Vernova and not GE. Like, you might like a stock trend, and it's like, well, what do? You buy the dip when it shows you the moving average that you like. One recently bounced off the 50-period moving average, and I'll continue to buy some, take some profit, buy that 50-period. So I love that on Sienna. Dr. Thunder.
All right, my son got some more pieces today. I hope he has some luck putting those all together.
Got all week.
Yeah, we're all good. He's got a cooler there. We're ready to go. Okay, yeah, getting ready to go is right. And I don't know if this market's getting ready to go or.
Is asking the USO for tomorrow over on TikTok. Specifically, is asking, you think USO going to continue the trend down tomorrow, not today, tomorrow on the higher side?
Tomorrow. Okay. Will USO continue to move down tomorrow?
Will you be able to read? It's a bit.
I thought we were getting another one here, Mr. Westermeyer, coming in here.
Daniel, this one.
It doesn't say anything. Okay, so let me have a quick little look there for you. Yeah, no, look, thanks for the question. I think it's a valid one. I just want to say something about this USO. Obviously, we're here on that. It's the biggest stock today, not even close for me, and it's probably one of the biggest stocks on the month for me, and it's just off this trade today. So, once it gets going and the volume kind of picks up, you could that the stock can have. So I can't predict like tomorrow if the market to have an up day or a down day as far as controversy in the middle like that. What I would say to you, and again, thank you for the question, thanks for watching us on TikTok, is just that you got to wait to hear about what be. And I mean, if we start talking about, the Strait or some shipments being allowed through, vice versa, anything, I do think that we could continue this pretty easily tomorrow, to be honest with you. So, yeah, I mean, I'm excited for the trade, and I do think that we can get that to more time. So, yeah, I'm here for it. Let's just, stay tuned. Live tomorrow, and like I said, Obi will be here in the afternoon, but I'll be here in the morning. We'll be looking to trade some more USO. So, we'll try to get the if I see anything, I'll put it on the note tomorrow morning as well. But again, thanks for all the questions, and keep them coming, both here on YouTube and on TikTok. And thanks for bringing that up. It's so news-based, right? It was just like when silver as well, and now oil today. It could be doing absolutely nothing, and then you wait for it. So I think moving forward, I'll probably look at VWAP in the underneath it, and that gives me the story that oil is down, and we'll try to. But other than that, man, yeah, great question. Thanks for it. And TikTok.
Yeah, exactly. And with six minutes till the imbalances, BMNR is gone, so forget about that for a while. But GDX is still there as a 2 million buy. CMG 1.5, NEM 1.6. That's Sun B. That's still there. SR is now even bigger. It's now 1.1 to the buy side. Pinterest of 1 million. Hey, Figma, 1 million to the buy side. Wants to buy Figma. It's when someone actually wants to buy some Figma shares. But I think GDX is here. Again, it just comes down to, we've been talking about this for a while. It's got a big imbalance and it's on the AMAX. There's opportunities. This one makes a lot of sense to watch. The metal, I know we've been necessarily talking about it as much as you could today, but the metal has been pretty volatile, down 5%, and has been trending up the entirety of it is down 5%. So to say there's volatility in the metals would be there. So of course, GDX being gold miner ETF, for those that don't know, down 6%. It has also been trending up. So with 5 minutes till those investments come out, I'll be watching this. Ideally, the way I'd prefer to play this, because I think I've seen this work better, is if you get a flip. Like I'd be looking, is right now it's 2. I'd want to see that pair off and have an opportunity to short it off. That's the look that's what I'm hoping for. I want that 2 million to like see a drastic reduction and then to fade it off of the high. Fade would just mean short off the top. It's another way of saying it.
Yeah, exactly. All right, with 344 left, 344 right now, 5 minutes left until the imbalances. Something to look at there. Will the market turn green into the close? Let me just check quick. Look here. I said yes to green, so we still have some time here. I still think it can go up here, especially with some good feels back in the market. We already got that super chat. Thank you. So $15,000, man, that is worth this. 10 times out of 10. So, that day is. I was going to say many people, to most day traders, don't make any money. So 15,000 is an absolutely great. Like I say to everybody, man, whenever we got a great super chat last week from Danny Boy, and that one, I got, that was a pretty special one. And, whenever you're making that kind of money, 15 grand or, 10 grand, whatever, like that's significant. So, put some aside and don't blow your account up. Like, just because you had a good day today doesn't mean the same strategy work tomorrow or anything like that. Just put that money aside, man, and with it, I mean, turn that money over a couple times if you can, but definitely put some risk parameter count and don't get yourself nailed to the wall, because today could be an upsetting move tomorrow. So let's just keep that money in your pocket, at least a certain percentage of it, and a great trade. And thank you again for the super chat. It's all about risk management. All right, Amazon. So another name. I kind of like this about it this year. Once it got hit there, I put out not a piece, but I just talked a little bit about it when it got hit down here, and I put it on Twitter, and it was well liked and loved. Likes it had, but it was one of the biggest posts, I think, of the year for me. And I just thought that they got it a little wrong on this move down. I did not buy anything because I did think the market a little lower, but I like Amazon. I just feel that all this spend on CapEx, make this spend, then they're not going to get all those deals that they're, how big Anthropic's going to be. Apparently, Amazon's got to support that with AW. So, the build-outs and all the CapEx, if they don't do it, somebody else will. And you're already seeing, they're one of the last ones to report. Microsoft put out money, Google put out money, right? So Meta put out money. If you don't, then the market's going to see that as negative. So let's be careful with Amazon. They already had said that they've accrued to more profits on even their retail side. So the Amazon, they feel that they can get some capital going off of that by recommending more things to buy and just getting a better algorithm. So if that happens, and read the reviews, and I don't know exactly how they're going to use it, but it's more than a story of as far as their build out. So I do like Amazon, and we only have 10 seconds. 2 minutes left, and then 10 minutes. But this oil, I don't know if it's going to do anything, man. We've crossed up to 50 and 25. So I think I'm just going to stop out end of the trade of the month for me right at 1766. So I'm going to put cancel in, put 771 right there. Yeah, month ain't over yet. I mean, I hope we can do more. And we'll just go like that, boom, and we'll see if it does dip down. But I'm sure that. Oh no! What order? I put in $17 instead of. So I even accepted that order.
Have accepted that.
Short again then. How about that? All right, we'll just punch in the short, and now we'll just punch in the same amount of shares I had. So 117.71. Okay, there for the stop. This won't look like as much of a trade, obviously, but that's okay. I did put in the wrong order. Let's just see if it holds. And if it doesn't, man, that's a pretty easy stop, and we won't bring much back. So
1 minute before these imbalances, that's to stop it. There's another keystroke error. So, hosting the show and trading is not the easiest, but we try over here, and we'll see if we have a downside play. For me, honestly, if we can go 1-1 a little bit better. What about a 116? That fill right there is 200 period. That gets us 1-1 as well. So I'm going to put something at 116 here and see if we can make a cash on this trade.
Yeah, I've done that when it comes to the
yeah.
They happen. I had one today. Sometimes you get in, you just got right out. Like sometimes, GDX that'll be nothing burger because much like BMNR, it looks like GDX is already paired off. The trade for me, 50. I see it pair and then take the short, but if it's already no advantage, NGD is now cropping up here is early 2.5, but 2.8 million to the buy side, but we'll see the reaction when it comes live in like 2 seconds here. Ounces are now out. CMCSA, 5 million to the sell side. JBLU is a 4 million, 3.5 million buy. Who cares about Core? Core is 1.8. A lot of small cappers. Intel sell 1.3 million. Pins, not as big as you would expect. Nvidia only 950,000. That'd be 800,000, but remember that's a penny stock. So that's a very insignificant amount of money for them. AMC. Oh, AMC's at $1.03. Oh no, 100,000 share balance there. The only reason I stopped for a second is AC is at $1. If that fails the dollar level and then comes back, I think it's worth a shot. But it's neither. So balance is pretty disappointing. BP, that's 4 million to the buy side. Or BP, that was not there before. What's that doing? Because anything energy with an imbalance, I think, is going to be the one that's interesting. It's not really moving. Buy imbalance went down. That's useless. That would have been if the buy imbalance caused it to go up.
Sounds about right.
No, but you could fade it for the flip, but that only works if the buy imbalance is taking it up. If the buy imbalance, you can't really do the flip trade because there's nothing to flip.
Right, the flippening. Yeah, it looks like we are flipped out of this trade. I don't, we put it on. We probably have. We got stopped out where we got stopped. Just put it back on just in case. It was a little bit lower. It doesn't look like it wants to go too much lower. So we're just making sure that our stop adjusted accordingly and at the right spots, and I believe it is. So 1760 if we get a stop out there or not on this trade. So that's and just letting this settle itself out. Only report tomorrow. FedEx, we talked about tonight. Sorry, XPeng is that Chinese EV name. They're going to report tomorrow morning. FedEx has been a good one. I have liked FedEx. I'm not in it, but I thought the transports really told a story during this run up. Now get hit down. I mean, FedEx also has to deal with higher energy price. That could be something that they mentioned there in their conference call about dealing with that in the oil markets. I mean, I don't think a lot of people thought that oil was going to go up 40-50% the way that it did. So, I don't know what their future situation looks like or how these guys hedge, but that would be something interesting for me to have a look at would be FedEx there. And they're right at a tipping point as well. Down here is a huge, I like FedEx. Like I said, man, getting a deal potentially with Amazon as well. Go through. I mean, Amazon's going to have these sort of same-day talks, right? Talk and all that kind of stuff. So they're going to need to figure that deal out with somebody. And I think FedEx could be there. So could USPS there as well, and that would be UPS involved in something with that look on Amazon as well. Percent should be a good report if you like things non-AI, FedEx. And again, remember, they're going to take advantage of AI.
Yeah, they win. Right now, they're winning relative to UPS. That's the biggest point.
Yeah, exactly. And they can get AI going as well because helps them with their shipments, helps them with their deliveries, and they're getting more efficient with their driving.
Yeah, unfortunately, it does. More efficiencies aren't necessarily always best for the labor market, but it's fantastic for the company. It's fantastic for earnings. It's fantastic for shareholders, which is what you got to care about here. That's just the real. I wanted to say good thing. Remember how Tesla had stood? It did. It blasted off at 380. We just lost. Like it was a sell imbalance or anything, but Mr. Westermeyer and G. West, I was just asking if professionals close the markets, what do we think today? I would usually be more pessimistic, if not for why it happened. like you've got to, it's weird, like yelling off at the end of the day, but we did have a huge volume on that Netanyahu press conference. So I put it in this perspective. We bounced off the all-day resistance on the market in the day, but we're selling while holding on to this priority. Come in tomorrow and they're still holding on to that. I don't want to just automatically be bearish, like every single day coming in bearish. We got some signs of a turn here, both with down and market up. So I'd like to see us hold on to this level, at least for now. Jinxing it is a little bit more selling coming in the last 5 minutes, so to speak. So the imbalances, TLT just showed up for 3 million to the sell side. NVIDIA grew $1 million. That could be a watch. Seriously, and then it immediately paired off to $1 million before 355 even hit. So yeah, even that just paired off. Maybe sending it back to the downside, unfortunately.
Okay, yeah, X is doing anything. It doesn't look like it. Okay, so we'll we might give back 2%, believe it or not, on this USO. You can see my net and how much we'll lose if we do run that level there. It's going to be 2% of so far today on USO, and that will be the end of that trade if it takes up 1866. So, like I said, we had a very, very small amount left. We could go back to the upside or downside. Doesn't look like it's doing that. We're expecting 4.13. Get ready for that number. Here it goes. Oil is going to take us out at 1766. The trade, it looks like, for me, and that will be fine. It's what it is right now at 1766. That's our stop out spot for FTX for USO. Maybe we get it, maybe we don't. Just a quick little look. Rivian, how did that end the day? We started our Rivian at 17 right there, and it's just going to end the day with a little bit of a move up. Little story to tell. If Rivian gets back up and breaks VWAP, that could be tomorrow's trade. Look for a 16 bid or so on Rivian. Got near the end of the day. You already looked at Tesla. I know that's a big oil traders. And then other than that, maybe look at SoFi. That was moving around 17 and change again. So battling off of those lows. It hit exactly of that flush. So that was, I was just trying to see, it was yesterday. No, what is this? This today? So the money was, the 17th, or 2 days ago. So there it was into 1650. So that's 1650. Today's low, 1650. Same low there 2 days later. So that might be a good little dip buy opportunity. Those of you that are thinking about getting some SoFi, maybe try at 1650. It seems that's where it stopped the last time. Why are people saying?
Consider, like, if on the day that these guys come out and call them basically like fraudulent and all this and blah blah blah, if it never makes a fresh low after that, then maybe we don't believe you, and maybe we believe the response from SoFi and the regulator leaned into. So thank you, Anthony Noto, at least for now. Dan in the chat is Noto suing Muddy Waters. It's not the first time chat talk about this, like, is SoFi going to sue the short seller? I've seen asking that, and I don't know how normal of a thing that is. No, you just refute them. They do what they put on a short position and they publish a couple of months after, and it's a legal business as far as I'm concerned. It's their opinion. I don't know if a lawsuit would make any sense or whether they could win. Roy Alderton, thank you for the super chat. Worth of 1 day calls into tomorrow on the family vacation fund for this year. Wish you luck and don't tell the wife. Well, wish you luck, and she's listening.
Yeah, she's probably watching. So
she's watching. She already knows.
Yeah. I don't like that idea, but it's up to you.
The thing is, like, this move, because then you had a conference call. Like, what happens if the president talks tonight or something and turns us the other direction? Because, like, it's if words got us one way, words can get us the other way. So very difficult, because I feel like that's what we're doing every single day. It's like doing, like, the market's doing its thing, and then you wait for one big piece. And everything changes.
We had that super chat about Coinbase, giving some out there. Hopefully you were able to get something out. It went to 204.40 right there, almost at the day's high before dropping into the close. If you are on Coinbase, all I really care about is the price of Bitcoin. They basically move hand in hand. So a minute left. We'll see. There is a big imbalance on GLXY here in Toronto. So I don't know if you can see this. I don't have the right.
That's dual listed.
I don't have the right font, but there it is right there. Galaxy on Toronto, 2.2 million. This one probably going to make a move. It's a sell right there of 2.2 million. So we can have a quick to see what that's doing. And 1.98 now, unfortunately. And then I go into font and I go to make it bigger so we can all sit. I don't think this might not even be big enough, but there it is, 1.96. Maybe you can see it right there. So we'll see what the so it's a little bit of a sell side. This is what the Toronto ones look like with only 10 minutes left. We'll see where this. So right now it's going to go out at 280, 28.84. One big sell imbalance. Oh, the print just I think came pretty low. 28.26. Wow. There it is, man. A mod there on the GLXY sell imbalance. Printed about 50 to 60 cents lower on that one. So congratulations if you did have that trade. Just gave you a doozy.
Oh, and if you only think
right
you
there.
could, if you don't have Toronto and you're like, oh, but I can't trade on the TSX, Galaxy dual listed, you could have had that as well.
Yeah, did it go down that way?
And so, look, if you see the imbalances on Toronto, heads up, it did. It went from, I have a low of,
This is like
40. Why?
Yeah.
That's
2050?
interesting. Why is this not, that's not currency aged very well.
Where
you're looking at NASDAQ as well. I think you were still on Toronto.
No. I was trying to see where the big print came.
Yeah, FCX does have their earnings tonight, expecting 5.7% is expected move. The only really big earnings name, and then tomorrow morning.
Yeah, Xpeng,
Xpeng, meh. That's not even one of the Chinese EVs we care about. Although oddly enough, their robot is very cool. Xpeng robot does things that you, in demonstrations anyways, I don't know, maybe it's fake. In the video station, it does a bunch of things that you wish Optus was already doing. Pretty cool stuff they got going on.
Yeah, China, that's probably a fraudulent.
With a grain of salt. The videos look cool. Like I said, the videos look cool. I probably will never own Xpeng, so it doesn't really matter.
I feel like tomorrow you're going to see big traders on the TSX after that imbalance. So congratulations if you did take it. Let's money yesterday here, and then we'll let you guys go. Okay, so yesterday, let's go see who made all the yesterday. So we'll zoom down. This is yesterday's traders at real trading, 17.16.4. These are the markets. These are not where the traders are, of course. This is just the markets that they traded. It looks like big day. I mean, yesterday we had NASDAQ, probably Q's trading or something there. Apple, I don't know what it was. Who knows? Anything NASDAQ really. Amex there again. Like, see how you don't see any NYMEX or anything. Most traders around real trading will be trading GLV or USO, something like that. I mean, you see me in it, so. You know, that is what it is. This trader example, like if this was me today, I would know Canada. So this trader traded 4 markets. This would be more today. I had a little bit of New York, NASDAQ. I traded Fannie Mae, so you'd see OTC on here as well. And that's that, man. So this is the top traders yesterday at Trader T10. Pulling up the rear at 8,700. This is why when we get super chats, like over 3,000 traders here at Real Trading. So we get super chats and someone made 15 grand in a day. Like my hats are off to you. That is an average day, you know. And we don't have the losing trades on there. There's obviously more traders will lose than will make money. So the downside is, but the good thing about a prop firm is you do have a controlled risk.
Well, again, I don't know what the risks are of those traders, but there is a risk system in play based on how much you make. And if you look at it, there are some other bands. Like no matter how much you make, that you don't get to on daily risk unless it was extreme. Yeah. So it's very difficult to
lose. That guy made 15 grand on like $1,000 risk, be my guess.
Yeah, what I'm saying, like it's have more than a few grand worth of risk. So there's a really decent chance that they will. FedEx is not, we're not going to wait around. FedEx isn't even out yet, so we can't tell you what's going on out there because they have reported yet. We will be able to let you know tomorrow morning where they have reported. I want to give a big shout out and thank you to Sia. She's not here now in the afternoon for Dara. Dara hopes to be back. She was a little bit under the weather. Thank you, Joe. Even though you didn't roll up the rim to win, we'll have some better luck tomorrow. Thank you, Sharif, Fabian, Andre, Ramin as well, buddy. And thank you guys, viewers, as well. Hopefully we'll get just as much volatility tomorrow as today, I would suspect.
Quad witching.
Yeah, it's witching tomorrow, so I would suspect we add 100%. 100p. But it is 4. We'll see at 8 o'clock morning, whether it's here on YouTube, over on as well. You can see us on Twitter. We're everywhere. Just make sure you find us at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Peace.